family. Okay. What it's basically saying, cancer runs in certain families because people are all kind of eating the same thing, doing the same thing. But most cancers are not clearly linked to the genes we inherit from our parents. That's what it's saying. Most cancers are not linked to genetics. And even if your cancer is linked to a genetic MTFHR or some type of gene, your environment and what you put inside of your body can change your genes. It's called epigenetics. This is very well known. Some of the greatest oncologists in the world have come out and said, look, even if you have a major tendency towards cancer, you'll never get it if you actually just change your lifestyle, your diet, and your environment. And, I look forward to sharing some of that information with you guys at a later time. So let's just go to the next slide. And it looks like my clicker might be working again. So I appreciate you guys dealing with that while my phone's playing up. So this is one case, and I would love to open up and show you guys dozens and dozens of cases of people with stage 4 lymphoma, liver cancer, lung cancer, brain tumors, so many different types of cancer that have actually been able to fully reverse their cancer naturally. And Dan Gardner is one of them. So this man that you can see on the left with 2 kids, he's got 2 children and a beautiful wife. And he was actually in the parking lot of the hospital and was going to go in for chemotherapy. And he had this overwhelming feeling that they were going to kill him. This is just a feeling that he had. And he called me up. I had worked with his nephew that had a 3.5 centimeter brain tumor called a glioblastoma. And through going through my program and doing an extended fast, reduced that tumor by 86%, according to the scan, within 2 months. And so he knew about me and he called me up and said, Tyler, I was going in to have chemotherapy. I'm sitting here in the parking lot and I have this overwhelming feeling they're going to kill me. And he repeated himself probably 5 or 6 times. And the first couple of minutes we're on this call and I was like, look, man, it's a choice. I know you've scheduled and you're supposed to go in, but it's a choice, whether you go in or not. And if you really believe they're going to kill you or you're going to die or have this bad reaction, I'd recommend following your intuition, leaving, getting your wife and kids and coming to Bali, and I will do my best. And he kept saying, Tyler, promise me you can heal me. That's what he kept saying. I said, look, man, I can't promise you anything. I can't heal anyone. But I'll show up 100% and I'll give you all the information. I'll show you people that have healed. And I believe you can heal yourself if you follow these methods. Okay. And so he did. He went and got his kids and his wife, as you can see in this photo. This is in Bali, Indonesia. And he came to Bali and he went through the process of fasting. And I'm just going to make a long story short. It was a big experience. He did a 21-day water fast. Got some, mercury amalgam teeth pulled out, major detox, mental, emotional clearing. This guy showed up as this bikey, tattooed, kind of, hard man. And at the end of this thing, he was a big teddy bear, just fully open, heart open, awakened. And so he said, look, Tyler, he had a golf ball sized tumor in his liver. And he's like, I feel so amazing, but I'm going to go get everything tested. And if the tumor is grown, I'm just going to have it cut out. But I know I can survive this. I feel better than I've ever felt in my life. And essentially, he went into the hospital to get tested, and they couldn't find a tumor. There was no tumor in his liver. There was no cancer inside of his body. They couldn't find anything. All his inflammatory markers, everything was perfect. You can see in red what he actually wrote. No tumors or lesions were detected. I'm completely free from cancer. Unfrickin' believable. And so he was cleared and he moved from Mackay as a minor down to Adelaide. Him and his wife opened up a colon hydrotherapy clinic called Bottoms Up. Quite funny. And I ended up visiting him many years later. This is me with his kids in Adelaide. We went out for a nice bite. And, we're probably 7 or 8 years later, still completely cancer-free, which is pretty awesome. I have so many cases I'd love to open up and share with you guys. And the reason for this is I want you to know that you have the ability to heal yourself. And I believe that every human being should take responsibility and become empowered with this information to prevent all disease, Don't wait until you're diagnosed with cancer. Don't wait until your blood sugar is too high with diabetes. Don't wait until your blood pressure is through the roof and cholesterol and you're dealing with cardiovascular disease or, having a heart attack or a stroke. Like, we just need to get back to basics. Okay. And it really does come down to some simple principles. So the next question is, how do we know when we're going down the wrong path? Signs and symptoms are a big one. So a lot of times it's just energy. You have a tough time getting out of bed. You're just low energy, feel like you always need to sleep, bit of brain fog, can't really remember what I did yesterday, skin rash, little pains and aches and different things that happen in the body. There's so many different symptoms, allergies, like all kinds of little things, little growths on the skin, stuff shows up, constipation, hard urination, painful, whatever it is. And the thing we need to understand is that the natural state of the human experience is one of being pain-free, having absolute mental clarity and energy throughout our entire lives. And there may be times where we experience little symptoms, but then you just take action to kind of detox and reset, and get back to pain-free and feeling good. And the truth is, like, if we look at the longest lived cultures on earth, these people are in their 80s, 90s, 100, 105, and they still are pain-free. They still have mental clarity. They still remember everything through their life, and it's so this whole idea that, oh, well, I'm just getting older, I'm 40, or I'm just getting older, I'm 50, or I'm just getting older, I'm 60. That's why I have pain. And that's why I have arthritis. And that's why I have all these diseases. That's simply not the truth. We need to take full ownership that the reason I have symptoms, the reason I'm tired, and the reason for these things are because of the way I'm living my lifestyle. And at any point, I can shift and change, do things different to be healthy and pain-free once again. Because if these people can reverse cancer, heart disease, and diabetes in as little as 30 to 60 days, I'm pretty sure you can have more energy and feel better and have clarity by taking on these principles and maybe taking the time to actually have a rest and a break and do some fasting and allow your body to regenerate. So Hippocrates, which was one of the original physicians, he's recognized as laying the foundation for modern medicine. All medical doctors swore to something called the Hippocratic Oath. He basically traveled to Egypt and stayed there for 7 years because 7 years was the time that it would take to become a physician. And most people aren't aware of this, but some of the greatest physicians of all time come from ancient Egypt. And then we had people like Plato that learned in Egypt and changed most of the Western world. We had people like Pythagoras, Aristotle, and others, called the father of numbers and geometry. Obviously, the Egyptians had a vast knowledge of geometry, building the pyramids and the temples and the way that they did. So a lot of the information comes from them. And I've been given access to the actual process. So the Physician's Manual of Ancient Egypt is written into the Hennifer and the Edwin Smith papyrus, but I've met an individual that had the actual full process because he spent his whole life going through the process as an original Egyptian. So pretty amazing stuff. You can diagnose and see what's going on inside of the person's body through something called iridology. The whites of your eyes are called sclerology. You can actually see where specific red lines show up. I want to get into this a little bit with you. Looking at your nails, you can see deficiencies. Looking at growths on the skin, you can tell based on the meridians if you have a kidney condition or a liver condition or a spleen or a lung condition. So that's the way physicians originally diagnosed disease. They didn't, put people in an X-ray. They didn't use MRIs and inject people with gadolinium. All these things can be quite dangerous or suppress your immune system. So again, people are sick, they go to the hospital and they put them through a series of things that typically is lowering your immune system, adding radiation, injecting you with things that aren't ideal. And of course, I understand why they have some of these methods, but you should really think twice before just going and getting X-rays, CAT scans, MRIs, injections, drinking weird concoctions and sticking things up your rear to look for stuff. Like, believe it or not, there actually is better ways. And so I've been doing iridology and sclerology and taking the photos of thousands of people around the world for many years. And this is essentially what I teach in my academy. So on the right, you can see here an iridology chart with all the main organs. And like if somebody has a blue eye as an example, you can start to see color changes and things that show up when disease develops. And on the left side, you can see a sclerology chart there. So I'm just going to go through and show you guys a couple examples. If you look at that chart on the left, you'll see on the right side, those two green circles, those are breasts. Okay. And this is a woman that was diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer. And if you look on the right side of that iris there, you'll also see a really dark hole. It's a black hole. And that's where the tumor is actually growing. But you also need to understand this whole eye should be blue, and it's actually quite yellow. That's the level of acid and mucus that builds up within the lymphatic system. So we can see where disease is forming, where acid is forming, where there's inflammation, and at what stage the disease is at, and which organ. We can look at your kidneys, we can look at your liver, we can look at the spine, we can look at the brain, we can look at your digestive system, and really see what's happening. But you got to understand that the iris is also a window of your entire life. Okay. So in this photo here, you can see that big black hole on the left. That's somebody who had a massive tumor on the top of his spine. And if you just look at the left side of that chart, you can see the spine just listed there. And I'm just giving you guys some examples. So you can see, like, absolutely, there's a correlation between our eyes and our internal environment. This is what I teach people when I get into sclerology. And just an example to the left there, kind of down a little bit, it says encapsulation. So we can see toxicity. We can see when things become encapsulated. Essentially, in the whites of our eyes, there'll be a Y line when there's toxicity that's building up in certain tissue. And then that Y line will close until it completely closes off and it encapsulates. And that's showing that there is some type of growth or something that's happening. So that's an advanced stage of disease that we want to reverse before it becomes a major issue. And then what you're seeing in this photo is that same woman that had breast cancer. In the whites of her eyes, if you look just to the right side of the chart, you'll see breast to the right and down a bit. And then just on this photo, you'll see just to the right and down a bit, this big encapsulated area with this congestion that kind of comes off of it. So we can see, and when it comes to the whites of your eyes, that's what's happening right now. So the irises are showing you a window of things that have been happening for your whole life in the last 10, 20, 30 years, stages of disease as it's developed. But the whites is going to show you what's happening right now, and then you can take immediate action. Okay, so these are just a few photos of before and after. The before photos are on top. This is a woman with lung cancer. These are the photos on bottom. This is only 6 weeks into changing the lifestyle, making some modifications. You can see all this major congestion and irritation and lowered immune system starting to change. And so I just wanted to give you guys, a few examples. And we do have coaches around the world that are facilitating not only iridology and sclerology together, which is the way you should do it, because there's a lot of iridologists that just do iridology. There's sclerologists just do sclerology. But really, we should look at how long this has been developing and what's happening right now. And by using the two together, along with maybe reading the tongue and the nails and the skin, and there's other signs, we can get a very clear indication of what's happening and give people a plan to actually heal. Okay, so how do we heal ourselves? Well, it comes down to the right education and action. If you can find somebody that's getting results with lots of people for the very thing you're wanting to get results for, and doing it hopefully in a healthy way where you can track people 5, 6, 7, 10 years later and see that they've, benefited greatly. It's getting the right education and then taking action straight away. And what you'll discover is that the things that I share and teach are in direct alignment with the longest lived cultures on earth. There's a book called The Blue Zones that you could buy by Dan Buettner. And they'll give you some basic information of how these people live their lives. And it's right in alignment with something that I teach called the 7 principles of health. Okay. Having plants for good, clean, quality air, drinking the right kind of water, drinking enough water for your body weight and type, sunshine, how much sunshine, when, maybe even checking your vitamin D levels and where they should be. Exercise, what is the healthiest exercise, and what keeps my digestive system moving, lymphatic system moving? How often do I need to exercise, and can too much exercise actually be harmful? So looking at all these things and then making a choice based on what your goals are. Do you want to be a triathlete, or you just want to be somebody that's super healthy, that lives a long time, but doesn't have to go smash it in the gym and, be an athlete? What are the basic things I need to do to be healthy? Passion, whole foods is a big one. So that's a massive level of education that needs to happen with what kinds of foods and how can we design our lifestyle to really be the healthiest that we can be. And again, a lot of what I teach is going to mimic what the longest lived cultures do. Okay. Because the proof is in the pudding over thousands of years. And we need to stop buying into these quick fad diets that everybody's doing because 20-year-olds can be ripped and have a six-pack, so everybody should eat like them. That stuff doesn't work for 30, 40, 50 years. And if your goal is to be around a very long time and reduce all-cause mortality of cancer, heart disease, diabetes, that's also going to play into autoimmune conditions and all kinds of other things. And then, of course, we need to have a good discussion about relationships and processes that we can go through to heal ourselves and heal trauma and wounds emotionally and energetically. And this is why fasting has been around, as one of the most amazing tools of the greatest of greats of all time. You hear about Gandhi and Mandela and Pythagoras and Da Vinci and so many of these amazing individuals, Jesus and Moses and Plato, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the space that I like to play in and educate people about, is how to let food be thy medicine be thy food. But the second part of that quote was left out. Okay, the full quote says, let thy food be thy medicine be thy food. But to eat when you are sick is to feed your sickness. Okay, so if you're actually sick, there's a level of time of which you need to stop eating and actually fast and rest and allow your body to heal itself. And so that's where the power of fasting really comes in. And the cool thing is all of the beautiful information that was shared, my father learning for many years, fasting and doing things. And then I got access to all of this information when I was 13 years old. And then by the time I was about, 30 or so, I started running my own fasting programs. And so for the past 12 or 13 years, I've been facilitating these programs, working with clinical fasting doctors and, proving the science. So the science is there, and I want to go deep into the science of how we can detoxify the entire body. How can we clean out heavy metals? How can we clean out all the little poisons from environmental things and other things that people have been doing, additives to foods, stuff that's in the air? How can we completely detoxify ourselves and at the same time regenerate our bodies? Because at a certain period of time on fasting, our body starts to produce what are called embryonic style stem cells and regenerate our organs. So I really want to go deep into that. Modern science actually calls the process of fasting rejuvenescence, because our bodies actually rejuvenate themselves. The cells completely clean out, metabolism resets itself. Even somebody who's in their 60s can reset their metabolism back to that of a 35-year-old. So I want to go into the details, show you guys the science, and get you inspired on how you truly can heal yourself and reverse the aging process. Okay. And I can tell you that over the years, out of all the people who came to my program, it's the main thing that you notice straight away. When people come to my fasting programs and they're guided through the process and they clear mental, emotional, and physical toxicity, and they get access to these stem cells naturally, everybody, when they go home, is like, oh my God, did you go get stem cell therapy, or did you do Botox? You look so much better. You look so much younger. And of course, when people say, oh, I went to this fasting retreat, then people are like, oh, I've heard that'll make you sick and it'll ruin your metabolism. So, the word on the streets that most people get is just completely not true. We really need to understand the power of fasting, but also how to prepare for a fast, how to go through it properly. What are all the things I need to know? Because yes, when you do fast, a lot of toxicity comes in. because your liver is detoxing, your kidneys, your lungs, your lymphatic system, everything's dumping waste products. So I want to show you exactly what you need to do to get those waste products out so you can actually regenerate yourself. And again, the next step is to have the right education and take action. Okay. And this is something that I've been doing for decades. It's a family, experience where my father was running these things, for many, many years. So there's a lot of experience, a lot of time and attention and support that you'll have through this process once you learn about it. So all I'm going to do is invite you to come along to an amazing 2-hour event. This is a free masterclass. Okay. So I'm not selling anything here. If I can inspire you, I'd love for you guys to come along because you're going to learn a lot. How to minimize toxicity and prevent negative reactions, how to regenerate your body and detox. The actual program is called Detox from the Vetox. Okay. Because in this world we live in today, a lot of people have, done this jab thing for whatever reasons. And, some people want to learn, just in case there's maybe something that my body doesn't like, how can I detox? If I've had a negative reaction or something to take place, can I regenerate my body? Can I heal? And this is what I've been focused on for the last couple of years. We've had thousands and thousands and thousands of people come through this process. This is a paid process, by the way, that we're only doing for free for the Real Success Network. So it won't cost you guys anything to come through this. And there's a plethora of really good information. I'm going to open up the science. I'm going to have a little bit of speculation as well of what's going on, but I'll be very clear when we're on this masterclass. Here's the science of what's going on. This stuff is supposedly proven. I'll show you the science. Here's some things that I think that are going on, which maybe aren't so good, and I'll tell you when I'm speculating and why I'm speculating. And then I'll also be giving you exactly what you need to do to potentially reverse any of these toxins. And whether you've had a jab or not, just exposure to the environment, to other toxins through foods and different things, we're going to be able to look after you, give you guys the right information so that you can live a long, healthy, happy life. So you guys can go to realsummits.com/Tyler and you can see the dates. And I'd love for you guys to sign up. And I'll see you when I see you. So thank you guys so much for your time and attention. I really appreciate it.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Tyler. Tyler, before you go away, can we take a few questions for about 5 minutes or so?
Absolutely.
All right, fantastic. Guys, go ahead and put your questions into the chat. If you have any questions about the masterclass, what you're going to learn, the link is in the chat. It is realsummits.com/Tyler. Get in now and book your spot on this free masterclass. All the times are on the page. So all you have to do is head over to realsummits.com/Tyler. Interesting question that came up, Tyler, about Alzheimer's.
Yeah, I just saw that. Yes, I'll jump right into that. So my father, Don Tolman, actually took 9 Alzheimer's patients. These were people with different stages of Alzheimer's, of course, but some of them pretty far gone. He took them to a place called Pensacola, Florida, with a team of people, and he had 30 days with them. And so he put them through this entire process of detoxification. He had them hydrating the right amount. He put them on a colon cleanse that specifically worked with using also bentonite clay, which is a process of pulling heavy metals out of the body, because we believe that mercury, aluminum, cadmium, arsenic, and other heavy metals are actually accumulating within the brain that lead to Alzheimer's, dementia, motor neurons disease, et cetera, et cetera. So essentially you put them on this big process of digestive cleansing, hydrating. They would walk by the beach and get in the sun every day to develop that vitamin D. The walking process is great. And essentially he put them on an extended fast. And to do that, you have to also make sure that they're detoxifying. They take their blood tests to make sure they're not deficient, all that sort of stuff. And long story short, 9 out of the 9 actually had a full reversal of Alzheimer's, meaning that the people who were, the children of these people and other people around were absolutely shocked because they were able to fully remember their family and hug and kiss. And it was like an absolutely amazing experience. So having that experience, I was just a young teenager at the time. I've worked with people with Alzheimer's since then, and motor neurons disease and Parkinson's, and seen amazing success as well. So absolutely, the answer is yes. And obviously the sooner the better, that you get on top of it.
Oh, brilliant. Tyler, I've asked questions speaking to different teachers. I want to pose the same question to you. I know that you've helped thousands of students all over the world. Is there one person that you've helped that will have left a soft spot in your heart, that you will never forget this person till the day that you die because of the work that you put in together?
There's been quite a few. When you say that, though, there's one guy that specifically comes to mind that had prostate cancer. And when he came to the program, we facilitate kind of advanced mental and emotional clearing experiences. One of those experiences is called breath work, where you essentially get the person breathing into a higher state of consciousness. But while they're doing that, you're actually having a conversation with them when they're really having like pain or something that comes up. And so this one individual ended up like fully opening up and letting loose, and his son had committed suicide, and he had never spoken to anybody about it. He just bottled it up, and he actually believed he was the reason. So he blamed himself for his own son committing suicide. He'd never talked about it. He had prostate cancer, amongst other health conditions. And then while he was on this 21-day fasting experience, he went through this emotional clearing and fully just broke down crying, told the entire group. And in fact, while he was doing this breath work, he says, my son actually came to me and said, Dad, it's not your fault, and this is the reasons and things that happened, and I love you, and like had this full spiritual awakening and experience. And so I would say, out of all the experiences I had, that was right up there, just seeing this man fully let loose and break down and have this experience, and then to be told he had spontaneous remission from prostate cancer. A lot of times I wonder if some of these major conditions are because of major mental and emotional trauma that happens to us as well. So thanks for allowing me to share that.
Guys, head over to realsummits.com/Tyler, Tyler. It is going to be an absolutely fantastic masterclass, minimize toxicity and prevent negative reactions. You want to go over to that link right now. The link is in the chat. Sorry for the delay, guys. The link has been posted in the chat. Follow the link that says /Tyler. That will take you through to the masterclass page. It is going to be an absolutely brilliant session. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to try and watch it. I know Candace is hosting the session. I have seen it before, but it's so good to refresh it on that. And I think the one thing that I love that you break down, Tyler, is the different hours in the day that our body does different things, like from 4 a.m. to 12 p.m., how we detoxify. And the first thing that popped into my head when you shared that, and just giving you guys a little sneak peek, was that breakfast is the best meal, is the most important meal of the day. But they didn't tell you at what time breakfast is the most important meal of the day. So I just those kind of things that you shed light on, and really bust so many myths when it comes to what we're doing, how we're carrying on our life, and the energy and the resourcefulness of our body it's just next level, and it's so easy to digest, excuse the pun, for so many people. It is going to be absolutely fantastic. Before you leave us, Tyler, we've got lots of questions coming in. Tyler, can you help me with this? Tyler, can you help me with that? Is there anything that you can't help with? I think let's cut to the chase right here. Is there anything you can't help these incredible people with?
Yeah, I'd say, look, I'm a big believer that there is actually one way that we can go about major detoxification and regeneration. So everybody can benefit from that. And this has been happening by every major religion has promoted it. Every great individual throughout time, men and women have done this process. So when people are experiencing disease in general, there is a way scientifically proven to do that effectively to detox and regenerate. And in saying that, like, of course, some cases it's too late, but doing it safely and effectively, being able to look at somebody's blood chemistry or just make sure they're not deficient and make sure they're well educated, because you don't want just anybody like, oh, okay, Tyler said fasting's good, I'm going to go do 2 weeks of a water fast without knowing how to prepare and clear things out and support the body, and then how to break a fast efficiently to give your body optimal nutrition to regenerate. They're all very important factors. But in general, I would say everybody will benefit from this in some way or another, for sure.
Definitely. And the one thing that stood out for me was that obviously your wealth is connected to your health. And it's so important that you're giving people, 30, 40 years additional onto what they would have had. And the more we're on the planet, guys, the more you persevere, the more money you're going to make, the better relationships you're going to have, the better circle of influence you're going to create. And it is so important. But Tyler, before we say goodbye to you, just one question for 2 minutes. If somebody is on the fence, if they're not 100% sure whether this is going to work for them, if it's too late, what would be the quickest advice that you can give them so that they can head over to the page right now and book their spot?
Well, it's free, so there's nothing to lose. Like, that's it. I'm doing this for you guys. I'm offering it. There's no obligation. There's no payment that's necessary. Just come along. If I've inspired you in any way whatsoever, like, I haven't even started with the real information. We're just kind of exposing a little bit of the possibilities. So if you felt something inside of you that's like, oh, you know what if this can be good for me? Come along, check it out. And I'm pretty sure that you guys are going to get something great out of it. It's going to be worth your time for sure.
Well, guys, go ahead and put some love in the chat for Tyler. You want to go ahead to the link /TYLER. The other link that was posted, that was a mistake. So guys, just stay clear of the /TT link. Head over to /Tyler, and that will take you to the free masterclass to get in. Lots of love coming in. Put a 1 into the chat if you have registered, if you have secured your slot on this completely free masterclass. Lots of ones streaming in. Somebody putting 11, so I'm sure they registered twice, Tyler, for the program.
Love it.
And look forward to seeing you on the masterclass.
All right, I appreciate you guys' time. Thank you so much.
Cool, Tyler. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, Tyler.
Guys, one last time. I need you all to roll. I think that's Candace. I think that's
one
what's
last
it?
time. I need y'all to roll.
I need y'all to roll.
Sag, roll. But before Tyler leaves us, Tyler, I don't think I've ever had a teacher on the platform, and we love all of them and respect all of them, where Sag has not stopped speaking about, literally all the time. Every time he's like, oh, you're having breakfast? Tyler says, oh, you're doing this? I want to, guys, I'm starting to think about what would happen if I lived until 110. I'm like, okay. We're all going to sign up for Tyler. So, Tyler, I can tell you've got a huge fan and Sag. Look at his face. Brother. He can't even hide it.
I love you, man. I'm looking forward to...
You know why? It's because I never thought I never thought about old age and living old and so on. Like, that was never crossed my path. And when I was on the 6-hour workshop with you, one thing that came out was that, geez, if I live for another 40, 50 years, I thought I would, I could become a billionaire. Like, I could honestly I've never had that thought in my entire life. It never crossed my mind. And working with you and going through the processes and so on, I was like, this is actually a realistic goal. It can be anyone's reality. If you find what your purpose is and you're congruent to your values and you can maintain, I'm not going to say it's easy. It's not easy at all, because it's going to require a lot of you. But it's just, all our teachers are great. I'm not going to say which one's my favorite and so on, but they're all great. But I just think that in the place that I am at the moment, I love the work and I appreciate what you're doing for so many people.
Oh, so
I mean, it's Padawan.
Thank you so much.
I don't want a deep Padawan. Fantastic. All
Thank
right,
you,
cool.
Tyler. We love you. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, guys. You're lovely.
Yes. One last time, I need you all to roar. And one last time, I need you all to go to realsummits.com/Tyler and get in on the masterclass right now. You will not regret it. It is going to be absolutely fantabulous. We're going to take that link down in 3, 2, 1. Cool. Okay.
Oh, you're on this side of my screen. I keep pointing. I'm sure people are like, she does not know her directional arrows. It's flipped, guys. It's flipped.
We flipped the script, guys. We flipped the script. All right. As we move on to our next speaker, let us, guys, we can change the countdown clock. I think that can take us back to 0. We can reset that. But it's almost like, you know, when we're going traveling by plane and the pilot says we were approaching our destination and it has been really fun, really enjoyable being with you, and we hope that you choose us in the future. You know, like
yes.
we hope that you
choose to fly with. Yes.
We're starting.
You're giving me FOMO.
I know. I'm like, guys. I'm like, Brian. Can we add another day? Let's do day 4 tomorrow of the Real Success Summit. I don't want to let these people go. They're just so probably one of the. We don't want to let these guys go.
Oh.
But I'm going to hand over to Candace to tell you about our next speaker who did speak yesterday. So I don't know if you're going to get that poll up and running. Just to find out just to have an indication of how many people have listened to Paul Mahoney before. As you guys do that, we're going to go ahead and just check. All right, fantastic. Got everything ready to rock and roll. Yep. Everything's ready to rock and roll.
Everything's ready to rock. I'm just waiting for your magic words, Saj. My smile.
I'm waiting for the poll to come up. I'm like, just trying to see where there's a poll or not. I don't know whether there's a poll. I feel like I'm swinging around the poll here, guys. I'm like hustling like J-Lo and Hustlers. So
we can go into it.
It looks like 60% of the room have listened to Paul Mahoney before. And actually, it's moving to about 50. It's about 50-50 in the room. Sorry, Letitia, you did miss Eric Thomas. It was fantastic. It was fantastic. Yeah. Richard Wilson says, you two of my absolute fave teachers, hosts, towards helping so many of us succeed. Walking the talk. You guys are rock stars.
Thank you, Richard. We appreciate you.
Brilliant. I'm going to hand over to Candace, and she's going to tell us a little bit more about our next speaker, Paul Mahoney.
Thank you, Saj. Paul Mahoney is the world's #1 social media expert. He's an international entrepreneur, author, and speaker who specializes in digital marketing and wealth creation. Today, he's here to equip your kids with the skills to master financial literacy. So without further ado, here's Paul Mahoney.
So welcome, everybody. I'm so excited to have you all here again. I'm just going to mute myself here. We have a very, very inspiring session coming up. And the reason I say that is because I truly believe this session is the most important of the entire weekend, because it's not about us, the speakers. It's not even about you, the listeners. It's about the next generation. And it's about showing them how they can take the torch from us, learn from our mistakes, and actually leave an incredible planet behind, so much better than what they're receiving from us. So I want you to type into the chat, let's help. Type into the chat right now, let's help. If you're keen to help the next generation get on top of their finances, on top of their plans, their goals, their visions, their purpose in life from a young age, from as young as 7 years of age. And please, can we bring up the slides and we'll just kick off right away. So let's type that into the chat right now. Let's say, let's help. Excellent. Okay, well, as you can see on the slide, this is literally celebration time for parents, because I have spent since 2015, what was that, 7 years, working on something that I truly believe is my calling, to help the next generation, to help them get to this whole new level that we as parents don't even believe that is possible, right? And let me just jump on here into our next slide. A little bit of a hesitation there. What you are going to learn right now with me in this relatively short session is 4 particular steps. The first being how the child or teen in your life, and by the way, you don't need to have a child or teen yourself, right? This could be a nephew, a niece, a grandchild, or just a neighbor, or some person, some youthful person who you feel you would love to be able to give this opportunity to, right? Someone saying, I am that child, so Sarah, exactly, right? So I'm going to teach you how to become super smart about money. I'm going to show you how you'll be able to earn money, allow your children to earn their own pocket money within days from right now, how to become a genius at saving, and also how, most importantly, they can help others at the same time and learn that money is not about what you can get, but more so about what you can give and give to others, okay? Who likes the sound of that message? Type in me if you like the sound of that message that we're going to be sharing right now, okay? And this is going to be an incredibly fun session. And if you have children or teens at home that are still up, they're more than welcome to sit into this, especially after the first 10 minutes, maybe, because we're going to start off with a reality check that is a little bit harsh. And this is why it is so critical that we learn about this in 2022, because the system quite simply is broken. It's absolutely broken, right? What do I mean by that? Well, the report card of adults living in the US, as far as I'm concerned, is what happens financially at the age of 65. And these numbers are from Robert Kiyosaki from the famous book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, where he says 91% of people that reach age 65 in the US are either dead or dead broke. 1% are considered rich, 4% are considered comfortable, 5% are still working in a job, while 56% are relying on their government or family for support. The other third, unfortunately, didn't make it to 65, right? This is the true results, right? Only 1% actually make it to a financial wealth. That doesn't mean they're happy either, by the way, but at least it gives them a chance, right? So nobody, as far as I'm concerned, within the educational system has the time to start with the end in mind and think, where are these children going to end up when they're grandparents, right? We're literally thinking, how do we get them through school today, right? How do we get them through this week? You know, and that's the big thing. We don't have the time, the energy, the effort to do this. And I understand that. Teachers are amazing, right? But we're stuck in systems that were designed hundreds of years ago to teach very different skills as to what are required to thrive in today's society. So let's look at this, right? 53% of American households are at risk of insufficient retirement savings, right? Over half. More than 1 in 3 workers in the US have less than $1,000 saved. Think about that. More than a third have less than $1,000 saved. If their car breaks down on the way to work and they have to use $1,000, that's their lifetime of savings gone in fixing it. 1 in 4 Americans, and I'm choosing Americans because that's our primary audience that are here today, don't have a single cent saved. 25% don't have anything saved, right? And in fact, I'm not sure if you're aware of this or not, but 3.6 billion people on the planet earn less than $10 a day. Let me repeat that. 3.6 billion with the B people earn less than $10 a day. Type into the chat, I am grateful. If just for one moment you step back and realize, what? At least I'm in the half that's earning more than $10 a day, right? Because it's so easy for us to feel like you don't have everything. We're comparing ourselves to everybody else. But guess what? Chances are when you're born, in most places in the world, that you'll never earn more than $10 a day, right? So if we take that gratitude and then think we owe that other half of the world, that we do the very best with what we have, the opportunities that we complain about, that our worst day in the first world would be their best day in their world in terms of the opportunities, right? So the moment we start to think differently, the moment we start to think impact, and the moment we start to think, how do we empower them rather than giving handouts, that is when the world changes. And thank you. I can almost feel your energy, your gratitude right now. Here's the crazy thing. The average age expectancy right now, when you're born, is over 100 years of age. When my most recent daughter was born, she's expected to live to 103 years. 103 years, right? So how does this line up with our standard plan, the ABC plan of success in life? First 20 years, go to school and learn how to get a job. The next 45 years, do the job. The last 15 years, hopefully you've earned enough money that you run out before your money runs out, right? And the scary thing, of course, is that people's number one fear is not public speaking, right? It's actually running out of money. That has become people's number one fear because most people now realize they're probably going to outlive their money. And that is a serious issue, right? So the system that we are all tied into, and here's the thing, your friends, your family, your people that you work with, they are all bought into this system by default, right? So they naturally think there's something wrong with you if you challenge this. And there's no point getting angry with them because you can't fix something that is so endemic in what we believe with just a simple conversation. But what it starts with is about you becoming empowered yourself to understand how do we work our way out of this without pointing the finger at others saying they shouldn't be doing that, they should be doing that, the politicians aren't doing this, right? Well, let's look at the options that we give our children as they go through education and come out the other side nowadays. Number one, and these are in no particular order, they could become an entrepreneur, as we talked about a lot this weekend. They could go and become and take up a traditional career. Or number three, they could take a job, right? A job or a skill or a trade. Okay, now let's look at those each in turn very briefly, okay? Number one, becoming an entrepreneur. Well, you go to school, you realize that college really isn't for you. You want to just get out there and you want to go and you know, set up your own business. Then you realize that you set up your first traditional business, you go and borrow some money, maybe from your parents, maybe from the bank, and then you live happily ever after, right? Unfortunately, that's not the case. There is a 96% chance of failure with that traditional business. That's the reality, right? 96% chance, right? Then what happens? Bankruptcy and financial ruin. In some countries, you literally cannot borrow money and you can't literally do anything for at least a decade if you've been declared bankrupt once. It's worse in European countries than it is in America. Right, at least in the US, it's considered earning your stripes if a business failed. But in countries like in Ireland or the UK, it's like, you know, how dare you? You know, you're a failure because you actually attempted to set up a business and it didn't work out, right? Even though you're like trying to create employment. And at the same time, you've probably taken on a mortgage, which has put a massive stress on you and your family to try and pay that back. You may or may not remember me speak about this before, but the average person pays $600,000 on interest on debt alone in a lifetime, right? It's an absolute trap. So that's not a great option, right? What about option two? The career, the one that most parents want their kids to take, like a doctor, a lawyer. Well, they're the A students in school. They're graduate top or close to top of their class to go get themselves a permanent job and live happily ever after, right? You remember permanent jobs. They didn't turn out to be that permanent after all, right? In fact, like the average doctor in the US, they don't pay back their college loan until they're 55. The average price of a university per year in the US, middle of the road university, $37,000 a year, $190,000 for 5 years in a top college. The average debt, 37, I just mentioned, and $1.7 trillion, the US government's number one asset is outstanding student debt, right? And again, they want to get a mortgage. Their parents put them under pressure to get a mortgage and to grow up and take some responsibility, right? Look at that challenge. Option number three, right? You go get a job, you go through school, you decide, yeah, I don't really like college. I'm not really academic, so I'm going to go learn a skill or a trade. Then you find it difficult to get a job. You find it difficult to get a mortgage. You live happily ever after? Of course not, right? And of course, we know now that divorce is higher than it's ever been before. Right, higher than 50%. And the reality of this is because it's due to financial constraints, people outliving their means, people that are living way beyond what they're earning right now, right? So if you're in that situation, you have no job certainty, 50% of all jobs, listen to this, please, 50% of all jobs that exist right now will not exist in 15 years from now. How many schools do you know are educating people for a whole new world where half of the jobs that exist today will be gone, right? How many? Because think about it, by the time your 5-year-old graduates, half of the jobs that exist will be gone. So they should already be learning those skills, right? But of course, we don't have the time, the energy, the effort to put into this, right? So you end up renting for a lifetime in many of their cases, no financial security, relationship breakdowns, reliance on families and government, and it just keeps on keeping on, right? This challenge, this problem where money becomes a dirty word. So neither of the, any of these three options don't seem to be particularly appealing, right? But the truth of the matter is, any of them can work with financial smarts. Right? We make silly decisions when we're not educated financially. When we're unsure, we listen to the people who sound the most certain, right? And when you're growing up as a child, that's your parents and your teachers, and they have your best interest at heart as a child, but they're also trapped financially. So think about it. It's like trying to learn how to live a life outside of the prison from prisoners who've never been outside of the prison in the first place, who don't even realize they're in jail, right? So that's what most people are like from a financial perspective. They're completely trapped and aren't even fully aware of that. So for me, what we need to do is, rather than blaming the system and blaming the teachers and blaming everybody else, is we take ownership, we take responsibility, and we take our children's education to the next level when it comes to financial smarts. Now, you add in something like COVID to the mix, and that completely throws the cat among the pigeons. Now children can't even, speak to each other properly without a mask wearing. They can't see each other properly. They're missing out on all these skills and opportunities of socializing with each other. And it's just getting more and more challenging, right? However, we're also scaring them by every time they turn on the news or watching it with their parents is how many people died today, right? Death counts, hospital counts. Imagine growing up in this world as a child when you think this is the news of how many people died today. I mean, even if we just saw how many people were born today, it might be a little bit more inspiring than how many people died today and what did they die of. Or what about this? Did you realize that every single day in the US alone, there are 1,200 new millionaires created every single day, most of them online? Imagine if we were sharing those numbers every day, what your children and teens would be thinking. I'm next, right? When is it my turn? 1,200 new millionaires per day. How inspiring is that? Type in inspiring if you're starting to think, wow, actually, why don't we share those kind of numbers, right? Right? Because that suddenly lifts the energy. It suddenly makes people realize there's more than a chance. You don't just have to win the lottery, right? And that's the beauty of all of this, because we are going to take ownership of that starting right now. I talked about this before, but I'll say it again. The smartphone, it is literally worth its weight in gold. Most parents see it as a massive threat to their children, but we're the threat. We are the last ever generation that are born into a world where screens weren't dominant in our lives. So we are holding on to that for dear life, saying it was so much better in our day. It was so much better when we used to go out on the streets and didn't have a care in the world, and we had no money and we had no food, but everything was amazing. Right? Everything looks great when you look back with rose-tinted glasses. But it's actually us that are trying to hinder the progress. When those screens, right, actually, and those phones contain the solution to allow your children, if used in the correct way, to never have to worry about money their entire lives. Right? It's just a rethinking of the way that we view things. Nothing is ever exactly black and white. It's always some shade of gray in between. But it's only when we start to open our eyes that these opportunities start to appear. How can our children or teens take advantage of the opportunities and avoid the predestined path of financial uncertainty? The solution for me is through fun and engaging education. And the thing is, I'm the son of 2 teachers, and I've been thinking about this for a number of years, and there was nothing out there. Literally nothing out there. One book from Robert Kiyosaki, that's not going to change kids' lives. Children don't even particularly like reading that much. And I understood very quickly why this wasn't a big thing. Anybody want to guess why a lot of people aren't doing this? Why there aren't entrepreneurs all over the world focusing on helping children become financially smart? Is because it's very difficult to make money from this. There's not a lot of money in it, right? The children aren't going to buy it off you. Most of the parents have no interest in purchasing anything related to financial education because they say, oh, money, let children be children. Let them worry about that when they're older, right? Because the parents have a toxic relationship with money. So I can totally get why entrepreneurs haven't gone into this space. But you know what? That didn't stop me. I said, well, somebody's got to do it. And it's probably not a bad place to start if it's the son of two teachers, because teaching is in my DNA. And I said, well, I'm going to make sure this happens. And I've literally invested over $1 million of my own money into getting this created over the past number of years. And in fact, I would love to introduce you to what we are going to be talking about today, which is called financial freedom. And it's inspired by this guy, Salman, who was 13 years of age and came to a workshop for grown-up entrepreneurs and solopreneurs who were learning how to build an online business. And he put up his hand within just a few minutes and said, Paul, can I share something? I said, please. He said, I've just made, and we bring it up here right now for you, $190 in 11 minutes. And that was when I realized I'm focused on the wrong generation. While other adults in the room are saying, sorry, the Wi-Fi code doesn't work. No, it definitely doesn't work. You've got your caps button on. What does caps button mean? What does any key mean? I'm looking for any key. Where's any key? I don't see any key that says A-N-Y on it, right? And you're like, why are we spending so much energy on them when children are like, would you come on, right? And that's the amazing thing about this is the younger you are, the easier it is to do this, right? So it was children just like Salman. Then I had an 11-year-old called Caden who came and he won the competition for adults. Then I had a 13-year-old who made $13,000 in 2 days. And I said, right, that's it. This is happening. We are going to help the next generation, right? And wait till you see what we have come up with. I want to introduce you to financial freedom. And let's just play a quick little short snippet of a video that will introduce you to this concept and see what you think.
Welcome to Financial Freedom, an interactive, gamified, rewards-based entrepreneurial learning program that will equip kids and teens with the tools they need to be financially smart. Let's give you a tour of what awaits. Let's start with the vision board and goals that is filled with things that inspire you and leave you feeling happy. Upload images and words that spark your motivation and remind you of your values, goals, and dreams. Now let's make our way to the virtual learning zone. Financial freedom uses story-based learning, complemented with a strong rewards module. In the kids zone, animated characters take them on an adventure, whereas teens are taught by one of their own as they talk through their own experience in each module. It's really easy to use, as modules unlock after completion. Gems and badges are earned as you progress, enticing you to level up through the program. We all like to have fun, and it's fun to play games against friends. That's why game-based learning is built into every level of the course. Games can be played over and over as you work your way up the leaderboard while cementing the core points of that module. All of this comes together with the rewards page, the badges of honor and the coins that have been earned as they have completed various modules, tasks, and challenges. Now things get really exciting. It's business opening time. Financial freedom teaches more than just financial principles. It teaches the value of money by exposing you to multiple easy-to-start businesses. Heard of Depop? Well, all you need to do is download the app, register, and start selling your old toys and clothes. But what about Fiverr or opening a car wash? Share your business success stories and challenges, or just be inspired, encouraged, and motivated by your peers. Think your business has what it takes? Then check out the Fundable Zone, a room full of investors where you can gain sales experience, benefit from their feedback, and potentially land funding. This is more than just learning. It promotes real entrepreneurial behavior and values. Financial freedom. teaching teens and kids how to become financially smart.
Type in amazing into the chat if you haven't already done so. Just if you already are starting to think, holy moly, what? I can already see the amount of people going, I wish I had this growing up. Let me ask you a question. How much would you, as a person who knows a child, whether you're a parent, guardian, nephew, or an aunt or an uncle or a grandparent, how much would you pay? How much would you pay for something that would allow your child to learn financial freedom before they even go to college? Genuine question. How much would you pay? Think about that for a minute, right? How much would you actually invest in your child financially to give them the skills that they would never, ever have to worry about money for their entire lives, right? If you think about it, that's what most parents are putting money into their college funds for. Thousands, tens of thousands, hoping that by getting some letters after your name is going to somehow solidify your chances of making money, right? That's not how the world works nowadays, right? This has completely changed the game. And I'm so excited to be introducing this to you today. So we have all these online trainings that we walk to children through. And the amazing part about this is that Forbes picked up on this recently and actually featured me, even though I keep out of this as like it's a completely separate brand. I want to be hidden in the background. That wasn't too easy to do when Forbes asked, could they speak to the founder? And I said, well, okay. And we got such incredible feedback from all over the world, from parents, from companies, from people that really understood our mission, right? We want to take education to a whole new level. We want to evolve education so that children stop being challenged with mental health issues, stop being challenged with financial issues, stop being challenged by comparing themselves to other people on Instagram, and show them how to find their true mission, their true purpose, their true vision, and the reason they are here on this planet. So I'm so excited to be, you're one of the very first people to actually see this as it comes to fruition. So this is not taught at home. It's not taught in schools, but it's a simple and fun and easy to follow and engaging way of allowing your children and teens, right, to be able to, by the way, children of any age, to be able to learn how they can succeed in life. So we use what we call a LEAP system. So like jumping up in the air, LEAP, where the L is for learn, okay? The E is for earn. The A is for accelerate, and the P is for play. And I'm going to walk you through these right now, and I'll just give you a brief concept of what they're about. But the learning segment is where we teach the theory, right? That's been done before. We're not the first people to teach people the practical theory of what debit means, what credit means, what's the difference between a debit card and a credit card. That's usually where it ends, right? But usually it's not taught in a fun and memorable way. Most parents, if they're being honest, don't fully understand themselves the difference between assets and liabilities, or good debt and bad debt for that matter. Earning then is something that we do which is completely unique. We show them practically exactly what to do to make money. Literally 7-year-olds, 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds that can earn more than their parents by just following simple instructions step by step of exactly what to do. Multiple types of business that they can create from home. A is for accelerate. That's learning how to save money, how to grow money, how to invest money, how to get 10%, 15%, even 20% return plus per year on your money. Now, some of you are saying, that's impossible. Banks will only pay 0.5%. You are correct. But who said anything about banks? We are talking about teaching skills that you don't know in most cases. And most people will be honest and say, I have no idea because I don't have time, the energy, and I don't like money. I have a poor relationship with it. But we're going to fix that from the outset. And the most important step is number 4, P for play. We want to show your child and teen that money is about being an enabler, to allow them to help their family, to help other children, to help people in need across the globe, to actually literally change their lives. If you remember the thing we used to have back in the day called pen pals, we want to bring that back to life, where people who are on this program will sponsor children in other countries, and they can build businesses together online and truly encourage people across the globe to take ownership of their own financial situation and never to have to rely on handouts again. This is truly a game changer, which I'm so proud of. So I'll just give you an example here within the learning profile of some of the things that we teach. For example, we talk about the 5 different levels of wealth. that most people are completely unaware of, that we start with debt. 90% of the world are in debt. The next level up is scarcity, where you just about have enough to get by. The next level above that then is health, where you're in a decent financial health situation. Then we get to prosperity, and then at the top we get to wealth and impact. And what we do with the learning, earning, accelerating, and play is we connect the dots to show your child and teen how they can go from the predestined debt, which is almost planned in for them, right? That's actually planned into their plan. You've got to go backwards in order for you to succeed in life. You've got to get a college loan. That's just how it is, right? And actually show them that college is not a bad thing, but what if you could pay for it yourself, right? And you just saw the video introducing what this concept is going to look like, where it literally feels like a university faculty. So they already feel like they're getting that experience without even leaving their own home if they don't want to, right? So I'll give you some examples here within Learn. We want to teach incredibly powerful concepts from people that they will have heard of, from some people that they don't exactly look up to, but they'll have heard of, like Warren Buffett, but also celebrities and so on that they love. So Warren Buffett talks about all the time that he loves to get up every day and learn, right? He said, I like to sit in my office and learn. And he said, I like to go to bed smarter than when I woke up. And one of the things that he also says is that his number one piece of advice is to build your wealth through compounding. Now, most people have heard of compound interest, but most people don't put it into action, right? So Einstein used to call it the eighth wonder of the world, right? Now, let's explain it from a financial perspective. Let's play a video to show you how compounding is explained from our characters who I'll introduce to you in a little moment.
Hello, it's CF again here. So in this video, let's carry on talking all about compounding. And we want to introduce you in this video to two people. This is Dan, and this is his twin brother, Toby. Hey, Dan. Hey, Toby. And they're both 20 years old. Now, let's imagine at age 20, Dan here starts to invest $4,000 a year. And what Dan does is he puts his money in an account that pays him 10% interest a year. Now, Dan understands the power of compounding, so he does not touch the interest, but he allows it to be reinvested every year. Smart guy, Dan. And let's fast forward 20 years. So Dan is now 40, and now Dan stops funding the account, but he leaves the money in there to continue to grow at 10% a year. So far, so good. Now let's turn our attention to his brother, Toby. Let's imagine Toby doesn't even start to invest until he turns 40, the same age that his brother, Dan, has stopped. And let's, just to keep things simple, imagine Toby invests exactly the same as his brother, $4,000 a year, and his money also grows at 10% interest a year, the same as his brother. But let's imagine that Toby invests for 25 years in total, so 5 years longer than his brother. And now let's fast forward even more to when they're both 65 years old. So the big question, of course, is who has the most money? Well, get this, okay? Toby, who started saving when he was 40, and he saved for 25 years, which was longer than his brother, would now have just less than $400,000. However, are you ready for this? Dan, the brother who got started earlier, he had the earlier start, and he stopped saving before his brother even began, would have almost, you ready for this, $2.5 million for investing less money than his brother, but he got started earlier. And that's the key thing. You need to start investing as early as possible because you have time on your side. And that's one of the many things that we want to teach here in the members area at Financial. You have a massive advantage over every adult. Biggest mistake that most people make when it comes to money is they fail to take advantage of the incredible power of compounding. Compounding is so important, and it's fun as soon as you understand it. And that's what we want to teach you here in Financial. So let's wrap up this video. We like to keep these videos nice and short, and let's continue looking at compounding in the next video. See you there in a second.
Isn't that just incredible? Isn't that just incredible, the fact that you realize, wow, what if I had just started a few years earlier? Imagine how your child feels when they're watching this at 9, 10, 12, 15, 16, right? And they might be feeling depressed about things, and suddenly they see that and they realize, what? Well, I just need to save $1 a day and suddenly this will turn into millions if I can compound it. Right? And there are opportunities today that didn't exist for you, where you can be getting 20, 30, 40% a year. It's absolutely incredible. And that's what's so exciting about this. We are able to allow them to learn how to take advantage of these situations right now. Okay, we talk about savings accounts, checking accounts, all those kind of things. But most importantly, we personalize it. We share the stories of entrepreneurs who have been there, done that, their stories, so they can start to relate to them and they can start to feel that this is absolutely possible. And so much of our educational system focuses on your child's weaknesses and trying to improve those, rather than doubling down on their strengths and encouraging them to focus on the things that they're here to do and the things they love to do and the things they get excited about doing. Step 2 then is earn. I can see the chat is going mental. This is incredible. I can see you guys are absolutely loving this, which is fantastic. The second step is earning. And this is literally the practical how-to. But just before I get into this, I want to do a very, very short little discussion about why I did this, right? I mentioned to you before that both my parents were teachers. And I decided a number of years ago, back in 2015, that I wanted to get on top of this. And then I started working with my very, very good friend and business partner, Chris, on developing something that would allow children and teens to learn. But we realized we're too old. We look too like their teachers. So that's when we realized we need to animate this. We need to actually make this fun and engaging. And now we even have turned it into a way that it almost looks like the metaverse, right? And this is becoming the new norm. This is what children and teens are expecting. They want to be educated. And as I said, I sat in that room at 30 years of age thinking that I knew everything about how the world worked, but was $500,000 in debt. But it was only after I learned the skills of the internet, and then it became personal development, and then it became money skills, that I started to realize I literally had to unlearn the first 30 years of education in my life in order to start to learn the skills that actually allow you to thrive in life, right? But we could always do that earlier if somebody would teach that. So then I started really getting involved in this. And the interesting feedback that I got, I wrote our first book on this, which was called Rethink Money. And it was written specifically for children and teens. And I realized that parents were actually pushing back a little bit, saying, well, who are you to teach my children about money? What gives you the right? I don't care if you've made $50 million or not. That's nothing to do with it. Are you qualified to? I thought, how interesting that people don't measure your ability to teach your children about money unless you pass an exam. So I said, okay, well, let's do that. And I went and I became a qualified financial advisor, passed the exams, and went and did that so that parents would have that feeling of, okay, fair enough, right? I actually can trust this person because they passed the exam. Because we're so ingrained in that way of thinking, I said, rather than arguing with it, let's go out there and let's do that. And we wrote a book that's actually for free on Kindle, if you want to grab it. But most importantly, again, like I said earlier, a book isn't going to change a child's life. It needs to be more engaging than that. And we brought this to South Africa in 2019, where there was an event where there were 50,000 children there over 4 days, and it was truly inspiring. That's our team up on stage, teaching them the leap model and the leap dance, and we really started to bring this out to the world. And then COVID hit. But our main two objectives were to teach children, right, and teens how to become financially smart and to have fun while learning at the same time. And yes, they are totally possible to have at the same time. We want to empower your children to lead extraordinary lives and to be shining lights. And we use our online platform to do this. And our primary characters, Palm, Cam, and CF, go on these adventures every single week, every single month, going through how your child and teen can engage with celebrities like The Rock, Warren Buffett, Kylie Jenner, the world's youngest billionaire, Jeff Bezos. And they absolutely love it. The feedback is incredible. We've 12-year-olds earning thousands of dollars per month. We've Branson, we've Deadpool, we've Mark Zuckerberg, now not themselves, but we bring their characters into play. So this becomes relevant. It's absolutely on point. Right? They're not spending time learning about things that happened 500 years ago that most children will tune out with. It's actually a very, very relevant news and information that they're on top of. Okay, so let's have a quick look at what happens inside the membership area where you see the likes of celebrities like The Rock. So maybe let's just play a quick video of the vault here to give you an even better sense of this.
Hey, CF again here. Okay, come close because I've got a secret that I want to share with you. Things are always exciting when we whisper, aren't they? We want to introduce you in this video to a new secret area here in the members area at Financial. And we're calling this secret section the Vault. Now, it sounds intriguing, doesn't it? What is the Vault? Let me tell you. We want you to think of the Vault as being something like Tony Stark's laboratory from Iron Man. Wasn't that a great movie? Or the Batcave from Batman. Or if you're a James Bond fan, you know the laboratory where all the gadgets are made? Think of the Vault as being something like that, because moving forward from now on, it's in the Vault, and we'll take a look in the Vault in a second, that you will find the rest of the month's content. And every month, a special celebrity guest is going to deliver this content for us. This month, we've met him a few times before here in Financial, but flying up above us in his celebrity helicopter, it's my friend and yours, Dwayne Johnson, The Rock. Hello, Rock. Now, the reason that we've mentioned The Rock a few times before is because he is a great guy to learn from. When The Rock started his acting career, he famously once said, I know two things. The first thing is I have no money, I'm broke. And the second thing I know is it won't always be that way. The Rock is now the richest actor in the world. So The Rock is a great example of what can be achieved when you have a plan. So we want to share this plan with you. So Rock, can you share with us the rest of the content for this month? Here it comes. Thank you, Rock. Got it. Great. Right. Pom, let me give this to you. Thanks for your help, Rock, by the way. And Cam, can you help us access the Vault so we can share this content with everybody? Okay, nice work, Cam. Nice. Okay, great. We are in. Fantastic. So let's enter into the Vault. This is what the Vault looks like. This is the first time you've seen the Vault. I know. Let's grab a seat. Pom, can you activate the content while I finish this video, please? And of course, we're about to continue with Earn. Okay, great, Pom. Thank you. This is looking good. So in Earn, of course, every month we talk about how can you make money? Well, that's what we're going to break down for you step by step as we continue with Earn here in the Vault. So let's jump into Earn in the next video. See you there next.
I just can't help but smile when I look at this, because the comments of people that are putting in the chat, they're absolutely blown away by this. And that's the thing, right? Because even as adults, you think, oh my God, I want to watch this, right? I could learn from this. I could engage in this. And that is honestly the most common question we're asked is, can I as a parent do this myself? Because I don't know how to make money online. And I say, yes, but it's not intended for you. But of course you can. It works for a child of any age. The more adults I meet, the more I think we're all children just in grown-up bodies, right? And we're afraid to ask questions. So every month we show them a different way of making money, whether it's Fiverr, eBay, Depop, Amazon, and it's different for different countries. So we show different ways of doing this. Every single month we give them what we call a playbook, which literally gives them a step-by-step guide of exactly what to do. Imagine your child was given a textbook of exactly how to make money in school. This is what we're doing through cartoons. And best of all, the tools that they need are all free. We're only recommending free tools to them so that they can do this and actually completely change their lives. Because not just because of the money, but because they see the opportunity. They don't suddenly feel anymore that there's a shortage. They feel abundance. They feel affluence. They feel that there isn't shortage. There's absolutely more than enough for everybody. And we can all share and we can all do our part. And they're all based on very simple ideas that are outlined in these playbooks every single month. So with different business ideas, some online, some not online. It kind of depends on what your child is into, right? I mean, the world is changing right now where people literally are giving up their jobs because they get paid to play games. Literally all day long, people are getting paid hundreds of dollars per week just to play computer games, right? That's the world that we live in. So we might as well grasp it and appreciate it rather than saying, I don't like that. I don't like the sound of it, and resist and resist and resist. Because when that happens, relationships break down between parents and children because we're not willing to move into their world because it's their world that exists right now. We're living in the past. They're living in the present. Together, we can move together into an incredible, prosperous future where we can have a very different relationship with money and together as a family when we understand that we're on the same path. So Depop, many of you will never have heard of it before. I want to play you a quick video just to give you an introduction to this as to how we can show your child start earning money on Depop literally within 24 hours.
So, welcome to Earn. It's CF here. Now, I'm really looking forward to sharing with you a very simple business idea that you can run, are you ready for this, entirely from your phone. And this is fun, and it can make you some regular pocket money as well. Also, don't forget, we have a playbook that you can download if you want. And in the playbook, you can follow along with everything that we are about to show you here in the videos here in Earn. And if you want to grab this playbook, just go to the download section here in the members area. Okay, so this month in Earn, Cam, Pom, and myself, we want to introduce you to something called Depop. Now, you may have possibly heard about this already. Depop is already becoming very popular with children and teens and young adults in their 20s as well. And more users are continually coming on board and using Depop. And the thing that you're going to love about Depop is that you can run Depop entirely from your phone. That is all you need. So what exactly is Depop? Well, quite simply, Depop allows you to sell with just a few clicks, clothes and jewelry and things that you no longer wear. Depop is really focused on fashion, and Depop already has millions of customers who are continually looking for new things to wear. Now, selling anything online like this is known as e-commerce, or e-com as it's sometimes called. And having an e-com business is an amazing thing to have because you can run it from wherever you are, just as I've mentioned, using your phone. You are going to love this, and your parents and your friends, they're going to want to know more about it as well. So, how do you make money using Depop? Well, it's simple. Rather than throwing out clothes that you no longer want or that you no longer wear, instead, from now on, you will open up the Depop app. You'll take a few pictures of whatever it is that you no longer want, and then your clothes will be on display to the millions of Depop users. And as soon as you make a sale, you simply mail the item out to your new customer. It's simple, it's fun, and you can run it all through your phone. Cool, huh? So in this month's Earn, let's jump in and really take a look at how you can start to make some regular pocket money using Depop. See you in the next video.
Type in wow if you are just loving this. Type in wow. I still have one more video to share with you. I'm loving some of the comments here where somebody says, my 6-year-old just said, I can't wait to fill the vault with bags of money, right? Absolutely, right? And again, I know you won't have seen anything like this before because it just doesn't exist, right? And I'm so grateful to my team. I've put so much energy and effort and focus and hard work into making this possible, right? So even if your kids aren't into computers, it doesn't matter. We also teach them offline ways of doing this, right? And then we move into accelerating your money. What do you do to make your money work for you? Because we're familiar, all of us, from going to school about how to earn money by exchanging time for money. But so few adults know how to have their money work for them. We know the theory, but it's not in practice for most of us. So we are going to make that real. We show them a very simple saving system that when they implement it, they will never have to worry about money management skills for their entire lives. A simple 10, 20, 20, 50 split, right? Where some of all that you get, you always give. Some you save, some you invest, and some you can spend, right? And just a simple ratio that's proven to work and has done for decades when you know how. We teach the difference between assets and liabilities. Most adults don't know the difference. Let me ask you a question right now. Is your car an asset or a liability? Sorry, question. Let me reframe that. Is your house an asset or a liability? Type in A for asset or L for liability, right? Type in A for asset or L for liability. Is your house an asset or a liability, right? I'm looking at the chart just above the camera here. It's about 80% are saying assets, right? 20% are saying liability, right? Both of you aren't exactly correct. The answer is it depends, right? The answer is it depends. It depends on whether your house is making you money or losing you money. It depends on which way the cash flows. So if your house costs you money, it's a liability. If your house makes you money, like you're renting it out to somebody else on Airbnb, it's an asset, right? It's never the house itself that will allow you to know if it's an asset or a liability. It's what you do with it that it determines if it's an asset or a liability, right? If you knew that at 15 years of age, you'd have had a very different approach when attending meetings with the bank manager. Next one, what about a car? Is a car an asset or a liability? Let's type it into the chat again. A for asset, L for liability. 70% right now, liability, definitely, right? Again, incorrect. This is why you have to repeat the process over and over again. It depends is the answer. It depends on what you do with it. If you use it to drive it as a taxi, as an Uber, it's an asset. If you use it and it costs you money, you're driving your kids around, it's a liability, right? It's never the car that decides if it's the asset or liability. It's what you do with it, right? The house you're in could be an asset. The car you drive could be an asset. But most of us, they're liabilities because we don't think in that way. Another great example is good debt versus bad debt. Most people just think all debt is bad. Well, good debt is money that you borrow that allows you to purchase assets. Bad debt is money that you borrow that allows you to buy liabilities. If you want to know which is which, the easy check is ask yourself, if I went into the bank and asked for them for money for this, would they say yes or no? If they say yes, it's definitely bad debt because banks love giving out money for liabilities. Why? Because you need to keep going back for more and more and more. If you're going in to purchase an asset, they're less likely to give it to you because then you won't need them in the future, right? Imagine you knew that as a teenager. Imagine how you would have a completely different perspective on debt because debt can be amazing. Right? Robert Kiyosaki is hundreds of millions in debt, and an extremely wealthy person because he doesn't have to pay any taxes because he controls the properties. He doesn't own them. It's all about understanding how it works rather than being brought into the way we think it works from people who are struggling with money. Type in OMG. I know I'm going through these concepts quickly, but again, this is why we spend the time, the energy, the fun, the animation, the cartoons to get this into your children's thinking from an early age where they think, I totally get it. They can be their own banks. Right? They can be their own banks. And we plot a course for them to show them how to go from where they are today to be financially free before they even get into college. And we would show them with what we call the Jedi Model. We are not anti-job. In fact, we show them how every part of your experiences in life are part of a stage of growth. Most people think you get a job, the end. We show them that job is only step one of 4 stages of growth. In fact, our heroes, Cam, Pom, and CF are going to go through how the Jedi model works. Let me share a little brief video with you to show you this concept of how most adults have no idea how they will ever break free from a job. Then they see this video and their brains start to explode with opportunities.
Hey, welcome to this month's Accelerate. Every month in Accelerate, we share something quick and simple that will allow you to grow and scale your money. Last month, we shared with you a very simple saving system. This month, we want to introduce you to the 4 stages to becoming financially successful.
Once you understand these 4 stages, you're going to be in a small group of people who understand how to go from making a little bit of money to making a lot of money.
Let us explain. In school, we are taught that when you leave, we need to get a good and stable job.
But what does this really mean?
Well, most people are told that getting a good job is the path to riches. Now, it is true if you do stay in a job for a long time and you work your way up to the top of the company, yes, you can get paid very well. However, for most people, having a job is not the path to riches. Now, can we be crystal clear about something? And this is important. There is absolutely nothing wrong with getting a job. But we want to encourage you to think bigger than just relying on your job to make you money. That's our message to you here. Because for long-term financial independence, unless you happen to have a well-paid job, you will need to think of other ways to make money than just relying on your job. And that's really what we want to share with you in this month's Accelerate, because we want to introduce you to something that we call the Jedi Model.
This is the current reality. This is how things work in the world now.
Now, the Jedi model has 4 stages. J stands for job.
The E is for employer.
The D stands for director.
The I is for investor.
Now, this Jedi model is really important, and therefore we really want to make sure you understand it. Therefore, we're going to take things nice and slow and explain everything simply and step by step. So this month, we're just going to cover the J and the E, and then next month, we'll cover onto the D and the I. Sound good? So let's start with the J. See you in the next video.
Type in Jedi into the chat if you are ready for your child or teen or you indeed to become a Jedi master, right? How cool is this, right? It is. I'm just so proud of this. It is by far the thing I am most proud of in my entrepreneurial career. Is I just know that we are going to impact on millions and millions of children's lives across the world, and it's just going to be so incredible. And I'm going to be inviting you in a few moments to become part of this. Right, to literally become part of something right from the very start and to support us on this path and on this journey. Step 4 then is play. My favorite part, the part that involves giving back, the part that teaches children is not just about greed and getting, it's about giving and helping and thanking and being grateful. It's about learning about the different areas of life, from health, wellness, right? Spirituality, education, family, giving, having fun, right? Running a business, that there's all these different parts and you're not expected to be amazing at them all. But in some of them, you will absolutely do amazing. And in others, you won't really want to do. And that's fine. You'll find that your brothers and sisters are better at some things than you are. You'll find that your classmates are better at some things than you are. And that's okay. And they're going to start to understand this from a young age. And we will teach them the importance of setting their own goals, their own targets, 6-month goals, a year goals, 2-year goals. In fact, we encourage our children in the group to pay for their family vacation. That's the type of money that they're bringing in. They're the targets that they set themselves, is to bring their entire family to Disney World. Right, to be able to do something meaningful like that. It absolutely is going to, as I say, and as part of it, a portion of all funds that come in go towards the foundation that we have, which is aimed at children and teens who are less well off around the world, to give them the opportunity to learn this. And also, and part of it is also to help children with special needs. I have a daughter myself who has special needs, and it's become a really, really important part of my life to realize that, you know, all these children have very, very different gifts. And unless you have the time, the energy, and in many cases, the money to be able to support them, and I'm very fortunate to have the money to do that, there's very little support out there for children like that. And I feel it's my duty. I feel it's every entrepreneur's duty to shine that light and to take the baton and don't feel like a victim and stop pointing fingers at other people that is their problem. Because every time you point at somebody else, there's 3 fingers pointing back at you. Let's be the example that we want to set to other people. And I know that you are here today because you can assist with this. I know that you want to help with this. And I know that you can completely change the lives of the children and teens that you know in your life, whether you're a teacher, whether you're a parent, whether you're a grandparent, whether you're an uncle and aunt or a guardian or just a neighbor. And every single month, we also do a video just for the parents and the guardians. So even if they don't want to watch it themselves, we do a quick summary for you so that you know what's been covered, so that you can answer the questions also. Okay? So I can see people asking so many, how do we jump in? How do we get in? How do we do this? Well, thank you for asking. I'm very honored that you do. Well, you can get involved, and there is 2 separate ways. And I think you're going to absolutely love this. And I'm going to premise this by saying to you, most parents spend their lives saving tens of thousands of dollars to help their children someday be able to earn enough money to go into debt, to pay off a house that's too small for their needs, unfortunately. So I want to show you how you can do this for the tiniest fraction of that and give them all they'll ever need to manage and master money for the rest of their lives. Type in "show me" if you are ready to be shown what I have here. And I literally think of all the things that I've ever done in my business, this is the most natural, congruent, and fluid thing I can ever to present to you, because this is me pushing against an open door. What adult doesn't want to help children and teens across the globe, right? So there's 2 options, an option for every single person here. The first one is getting access to the training itself. We call it fundamentals. Right? Where you get your login details, you get it from, what day is today? You'll get it from Monday, late Monday, you'll get your login details, and you can start watching the trainings and going through the modules, the learn, the earn, the accelerate, and the play, right? Like that's the basic, right? And you absolutely need that, right? Or the second option is for my entrepreneurs out there, and I'm going to reach out to you specifically. The second option is for my ambassadors, the people who see this as much more than just making money. They see this as a mission, as a potential purpose, as helping out the next generation and feel like I want to tell the world about this. Well, I want you on board if that is resonating with you right now. And I want you to be able to have almost a business in a box, so to speak, that you even get rewarded for letting people know about this. Because as I say, I don't know a single parent who doesn't want their children to be able to surpass their own challenges when it comes to money and finances. So I'm going to talk about both of these. The first is step one, option one, fundamentals. This involves teaching your children and teens online the process like Salman learned how to make $190 in 11 minutes, how Kiane at 13 years of age made $13,000 in 2 days, and we walk you through those steps. And it is broken out into the 4 steps of LEAP. Okay, so I have a detail out there for you. It's a little bit small, but before I finish, I'll put it up on the screen so you can take pictures of this. The first level is aimed at 7 to 12-year-olds, 7 to 13-year-olds, and it walks them through the learn, the earn, the accelerate, and play. Every single month in 2 separate business models. We talk them through the Jedi Model. We give them the playbooks, the exact step-by-step of exactly what to do. And of course, you as the parent or guardian can get involved with them and help them on this amazing journey. We'll give them their planners, their vision boards, showing them how to do all of this so that they can feel that they... And here's a big part of this. When your child learns how to set goals for themselves, they stop comparing their lives to other people on Instagram. They stop having those issues and challenges that arise because they think that their lives are somehow less important than somebody else's because they're distracted. They don't have a purpose. They've never been shown how. They've been told to sit down and stay quiet, and you'll get rewarded if you're able to remember what you read in a book that was written 30 years ago, right? It sounds mad, but that is our educational system today, unfortunately. So the total value of that is $4,000. Online, it's $997 per year for this. However, today, I'm just going to make this incredibly impossible to say no to. It's $297, one-time payment, and that is it forever. And you have access to all of this forever, the end. Right? That's a complete no-brainer, right? And I truly believe there shouldn't be a single person here, I don't care what age you are, that can't get on board with that. Because think about what we're comparing this to. A degree, a college university degree, a master's, a PhD, where you come out and you're unemployable. Or you literally can be making money within 48 hours from now by learning how to set up a business, manage your money, never have to worry about money, compounding all of these incredible skills. But the main thing that I would love for you to get on board with is this, my ambassador program. People love this training, and people all over the world want to promote this training. But I am insisting on one particular thing. We need to certify you. I want to make sure that you know how to talk about this in the appropriate manner, because this is for children. It's different to promoting a program for adults, because when somebody asks you, well, does your child use it? Right? And maybe you don't have children. Or what do you think about this? Or what have you seen? Right? People want to know because it's for their children, and rightly so. So we actually have a certification process so that you can be signed up as an ambassador and certified to be able to promote this. So this could literally become your very own business, right? You could literally promote this. This is a business in a box. It's worth like $30,000 we have as a value on this, right? It's $3,500 per year for the license to promote this, right? Now, again, we've done something incredible for you because you're one of the very first people to see this, right? Certainly on a stage like this. Now, we give you the exact templates to promote it, the emails, the funnels, the free gifts, the webinars. All of those things are available to you as an ambassador, and all of the training around how to do this. In fact, we have live trainings on Instagram, on Facebook, on Twitter, and all these different networks so that you can learn either online or offline to promote this to other people. And what I'm going to do today is, again, just a one-time payment of just $997. And that literally allows you to promote this as well as getting access to the training. Now, I'm going to pop up the link right now. right? I'm going to pop up the link right now so that you can jump in immediately. And remember, with the ambassador program, the 997 one, you get the fundamentals included as part of that. So let's just go to that slide here. The ambassadors one on the left, the fundamentals one is on the right, so you can have a direct comparison between the two. I'm popping the link up right now. Okay, the link is going up right now. I am limiting the number of spaces on this because we want to keep our ambassador slots rather intimate, right? When we're training you, supporting you, so that we can answer all of your questions. The link is up there right now. Please jump in and go and get your access, right? If you're entrepreneurial in any way, if you're a teacher, if you're a parent, if you're involved in sports teams or anything like that, the ambassador one is pretty much a no-brainer, or if you have any interest in online business, because it is the perfect product to promote to any adult. Right? Because as I said earlier, it's like pushing an open door. Nobody wants to resist this. We all know how it's needed and how important it is. And there's nowhere else to get anything like this other than this one location. And I know because I've researched it for 6 years. Okay. So let me show you what happens. When you go to that link, you are going to see a big yellow button. You click on that and it gives you two options. So if you want to go for the ambassador program, just click on the one on the bottom. You'll know that it's the correct one because instead of it being $3,497 annual payment, it's a one-off payment of $997, and you will see that. Or if you prefer the fundamentals option, which is the access just to the training itself, you will see on the top that that is there, and that is $297. Okay, so both are available on the same page with the ambassadors. Fundamentals is included. Okay, so I just want to make that clear to everybody. Okay, so when you go to the link, you click on that yellow button, then you have the ability to join whichever one that you want to go for. The ambassador one, where you can promote it, which for me, if you're going to ask me, which would I recommend? Obviously, it depends on your financial opportunity and your financial means. But if it is anyway within your reach, I would go for that one because you will make, I haven't said this yet, when you promote this product, we will give you 50% of all the sales. 50% of whatever the price point is, you get, right? So you will literally make the money back for this in just a couple of sales, right? So I just want to make it a no-brainer. And by the way, if you get in the next 10 minutes, this is what we're going to do for you. What I just showed you is for the 7 to 12, 7 to 13-year-olds. And some of you as parents are thinking, oh, that's a little bit childish. My younger children, this will work for. But we also have one that is done for teens, for 13, 14, 15, all the way up to 19 years of age. That's going to be a separate product for sale separately on an annual basis. That is going to be included. If you get in right now, completely for free. It's included with either program. The teen program is included as part of this. Okay, so you're getting both programs for the same sign-up investment today. That's the first bonus. The second one is the ambassador bonus, and this is crazy. This has never, ever been done before. But I said I was going to do something special because I really want to celebrate that Forbes issue where we have been, featured in a huge way, because now it gives people like yourselves this opportunity to just go out there before this gets into the mainstream media and all over the news, to just talk to people about it, and they will absolutely love this. When you sign up as an ambassador for $997, I am going to include 5 free licenses for you. You can sell them or give them away. So you get 5 of the 297 fundamental programs. Right, we're going to give you login details of 5 of them. So you can share it among your kids. You can share it among your own parenting groups. You should charge for them. Right, you should charge for them. But that allows you, by just promoting 4 of those, to get your money back straight away. Right? So we're going to give you 5 licenses completely for free for the fundamentals program for you to do as you wish with that. Yes, you read that correctly. Like 5 times 297 is about $1,450, but you're getting all 5 included as a bonus with the ambassador program today. Right? So 5 of these for you to do with as you wish. That just makes the whole ambassador side of it a complete no-brainer. By the way, for those of you that signed up to my Rethink Social Media program already, I'm going to include an extra bonus for you too. This is only if you've signed up to that. you can bring an extra person along to the 4-day workshop. Okay, you can bring an extra person. That's only if you signed up for that already as well. I want to reward you doubly, right? Because you've got me doubly now, right? And if you were thinking about, well, what should I sell? What do I promote? That problem has literally just been taken care of for you, right? So again, that's only exclusively for those of you that have already signed up to Rethink Social Media. You could bring another person with you on either of those dates that suit you, okay? And we'll work that out with you on Monday on our welcome web class. The other coolest thing that your kids are going to absolutely love is this. When you make your first $50,000 as an ambassador, right? When you make your first $50,000 as an ambassador, your child, or you, if you wish, becomes a permanent character in the training, right? We're actually going to build them into an episode, right? Now, I can't even put a value on this, right? I'm just going to say priceless, but how cool is that? That your child or teen will become a permanent feature within this, right? And again, this is all included. These bonuses, are exclusively while I am here speaking to you right now. You can hear my voice nearly gone. But I'll be able to finish this, I can assure you, right? So when you join right now in the next 8 minutes, you are also going to get the teen program, which is $3,500 included with this. You're going to get 5 free licenses to do with as you wish. I would suggest you sell them because you cannot get them online for $297. The cheapest you can find them anywhere is for $365. So you are getting them cheaper here literally than anywhere you can get them globally right now. If you're already on Rethink Social Media, you can bring somebody else to the 4-day workshop with you. And I just talked about how you can get your very own character on the trainings permanently once you've made your first $50,000 as an ambassador. So it's $11,000 of real bonuses by just joining in the next few minutes. But that's not the most important part. The most important part is this. You are changing lives. A portion of what you're making today or paying today and investing today will go towards our foundation, helping children with special needs and also children who have needs from an educational standpoint who don't have access to the kind of things that we're speaking about today. The people that are in the 3.8 billion, right, who are earning less than $10 a day, and that's what their life looks like. That's what their future looks like for them, right? So you get to decide, right, depending on whatever your financial situation is. Don't overstress yourself, right? 297 or 997, you get to decide. Right? As I said, if you're looking at it going, I'm not too sure which to go for the ambassador. If you're looking at this going, I'm not sure if I should get it or not, you need to step back for a moment and think, how else can I empower my child in a better way to not just become better financially, but a more grounded, rounded child, teen, and individual, that they understand that money is not just about getting, not just about greed, that in fact, we are all here with special gifts, right? Whether it's in relationships, earnings, and spirituality, and health, and investments, and networks, and knowledge, and having fun, right? And learning how to set goals and targets and visions and purpose, and let that spread among their friends. Let that spread among their classrooms, right? In the most natural way of all, putting truly empowering, vibrant messages out there where your child can literally see the difference that they are making in this world. Right? And I'm going to take away the risk from you. In case you're nervous, there's only 2 things you could be nervous about. One is that your kids mightn't do this. Like you're like, I might get this now and they won't even look at it. Excuse me. I understand that. So I'm going to offer you, excuse me, my voice is really going, a 30-day money back guarantee. If your kids aren't watching this, right? And if you decide you don't want to watch it either, because you, excuse me, because you literally could just watch this and make money yourself anyway, no problem, have your money back. Right? This is not about a money-making exercise. This is about being able to fund this business that we can continue to grow it. As I said, I've put in over $1 million myself into growing this company, right? Because I know this has to be done. I know it has to be done. I'm not going to rely on anybody else to do it, but I do want your help in getting this program out there. Right, and just allowing us to totally stop feeling victimized or worried or nervous or anxious about our kids' futures, about them on smartphones, about them being on the internet, about not understanding it, and actually taking ownership of that starting today. Secondly, if your child follows the steps, right, if they go through the 6 steps that we've laid out, the different businesses, and if for some reason they say, I haven't made any money, right? If they haven't made their initial investment back of their 297, right, within 60 days, right, we will literally jump on a call with them and walk them through the process until they've made at least double that money back, right? So if your child or teen has followed the process and they're saying, it's not working for me, I'm not making money, no problem. We will literally have to call and walk them through the process until they make double your initial investment back, right? That's how confident we are in this, because we know they can do this. 100% there's no problem they can do this, right? So that's why I can give you a double your money back guarantee, because this will work for every single child out there, right? So you've got a 30-day guarantee if in case you're worried they won't do it. Your 60-day guarantee, and as I say, double your money back guarantee, because we know that even if we have to work with them, that's no problem. We're going to make sure this happens, because your child doesn't care less about getting money back. They want to get money made. They want to start earning. They don't care about refunds. They want to know how they can earn for the rest of their lives. And that's why we do it in that way. We will show them how. If they get stuck, we will show them how, okay? And literally, I don't know how they get stuck, but if for whatever reason you're nervous about that, we will support them on that. So you can be absolutely certain we are here to support you every step of the way, okay? So for me, it's a simple choice. It's not whether you join or not. It's which of these is best suited to you. And some of you are asking, is it okay if I order this for my grandchildren? Absolutely. Of course you can get this for your grandchildren. It would be the greatest gift you could possibly ever get them, right? Because imagine how grateful you would be to your parents or grandparents if they had got this for you at an earlier age. Anybody that has said earlier, I wish I learned this sooner, stop wishing and start granting wishes. You can literally start granting wishes to children and teens across the globe. Some people have actually bought this and told us to just give it to somebody who needs it. They don't know a child or teen in their lives, and they love this so much. They said, I'm going to buy a license so that you can give it away. How amazing is that? People are amazing, right? People absolutely are. When you give them the tools and the opportunities to do it, they genuinely want to help others. We all want to help ultimately, but sometimes we're too busy and too nervous and too worried and too anxious and too scared with everything that's going on around us to take the time to actually go and do something meaningful. And I really, really hope that as we come to the end of these few days, that this inspires you to just realize that this is something that isn't optional. This is mandatory, right? I know that's difficult words to use nowadays, but for me, this is something that should be mandatory, because it allows all of us to do what it is that our children can do, right? My child is 5. Are they too young? Absolutely not at all, right? Absolutely not at all. We have to pick some kind of guidelines, but 5-year-old, that's absolutely no problem at all, okay? You get to choose which option you want when you go into that button. I'm going to leave that link up there for you. And if anybody has any questions, Saj, we're going to include these bonuses as well while I'm on here live. But if anybody has any last questions, I'm more, than happy to answer them if my voice will hold up for another couple of minutes. So again, thank you so much, everybody. Any child from 5, 6 up to 17, 18, 19. And for adults, like literally, if you are looking at this going, but why can't I do it? You can. You could literally get this for yourself if you wish. You'll be up and running. Like, give us until the end of Monday to get your login details, because I'm literally expecting hundreds of you to be joining here, because I personally do not see any reason not to join this. And I don't care what else I would be selling. I mean it when I'm talking about this. I mean, it is our duty as an adult, in my view, to do what we can, for the next generation, to be able to have the skills and abilities that will allow them to inspire others around the world and live the best possible life they could live, right? I mean, that is, as I see as a parent, my role as a parent. So I've spent 6 years of my life, over $1 million, which isn't a huge amount of money, but of my own money to make this happen. Now it's over to you. I cannot wait for you to give us your feedback, but most importantly, for your child and teen to suddenly feel like their life is kicking into gear and stop comparing themselves to other people and them becoming the shining light themselves. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you to all of the team at Real Success for the opportunity to share this. I've never shared it at this conference before, and it's very, very special to be able to do that. And what an incredible start to the new year to know that you can empower your child or teen to have all the skills they'll ever need for the rest of their lives when it comes to financial perspective.
Cool. Guys, you want to go ahead and put some love into the chat for Paul. Paul, we got a question. If somebody has 2 kids, do they need to buy 2 sets of programs, or can they buy one for both the kids?
That's a good question. If you're an ambassador, as I said, you're going to get 5 licenses. So if your kid's like 5 and they want their own individual logins, you can give them 1 each. But there is no necessity to get 2, right? As in you could just get 1 and both kids, absolutely, like your entire family can log in via that. That's not a problem at all.
All right, cool. Lots of questions about the age. What's the minimum age requirement for the child?
Well, when I started a few years ago, I wasn't a parent and I thought 7. Now I'm looking at my 2-year-old, and anytime I turn on the videos, even my 2-year-old jumps up and is, oh, there's Cam, there's Pom, there's Daddy. I'm like, wow. I mean, she's going to be ready in another probably 1.5 years. So it's actually shown that you can start teaching children about savings methods from 3 years of age. So, cartoons, kids are watching from 1 year of age. I would say 3, 4, that age group, they're already, watch it with them, obviously. Don't just say, hey, go on, child, sit down there, watch TV, start making money online. I mean, come on. But absolutely, they can start grabbing the concepts right away.
And how long is the membership for? What is the duration?
So normally you're going to be paying for an annual membership. There's an annual fee, right? Because we've got support teams to pay. We've got new animation always been created, new content, new videos, new business ideas, new savings ideas. But because you're joining today, it's a one-time fee and you have lifetime access to it.
All right, cool. Guys, if we could just remove that slide and thank you so much, guys. I don't have the old price on. All right, cool, guys. Any other questions, please go ahead and put that into the chat. Are there specific steps to advertise? All those questions about advertising, getting it out, that's all addressed in the program. How easy it is for somebody who's never advertised a program in their life before.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what the ambassador program is for, is to give people the skills, whether it's doing it locally among their friends, a local church group, whether it's a local sports team. You literally just need to pick up your phone and start looking at it in front of other parents. And they're going to say, what's that? Say, oh, it's just this thing that I'm doing with my kids. It's amazing. If I had more time, I'm not actually looking for more time, but if I did have, if you saw some of the video testimonials we are getting, they are insane. We have a recent one that came in where the 8-year-old is the youngest of 3 kids, and he's standing up at a whiteboard teaching his other 2 brothers and sisters about his business that's up and running. He's literally making hundreds of euros in his case per week with his business as an 8-year-old. And the father is like, yeah, very proud of my 8-year-old. And the other 2 are like, what the? Right? So it's just incredible to see that it breaks down all these mental barriers that we have, where we insist that for some reason you have to go backwards financially for 20 years to have any chance of getting paid in exchange for time at a later point. And it's so out of date. The educational system that we have right now was designed back in the industrial age, when you were being taught how to follow specific orders, how to be able to read and write and count. So, and that is not the evolution of society that we're living within today. It's completely different. You can sit at home without ever leaving your house, without ever getting out of your pajamas. You just turn on the electricity, turn on your Wi-Fi, and you can literally, as you'll have seen before, listening to all the speakers this weekend, be making hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, whatever you wish. But your children do not have the negative belief systems that we inherit as adults. So give them that gift while they're so open to influence, to allow them to realize that they have all that power within them.
All right, cool. Paul, if there are people in there that can get in the 297 at the moment, want to upgrade to the ambassador, how do they go about that?
That's a great question, actually. I meant to address that. So I would love for you, if you can, get into the ambassador straight away today. If you cannot, what we'll do is we'll take your 297 almost as a payment plan, as your first payment. So after, let's say, 60 days, send us an email. And if you're ready to upgrade, like you will literally have earned enough anyway to do that. Like this will just suddenly change your attitude completely about money. You just realize, something you're about to throw out. Let's put that online. Let's get $10 in. Let's put that online. Let's get $100 in. Like it's just nuts what's possible. Absolutely incredible what's possible. So if that's the case, we can use it as a payment plan. So if anybody is saying, "Oh, I'm not doing it because it's ambassador or nothing," well, okay, then go join Fundamentals and we'll use it as a pay plan towards the ambassador program.
All right. Incredible. Guys, go ahead and put any questions. We're about to move on to our next speaker in only a few minutes' time. Candace, before we do that, Paul, we need to address some people a little bit confused. Some people are asking, is this the same thing that I purchased yesterday?
No, I'm in a different t-shirt. Hello. I have a different background. Hello. It's completely yesterday I gave a bonus of a half-day training for children, just a half-day online training, 4 hours as a bonus. This is completely different to that. That's an introduction to this, so that to give your children, one business get started with. This is and it's based on adults. Yesterday's Rethink Social Media, how to build your own online business, get your own expertise out there, sell other people's products. But you can use all of the skills from Rethink Social Media to promote your financial freedom as an ambassador. And that's what a lot of people do. And they really kind of get in behind it with a clear targeted focus on doing that. Thank you. Great question.
Incredible. Just looking for something more. As an ambassador, can I sell an ambassador program?
Currently, the answer to that is no, but we are looking to make that available in the future, and we'll let you know within the ambassador program around that, because we're giving you those 5 licenses for now to do with what you wish. That allows you to make that investment back immediately. I can see people are asking, can they join yesterday's program? Yes, you can, right? It's realsummits.com/POM, right? So you can get both, so that you can bring that third person to the workshop, because I could see why people would want that. So that's just realsummits.com/POM. Okay. That's $297, and you can add that in on top. Absolutely. Thank you for that question.
Cool. So Paul, someone's asking if I'm not the right fit for it, but my friends might do, or might be, do I offer affiliate marketing for ambassadors? What happens to people who don't have kids? How can they actually sell this to other people?
So I'm just turning off the echo there. There's a mute. I'm muting you there for a second, Sash. I've done webinars exclusively for people who are just into affiliate marketing. And we were actually told we had the record highest ever sales, even though a lot of them weren't parents. It's because they immediately said, this is what an entire generation of adults want. They've never seen anything as blatantly obvious, right? Any parent that puts kids through school wants a better life for their kids. This is that compressed down into animated, fun, exciting, engaging, practical, inspiring learnings and education that every child and teen can benefit from enormously. So absolutely, I mean, if you're strictly just thinking from a business perspective, you can do that. But for me, it's more than that. It's so much more than just making money. It's about changing lives.
All right. Incredible. Guys, go ahead and put some love into the chat for Paul. We're about to move on to our next speaker in a minute's time. You want to head over to realsummits.com/POM kids. And if you're struggling to get on the page, just give it a few seconds and refresh. There are thousands of people that are heading over there to go and claim this. Paul, thank you so much for being on your second session and being with us the entire weekend. And we look forward to seeing all the kids.
My third session tonight, yes. Yeah, I look forward to my third session tonight too.
Incredible. All right, cool guys.
Thank
Lots of love coming into the chat.
Genuinely, you are making a meaningful difference by doing this. This is beyond selling a product or a service. Please, I just want you to get that. This is so much more than that. This is the gift that just keeps on giving. And I mean that. So thank you, Candice. Thank you, Saj. Thank you, Brian, Gerard, the entire team for giving me this opportunity. I'm so grateful, beyond grateful. Thank you again.
Oh, always a pleasure, Paul. So make sure you guys go to realsummits.com/POM kids. So we are going to take that slide down in 3, 2, 1. You guys don't even know. Saj popped on the screen and he's so upset I did the countdown without him. It was my only chance, Saj. It was my only chance. I snuck here before you could.
It's okay. You gotta give back to the world, and hopefully the world gives back
and make it a better place for you and for me and
you and me and the entire human race.
Always.
Guys, as you can see, we're close to the end of day number 3, but we're having fun. You're having fun. We hope. Let us know in the chat. Are you having fun? Are you energized? Go ahead and put fun into the chat, because we are about to bring on an absolutely amazing speaker. Got to meet him for the first time today. Candice, you missed out. You were here, we were talking earlier on to John before the summit about all these wonderful things that he has. Like, he's got these Marvel collector's edition stuff, like the shield.
Out of the good stuff. You did it intentionally. Now you guys know what I deal with. Okay, he did it intentionally. He didn't want me to win. He didn't want me to get all the good info. I see you, Saj. I see you.
You were busy working. It was a couple hours ago. So we were going through this,
excuses.
Yeah, it was fantastic. And we felt like we were in Marvel heaven. But I'm not going to take up any more of your time. It's not you, Candice. I'll take up all your time. I'm talking about these people in the audience. I'm not going to take up your time anymore. For me, talking about my what is it?
Gloating. I think it's called gloating. And Gail said, Candice, your eyes look so sad. It's because I am sad, Gail. I'm sad. But we love you. I love you guys too. Thank you. You can go, Saj. I've got this. No.
You know what we need? We need one of those digital, like on the stage, they have like the hooks that come in and they hook somebody off the stage. We need one of those like digital buttons. So it's like, Saj is being too much. Okay, bye guys. We'll see you later.
Oh gosh. Okay, let's jump into it, Saj.
Okay.
Awesome. I'm going to introduce John Lee. John Lee is an entrepreneur, investor, mentor, and the author of Business Hack. He started investing in property in his early 20s, and by 27, he had become a self-made millionaire. He believes that with the right tools, anyone can become an incredible success. So without further ado, with over 6 million followers on social media, here to grace us with his presence is John Lee.
John Lee is one of the UK's most dynamic and inspirational young propreneurs and international speakers.
We all have the ability to take our knowledge and pass it to other people, and that's what it's about.
As a teenager, John swept the floor and washed dishes at his parents' Chinese takeaway in Manchester. But he knew he was destined for more in life.
If you're going to think, you may as well think big, am I right?
Eventually, John plucked up the courage to tell his parents he wanted to study and open other doors, going on to obtaining a first-class honours degree in computer animation. John went on to become a top animator, working on internationally acclaimed films such as the Harry Potter series and the X-Men franchise, amongst others. John then left the film industry, following his passion to take control over his destiny and financial future. He combined his technical skills with his in-depth understanding of business, public speaking, marketing, and internet marketing to source property deals and build multiple income-producing assets and businesses. Within 3 years, he successfully developed a multi-million-pound property portfolio, which allowed him to fulfill his dreams of becoming financially free before the age of 27.
True wealth is being able to take care of ourselves.
Today, his wish is a reality. Together with his business partner, Vincent Wong, John founded Wealth Dragons Group PLC and is the creator of Wealth Dragons Online, one of the fastest growing e-learning platforms for business and entrepreneurs.
Every single one of you has a $1 million or even $1 billion idea stuck in your head. The problem is you haven't got it out there yet.
John Lee is an inspired leader, author, motivator, and mentor. He has taught thousands of people around the world and has shared many a world stage with the likes of Sir Richard Branson, Tony Robbins, and T. Harv Eker, Sir Alan Sugar, and James Caan, amongst others. John's most memorable speaking engagement to date is presenting alongside ex-US President Bill Clinton in London in 2012. John now spends most of his time traveling the world and sharing knowledge with his trademark, vibrant, get up and go, energetic style. His mission in life is to revolutionize the education system and to teach people the financial education that was never taught to us in school, so people have the choice to live the lives they deserve.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Thank you so much for being here and attending this. Also, thank you to the Real Success Summit, and also for all of you who are part of this training right now. Just want to make sure that the click and the sound is working. You should be able to hear me okay. Also, thank you to Candice as well, and also Lisa and Dana for having me and sharing some of these strategies with you as well. So if you can hear me loud and clear, just type in yes. Type in yes if you hear me loud and clear. Let's go into all of these different strategies. We've got Louise Brown says, tears in my eyes. Hey, Louise, how you doing? Hope you're well. So today I want to talk about how do you actually use social media to make passive income and grow your business? Because you know what's happening right now. You know, in the first lockdown that happened, it forced everybody to go online. You look at what happened to Amazon's share price. It literally doubled, become $1 trillion company. So we have to be online more. How many of you agree that more and more people are online right now? Right? How many of you agree that more and more of us, we're spending more time and more money online? This is why I love about what the Real Success Network and the whole company, and really providing so much value to you. You're some amazing speakers, and I really hope that I can deliver some great value in the space that I've been doing this. So if you're ready to get started, type in ready, and let's get started. Type in ready. I can see Jenny here. You can see CK Walker, Kathy. We've got Michelle. We've got Deborah. All right, let's do this. So what are you going to be learning in this presentation? First of all, I'm going to show you how do you replace your income using social media. How I got over 5 million followers in 3 years, and in the last year hit another 1 million followers, which hit 6 million, as Andy's talking about. And also how to leverage opportunities from social media. So you heard Sarge talking about the whole Marvel space that's happening. You can probably see I'm a big Marvel fan. I got a lot of the Marvel stuff in here. Actually, some of the Marvel cast contacted me through Instagram. So I'm going to show you some of the ways we're able to also increase our network. We're also going to talk about how do we increase our brand, because if you want to create a brand, you must first create demand. So I'll go into that. Also, how do you turn your passion into an income? So I want to share with you how a lot of people, especially, in the US, but by the way, where you're dialing in from right now? Tell me where you're dialing in from. I'd love to know where you're dialing in from. Just want to see. Because, in the US, a lot of people started quitting their jobs. They had this big sort of, great resignation that happened. So we got Bahamas, Toronto, Richmond, Long Island, Jamaica, Canada, Mississippi, South Africa, Maryland, South Africa, Delaware, Windsor, Wisconsin, Boston, Lakeshore. Wow, we got a lot of from all around the world, thousands of people who registered for this training and actually consume a lot of the content. So I'm going to show you how we can actually turn our passion into an income, but also use that to grow our existing business as well. Some of the challenges you might be facing is, well, John, I'm not earning enough passive income, right? See, a lot of you earn active income. We trade time for money, but we want to have our money work hard for us. So I'm going to show you how to also monetize that. Also show you what to do, even if you've never started an online business before. And the key here is to get a lot of followers that engage. And I'm showing you some of the ways that we're able to monetize this. And that's the key word here. Lots of people have a lot of followers, but followers and likes don't pay the bills. And I'm sure a lot of you here want to learn exactly how to monetize. I'm going to show you exactly how to do this, how I gain 6 million followers, and how you can build a 7-figure company from doing that as well. So how many of you have never heard me speak before? Type in 1 if you've never heard me speak before, because I kind of want to tell you how it all started before I go into some of these strategies. So Lucia, Kathy, Stringfield, Rachel, Conrad, a lot of you never heard me speak before. How many of you have heard me speak before? Type in 2 if you heard me speak before. Okay. And by the way, where have you heard me speak? Like what platforms? Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Clubhouse, like the Progressive Summit, right? Some of you heard me on Rob's Summit here. Okay. So basically I started off as an animator. right? So I worked as a computer animator, and every day like this, if you've been to London, you know, it's very, very busy. And, you know, I'd always be stuck in traffic and jams every day. And I almost felt like it doesn't matter how much money you make. It's about when you make the money, it's almost like we are just making enough money to get by. How many of you feel me here? How many of you can understand this, right? 2 interviews by Les. Yeah, I've been on Les's interview as well. So Kathy said, I've been waiting days for this. I'm an animator. Awesome, Kathy. I used to work for Frame Store CFC, which is pretty one of the most prestigious companies now for entrepreneur. So for Marvel and all the like Harry Potter and all those things as well. So I'm going to tell you how it all got started, but I was so good at my job that I got fired, right? And I don't know if any of you have experienced this for like office politics. And so I said to myself that I'm never going to let anyone fire me again. So I remember walking in that building. I said to myself, I'm never going to let anyone point the finger at me and say that you're fired. You see, in today's society, we want to take, and you know, when the first lockdown happened, a lot of people lost their jobs. So how do we combat that? How do we overcome that? Well, we overcome that by taking our future into our own hands. We are responsible for what we do. How many of you agree with that by typing yes, right? So, you know, when I lost my job, I, of course, had, you know, started getting arguments. You know, most arguments start because of the lack of money. And so what I realized is I needed another way to make money without having to trade time for money or to commute to work every single day. And so no one could point the finger at me and say that you're fired. So this almost like became my security, so it never happened again. So when Diana and Lisa asked me to do this presentation, said, John, can you teach our community? You know, I know you make millions of dollars in, you know, by using some of these strategies, but how can people just make an extra $5,000 per month doing this? And I thought, okay, first of all, you need to have something to sell, and you have to be able to know how many units to be able to sell. So let's say you have a product for $100 and you sell 50 of them, you make 5,000. If you have a product for $500 and you sell 10 of them, you make 5,000. If you have a product for $1,000 and you sell another 5 of these, you make another 5,000. And if you can do all 3, you can make $15,000 a month, which is what I'm going to be sharing with you during this presentation. That's what a lot of my students are producing. I've trained thousands of people the last 15 years of doing this, and I want to share this with this community. So, you know, for me, I started reading books, attending training courses. I even had to borrow money from my uncle just so I could actually learn this stuff. You know, I said to my uncle that, and I really want to like learn new things, because if you want to get new results, then you must learn new skills to pay the bills. Everyone type in skills to pay the bills. We need the skills to pay the bills. And so when I told my friends about these seminars, they thought, oh, John, it sounds like a scam. It sounds too good to be true. And what I realized is that you should never take advice from your friends. You should only take counsel. Big difference. Friends are, I mean, they always give you a lot of advice, because I realized that if you want to get advice from people, right, get advice from people who have a proven track record, which is why I'm so happy that you're part of the Real Success Summit here, because you get to learn from people who've got a proven track record. And what I realize is a lot of people, you know, who have coaches and mentors, like all top performers, they're always learning. So we must always be learning. So I'm going to tell you, here's what I learned, right? If you want to make money while you sleep, you need a place for people to go where they can buy from you 24 hours a day. So let me ask you a question. How many, like what places can you name where things are open 24 hours a day? Can anyone tell me? What things are open 24 hours a day? Type it in. So Ryan says the internet. Akuma says, Gab says the internet. Amazon. I see Amazon. Shopify, Charles. Jade says websites. Okay, so basically what you're mentioning there is the things that are online, right? So if you want to make money, you need to sell something, but also provide value, right? That's the key. And also, let's say you don't even have something you want to monetize, you can use it to grow your own business. So this is what I started to realize and understand. Or how many of you don't even have a business? You don't even know what you want to do. So one strategy you can use is you can use and sell other people's products and services as well. So for example, I could take all the speakers' programs and I could promote them online. I could take a commission, for example. So that's one way. So next time Real Success run an event, help them promote the event, use these strategies, and you get paid a commission, right? So you could do that as an affiliate, or you can turn your passion into an income as well. But the key here is the biggest thing. There's a really good book called 0 to 1 by Peter Thiel. And in this book, it talks about one thing that $1 billion companies have in common is they have distribution. Everyone write that down, distribution, visibility. So let me give you an example. When I first put my website up, I thought, oh, my online shop, I got no sales. Why? Because you have a website doesn't automatically mean people are going to come to your shop and buy something. The secret, my friends, is you need to have traffic. Everyone type in the word traffic. Traffic, you need to have traffic that come to your shop. So when lockdown 1 happened, when the whole craziness happened in the world, when the lockdown 1 happened, all the physical shops were not getting any sales, which means a lot of them were going bust. Why? Because everyone was shopping online. So my discovery was that the more people that know who you are, the more people are likely to buy something from you. For example, I went to this event, I did a speech, and I basically pulled out a report and I was reading it. And at the end of that, people would walk up to me and say, John, how much is your report? I said, I don't know, because I was giving it away for free. I said, I don't know, £47. The guy takes his wallet out, gives me £50 and said, keep the change. That's when I realized I had one of those moments. I wrote a guide. I got all my business cards. I got a PayPal link. I sent an email to all these 800 business cards that I'd collected over the time. I got up in the morning and I'd sold 369 copies at £47 each. I made £17,343 while I was sleeping. How many of you will be okay with that? Type in yes. Type in yes if you're okay with that. I know it's not millions, but I think we need to start somewhere. So Jenny says yes, Linda says yes, Charles, Lucius, Conrad, Leticia, right? You know exactly what I'm saying. So the key is the more eyeballs you get, the more likely people are to buy something. For example, how many of you have been shopping before, right? For example, my cousin worked for this clothing store. 50% of the people that try the clothes on end up buying it. How many of you have been shopping before? You had no intention of buying anything, but yet you came home with bags of shopping. Type in me. Come on. I'm guilty of this as well, right? So just because of the sheer fact, there's the formula that I'll give you in a little second to share with you everything I've learned in 15 years, right? So this is what we need to do. So there's a 3-step process to monetize. Write this down. Number 1, we have to create awareness, right? Awareness, right? Have a call to action. The call to action equals monetization, right? So awareness times attention equals income, because eyeballs turn to, write this down, eyeballs turn to browsers and browsers turn to buyers, right? So Ryan says impulsive buying. It's actually more than that. It's more scientific than that, Ryan. So then I asked myself, okay, what's the fastest way to get eyeballs, right? So if you look at the Super Bowl, Coinbase, one time they advertised on Super Bowl, they paid like $50 million for a 60-second ad, right? When Jennifer Lopez and Shakira, they went on the Super Bowl, they instantly became #1 bestsellers, right? So Jennifer Lopez, she then started selling out all her tours because she had eyeballs, brand new eyeballs. Right? Katy Perry, her performance in 2015 literally took her to stardom. Now, each one of these people that now do a tour make over $1 to $2 million per tour just because they've been on the Super Bowl. Why? Because they got eyeballs. Now, the problem is a lot of you don't have 5 million, 10 million, 15 million to spend. So I'm going to give you the next best thing. Are you ready? If you're ready, type in ready. Type in ready. This is how I gained 6 million followers on social media, right? So first of all, you have to get eyeballs. So the first thing I started to do was to put videos on YouTube. YouTube is now the second biggest search engine in the world. So all you do is you put a video up there, right? So what I learned is that the more eyeballs that you get, so I had this online shop and suddenly my online shop started making money, right? And I was like, why? When I asked people, how did you find out about me? Say, oh yeah, John, I saw a YouTube video, right? So people go online, they type in John Lee social media, they type in John Lee profit, whatever it is, they watch my video. So all you have to do is put a video online on YouTube because it's the second biggest search engine in the world. It's also the biggest TV platform in the world, and it's free to get exposure. It's free marketing. How many of you like free marketing? Give me yes. Right? If you have a video that has 1 million views, you drive them to your shop, people buy, you make money. So this started working. I put this video up almost over 10 years ago. So I said 92,000 views. Still till today, this video makes me money, right? The problem what I teach you right now is when you do it, you can't stop the money from coming in. That's a good problem to have, right? So I started putting more and more videos up, and they started to get in views and more views. I even got a book deal from this. So the first book that I wrote was called The Wealth Dragon Way, which is this book here, right? I got a book deal where someone paid me thousands of dollars to write a book, all because I had a following. Why? Because they knew that I could sell thousands of copies of my book, right? So what I learned is they saw my video on YouTube, and then they sent me a video. So they sent me a message on Facebook. So what I realized is that if we can go from YouTube to our shop and also Facebook to our shop as well, how cool is that? So if you just put videos now, I was just with Meta the other day, actually. I was out in Dubai and I had a conversation with them. So now the creator economy is getting such to a point where you can make money just by putting videos on Facebook and YouTube now. When people watch your video, you get paid money for it. How many of you like that idea? We're now getting paid to use social media, which I think is incredible. Easiest way to make money ever. People always ask me, what's the easiest way to make money? Record a video on your phone, right? Post it on Facebook and Instagram. And as long as your video is over 3 minutes long on Facebook, you get paid money to do it. It's brilliant, right? It's just crazy. So this video, like this video I put up got 100,000 views. I sold thousands of copies of my book. So if you want to sell more products and services, show your product in a video and people go, where can I buy your book from? They go to Amazon and they buy it, right? So what I learned is that we can go, all we need is get more traffic, right? That's the key. If you like, the fastest way to double your income is to get twice the amount of clients. If you have 1,000 clients that pay you $100 and suddenly you now have $2,000 that pay you $100, you've just doubled your income. So if you do this, you're going to double your income. Are you ready? Watch this. So then I started using Instagram. So I thought, people said, John, you should put your stuff on Instagram. There's lots of free traffic there. So I put this post at 24 likes. This one here, 17 likes. This one here, 44 likes. And literally for 4 years, nothing happened. And then this happened. Are you ready? When you put a post on Instagram with text on there, it gets more likes. I didn't realize that. But that's how you hack one of the algorithms, right? So this one here got 1,200 likes. This one here got 2,300 likes. This one here got 27,000 likes. And you're probably thinking, well, why do I want to get likes? Because every single person that likes your post can now be retargeted. Let me explain how that works. So what I learned was I can go from YouTube to my shop, Facebook to my shop. I can go also from Instagram to my shop, and also LinkedIn to my shop, which is a big one. So I just sat with LinkedIn. LinkedIn have a brand new feature now where you can basically turn your LinkedIn to a creator account. So now you can gain lots of followers doing that. Right. So I spent some time with LinkedIn. You know, a lot of these big platforms telling me about a lot of the information I'm giving you right now comes directly from the people who work in these places. This is why I've got sort of insider stuff to give to you whilst we're on this training. Right. So I had this aha moment, and the aha moment is this, write this down. The more likes that you get, the more followers you get, the more leads you get, the more income you make, period. So in this month, right, I realized in 2018 going up, I realized that the more followers that I get, the more income that I make, right? So this month I made £96,000. In this month, I made £151,000. In this month, I made £198,000. And in this month, I did £437,000, right? Now, I show you that not to impress you, but to show you that this stuff really does work. And by the way, full disclaimer, all because this works for me doesn't mean that you're going to be able to get the exact same results as me. You got to put in the time, right? You have to learn before you earn. So here are my big secrets. Write this down. Number one, right? Write this down. The best known beats the best. What does that mean? How many of you can make a better burger than McDonald's? All of you can. Type in me if you can make a better burger than McDonald's, right? So thank you, Melissa. I appreciate that comment. Thank you. So all of you can make a better burger than McDonald's, but you don't make more money than McDonald's. If I was to go, you would say, I'm loving it. You see, they have a better system than you. They have better marketing than you. They have a better brand than you, which is why they make more money than you. So why should you listen to me? Because a lot of you have never heard me speak before. I've got over 5 or 6 million followers now on social media. I spent millions testing this stuff. I'm the author of this book called Business Hack. I don't know if any of you have read this book called Business. How many of you have heard this book called Business Hack? Or how many have read a book called Rich Dad Poor Dad? They just endorsed my book, right? So We have thousands of people. I've trained thousands of people all around the world, right? In 2019, I did my first IPO. I listed a company in the stock exchange, right? And now I coach celebrities, public figures, and professional athletes. So, this was in Singapore in front of 3,500 people. I did a keynote there about the exact same things that you guys are learning now, obviously the updated version of it. When I'm in London, you see, every time I run an event, I'm always sold out. Do you know why? Because demand and supply, right? I was also on the front cover of Global Woman magazine because I wanted to really empower more female entrepreneurs, right? I've been featured in Forbes 3 times, one time with Warren Buffett, Age magazine. This is I do a lot of TV, media, interviews. This was just news channel. This was Dubai, Virgin Radio as well. So I do a lot of this stuff. This is when I did Fortune 500 magazine. And this is when I did a book signing for about 650 people. So it took me about 3.5 hours to do that. So I don't think I'll be doing that again. And on Facebook, I'm also verified. I have over 2 million people that follow me on Facebook. This video, look at the stats on this. This video hit 10 million people, 65,000 likes, 44,000 shares, 5.3 million views. How many of you would like to get millions and millions of people to watch your video and thousands and thousands of people to share your video? Type in yes. Type in yes. All right. So you see how powerful this is? This is actually insane, right? It's free organic reach. I'm going to show you exactly how we do that as we go through this presentation. So who's this training for? Well, it's for people who want to master social media marketing. They want to make more passive income. They want to turn their passion into profits. They want their businesses to double their income. If all I do is just double the amount of clients you get, you'll double your income. If you want to get more leads and sales, right? It's also for people who want, if you sell a service, how many of you sell a service or you sell a physical product? Type in yes if you do, right? If you want to earn income on the side, some of you love your job, but you want to do something on the side. Maybe some of you want to start a business, which is why I think a lot of you are also here. So we can actually, the fastest way to start a business and monetize is social media. If you want to earn more income, you want to get more clients and sales. If you're a coach, speaker, right, this is for you. It's not for people that want to get rich quick. It's not for people that don't want to do any work. It's not for people that don't want to invest in themselves. It's not for people that don't want to take action. And it's not for people. You got to have an open mind when you do this, right? So let me ask you a question. What do you sell, right? What products do you sell? What service do you sell? What business do you want to start? What do you do for a living? And also, what's your biggest challenge right now? Type it in and I'll give some live examples. So Maria is in real estate. Come on, let me know. Real estate. We've got real estate. By the way, my background is in real estate. Like, tell me, what are some things? Finding sellers and buyers. Life coach. We've got life coach. We've got digital art. Jade. One of my students, actually, Jade. Her name is Ping He. She makes $5,000 a month from doing this. Coaching, artist, 100% smoked wood, immune system network, financial services, transport, self-publishing, medicine, financial coach, beauty consultant, right? So we have a lot of you. So I'm going to show you how this applies to every single business. And if you don't have a business, I'll show you a model how to monetize them. So there's 4 parts I'm about to teach you right now. Number 1 is YouTube's monetization strategy. So fastest way to monetize. Number 2, Facebook's dark posts. We don't want to make posts on Facebook to our friends. We want to make posts to our buyers. So for example, if you're in the restaurant business, Teresa, you can only post to people who like specific cuisines, for example, right? So if you're in an Italian restaurant, only show it to people that like Italian food, right? Instagram's inbuilt features, thousands of followers with potential buyers. I'll show you one of the fastest ways to do this. My videos on Instagram get millions of views combined. Part 4, LinkedIn's profit strategy. How do you get access to anyone you want with the qualified prospects? All right, so we have that. So some of the common myths are, John, I don't have anything to sell. You don't have to have anything to sell. You can sell other people's products. I'm not good with computers. How many of you can copy, paste, drag and drop, by the way? Type in yes if you can copy, paste, drag and drop. So I just want to see how many of you can do that. All of you, right? You qualify. Oh, John, it's too late for social media. Well, no, it's not. It's only just beginning. It's only just getting big. I'm too old for this. My oldest student is 75 years old. So if he can do this, you can do this, right? Social media is for kids. No, it used to be, not anymore, right? Oh, I'm too shy. I don't want to show my face on camera. You don't have to.
So I'll show you where to. So let's go to part 1. If you're ready for part 1, type in part 1, and we'll go straight into this. So part 1 is passive income from YouTube, right? So what you do, number 1 is video monetization. Every time you upload a video, turn on monetization. How many of you have watched the video before? Before the video plays, you get an advert that plays before it. Type in yes if that's ever happened to you, right? So what happens is, when you turn on monetization, you're saying to YouTube that you will allow YouTube to advertise on your video. So you get paid money when people watch your video, right? So we'll come to that in a second. Ranking number 1 strategy. YouTube is now the second biggest search engine in the world. How many of you, when you search for things online, you'll go to YouTube to look for it as well? Type in yes if you've done that, right? So we've got that. Next one is video funneling. All you have to do is put a video up there and say, by the way, if you're interested in this, go to www. and give your URL and people will go there, which I think is incredible, right? And the next one is massive exposure, right? Massive exposure. So you can now target other people's videos. So let me talk to you how that works in a second. So let's go to number 1, right? The simple strategy is we have an online shop that sells something. It could be your business. It could be an appointment. It could be a free trial for your software. It could be a subscription to your membership site. It could be selling your book, selling your coaching, booking a call, whatever it is, right? We're going to drive our YouTube to our video and divert the views to buy. That's it. Free traffic, free marketing on YouTube, right? So here's how this works. Let's say I put a video on YouTube, okay, and I divert to my shop. If 1,000 people, I go to my shop and 100 people buy at $100, I just made 10 grand, right? That's how the maths work, right? It's a numbers game. This is why social media is so important, right? Because you need the exposure. And this lady here has almost 6 million views. 6 million views, right? Do you know she would have got paid a couple of $100,000 just for the advertising on that, right? So now you got these views. Her sister, so now Benefit makeup company, start advertising on the videos as well, right? We also have a sister, 84. She made 84 million from YouTube. How? Watch. She has 7. When she puts makeup videos up, people go, "Oh, where do I get the eyeliner from? Where do I get the lipstick from?" She has 700,000 people that pay her $10 a month. That's 7 million a month. That's 84 million in a year, which I think is incredible. So it's insane that people are making these amounts of money. Now, when you ask people, like, you know, when I was growing up, people say, my parents said, you know, son, you should become a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer. Do you know when I say to my nieces, my cousins now, what do you want to be when you grow up? Do you know what they say? Oh, I want to be an influencer. I want to be on YouTube. See, it's like, this is the new norm. Gamers now are making a lot of money online, right? So you have kids that play games. Guess what? You can basically have them make you money. When I was playing games when I was a kid, my parents told me not to play games. So this band, they do cover songs of Maroon 5. They got 56 million views, right? Right. So they divert people to go and buy their song for $1.29. My student, Alan Ung, he got 200,000 views from this. Like, people now hire him for weddings, right? And you see where it says, I can't. So I'm going to give you, how many of you want to know how to get thousands of views on YouTube for free? Type in yes. Type in yes. Right? Okay. Basically, you type in what you want to rank for in YouTube. You look at the top 10 videos. Then you take the title and you basically put that title into your video. So this, my student here, he attended my 3-day bootcamp. And I said to him, Alan, if you want to rank, he basically copied a song from Elvis Presley, which means I can't help falling in love with you. So every time someone listens to Elvis Presley, how many of you watched the video before and it then suggests other people's videos? That's exactly what I told him to do. And he's got over 200,000 views. It's insane, for free, right? And people are buying his music now. It's incredible. So that's one of 5 things you need to know when it comes to YouTube, but that's the most powerful one. Okay, next. How many of you sell a physical product? How many sell a physical product? Like, you sell supplements, you sell, you know, a book, you sell, you know, something for like e-commerce stuff. You can literally take your products and place them below a video now. So in this case, these sell skipping ropes. I'd already get a skipping rope. I bought this skipping rope because I saw this video, right? This guy here teaches you how to keep your shirt tucked in all day. Look at that, 1.8 million views. And then they sell these little suspender things to keep your shirt tucked in. It goes in your trouser, it hooks to your sock, and it pulls your shirt in, so your shirt stays tucked in all day. Right? According to WordStream, 2.35% of people that inquire about your product end up buying something. So let's do some calculations. 1.8 million views, right? Even if just 1% buy, that's 18,000 people at £3.15. That's £56,700. How many of you are okay with that? Type in okay. Type in okay if you are okay with that, right? Casey Neistat, I had the privilege of seeing him live in Dubai, right? And he was talking about, you know, his deals that he got. He got a deal with CNN for $25 million. It's incredible. It really is incredible, right? So I decided to give this a try. I thought, you know what? Let me put a video on YouTube and see if this really does work. So I put this video. It had almost 900,000 views. And if you go to YouTube, type in John Lee Property, you'll see all my videos, right? And then my videos start ranking. So people start finding my videos. By the way, ranking on a video versus ranking in Google is 10 times easier, right? So people now find my video, they watch my video, and now you can put a link inside your video right where people watch it. They can click, it goes to my shop, right? They click buy now, and they put the credit card details in, right? And I charge, they put the credit card details, they click place order. I just made 27 pounds, 27 pounds, 27 pounds, 27 pounds, 27 pounds, 27 pounds, 27 pounds. Literally, I sold 87 units. I made 2,500 in 7 days. How many of you are okay with that? Type in okay. Type in okay if you're okay with that. Come on, I want to see. So this is what I want for all of you. It's not rocket science. You just have to do exactly what I tell you to do. And everything I teach has been proven, tried, and tested, right? Look, this video had 1.3 million views, 800,000 views, 400,000 views, right? 400,000 views, 200,000 views, 182,000 views. How many of you really believe that if all I did was just help you get millions and millions of views and people, and just a small percentage came to your shop, that you would actually start making more money? Type in yes. Type in yes, right? Because what happens when you get millions of eyeballs, like people on the Super Bowl or the Oprah effect, if you go on Oprah, your book sells out, right? Becomes a New York Times bestselling author. This is the effect that you're going to get, except I've just told you how to do it for YouTube for free, right? So it's like having all these people queuing up outside your shop waiting to buy something. You know, when Apple launched the new iPhone, they had 5 million people watching the presentation on YouTube stream, right? And then all these people queue up outside waiting to buy. No wonder, you know, they're a multi-billion, maybe trillion-dollar company. I know they're kind of fluctuating, right? But I'm telling you this right now, that it's just so many different ways you can do this. Look, I put this video up and it got like, this is 9 years ago. It still makes me money today, right? If you type in how to invest in businesses, right? My video comes up on the first page. Even John Lee, right? How many John Lees are there in the world? Do you know there are 2.8 billion search results for the word John and Lee? And yet, if you type my name into Google, I come up number one. How many think that's really powerful, by the way? Why? Because Google owns YouTube, and YouTube cross-pollinates with Google very well. So this is why I want you to do this. By the way, how many of you never heard me speak before? And he said, oh, I'm on this Real Success Summit, and I don't know who this John Lee guy is. And then you did some research on me, and then you started seeing my videos. You go, actually, this guy's kind of got some good content. And then that's what made you come onto this training. Type in yes. Type in yes. Type in yes. So Valerie is yes, right? So Michelle, Linda, Dasha, Tassie, Flavia, Tabitha. So here's the lesson here. Some of you have never heard me speak before, but yet you can still find my content online. That's what we call a digital footprint. Before people buy things now, they search for you online before they buy it. Am I right? Yes or no? I don't make this stuff up. This is how the world has been conditioned to buy things right now, right? Corinne says, I just did your boot camp. Right? So I heard you first time on Clubhouse. You see, this is called omnipresence. And if you want to get verified, if you want to get that blue tick, one of the things that you need is you have to have a digital footprint, right? So that's why if you have a good enough video, it'll also rank in Google as well, right? Super powerful. Right? The first year I did this, I made £76,140 and 62 pence. right? That's okay for the first. How many of you are okay with that? I think it's okay, right? So that's why I say to all of you, you got to make sure people can find you when they type your product and service. And you see, most people are invisible. Like a lot of you I know have a great product or service to sell or to refer, but the problem is people just can't find you. Am I right? Yes or no? Right? So this is why you have to make sure you have visibility. Now, what if you don't have anything to sell? Right? Dasha says, I'm ready to sign me up. Okay, hold on a second. Let's get to the content first, and then I'll show you something special I've got for you. All right? So what if you don't have anything to sell? So if you don't have anything to sell, you use this business model, right? So I truly believe the amount of money that's in your bank account is in direct proportion to the amount of people that you've helped. So what does that mean? Well, what you want to do is sell other people's products for them and take a commission, right? So how does it work, right? So when I first started, I started in real estate. I found the problem, right? The problem is that people need to sell the property. The solution, I find investors, and there's me in the middle. So I go to the investor, I say, hey, I've got some good deals. This person's selling the property, they come to me. And then basically I pass it on to them, and that's how I make money, right? It's a very simple business model. It's the one that I'd highly recommend you start with immediately. All right. So as we do this as well, one of my students made 120,000 Swiss francs from doing this. How? Look, she basically got protein powder, created a website. By the way, if you use a website called Lead Pages, Wix, Shopify, you can, without any technical skills, you can click one button and create an online shop just like this with no technical skills in about 5 minutes. So you don't even need to know how to program anymore. It's crazy, right? She puts these protein powder on Instagram. People say, oh, where do you get the protein powder from? Just go to my website and buy. That's how she made 120,000. My other student, Pavlina, all she does is interview people and then puts a tracking link at the bottom. So she interviewed John DeMartini, right? And she said to John, hey, John, do you have a product or a course that you sell? And he sells mindset courses. So when people book now, they book through her link. She gets paid a commission every time, right? So she now makes 120,000 in 18 months from doing this, right? Now because she's put herself on YouTube, she's created a brand. She gets paid keynote speeches. She gets invited to go newspaper, in the radio, everything I'm telling you right now. And honestly, if you've never done this before, here's the fastest way to make money. Amazon Associates. Go to Amazon, right? Type in, like I've got an iPhone 11 Pro, right? Type in any product that Amazon sells. Basically, you get the link, you copy the link, and you paste it into social media or WhatsApp. And when people click to buy, guess what? Amazon pays you 5%. So in this case, you'll get paid 52 pounds for doing nothing other than copying and pasting. How many of you like the idea of that? Give me a yes. Give me a yes. Right? I think it's okay. Right? I know it's not millions, but you make money by doing nothing other than copying and pasting. That's it. Right? So this phone here, like every one of you can take a video. Like you don't even have to show your face. Just bend an iPhone. Look, they got 72 million views. 72 million views. Right? It's crazy. Imagine how much money they made from sponsorship there. So the conclusion is, the more people you divert to your shop, the more income you will make, period. Right? By the way, before you ask, I do have a course on this. Because I've got limited time, obviously, I go into a lot more detail in this course. But because, Diana said to me, she said, like, how can we help support our community? So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give one of you this course for free. Who'd like to get this course for free? Type in yes. Type in yes. Right? And I'll pick, in fact, you know what I'll do? I'll pick one person at the end to get this for free. Okay. So make sure you stay all the way to the end. Okay. Part number 2, Facebook monetization. So Facebook has something called RLT, relevant laser targeting. How many of you make posts on Facebook and expect your friends to buy? Right? The problem is your friends are not your buyers. So we need to find buyers. Right? So I'm going to show you how to do that in a second. Also, you want to get 10,000 followers on Facebook in 7 days. I'll show you how we do this. So why do you want this? Because when you have thousands of followers, like, perception equals reality. So some of you are life coaches. Some of you have a real estate business. If I go to your Facebook page, you've got 1 follower. In my mind, I'm thinking, this person can't be that good, right? But if you've got 1 million followers, oh my God, like everyone wants to do business with you. This is the key to this, right? So this is why you need to get a lot of followers. Perception equal. There's businesses that have been around for 20 years. You go to the Facebook page, they've got 10 followers. This is why the market's starting to change. This is why you need to learn this. So we need to look at this. This is one strategy I use. Look at this. I spent £418 and I got 5,707, which cost me 7 pence per click. How many would like to get 7 pence? Susan says it's quite a big water bottle. Yeah, I always drink a lot of water. Always stay hydrated, right? So 7 pence per click. Look at that. I spent £418, right? 5,700 people came to my shop for just 7 pence per visitor, right? So that's what the power of Facebook, if you know how to use it properly. Okay, so that's why you need to get a lot of followers. The next one is massive lead generation. It's the easiest way to generate leads for free for your business. And Facebook now have opened a Facebook supporter platform, So what it allows you to do is, for example, if I want to create an ad and only want to show it, see, a lot of you making posts to your friends are not your buyers. You want to make posts to your buyers. Everything you like, comment, and share on Facebook, Facebook tracks it. For example, if I click create an ad, I click that button, right? Here I can put demographics. I can put anything into here. So one of my students, Dennis Lim, he said, John, I don't sell ebooks. I don't sell courses. I'm a wedding photographer. How can I make money from Facebook? I said, look, Dennis, have you ever had a time where people change your status on Facebook? He said, yeah. I said, do this. Find all the people who are going to get married. He said, how? Like this. Look at this, right? Newly engaged 3 months ago, right? Literally 99,000 people, right? 99,000 people got engaged. Listen to this. This is insane, right? In the last 3 months in the United Kingdom. So all Dennis has to do is make a post with a wedding to say, hey, if you want to get married and you want to looking for a photographer, click here and send me a message. That he's booked out for the whole year because he's doing relevant laser targeting, RLT, right? Jumper says, my 9-year-old is here learning. I love it. Like kids are really good at this stuff, right? Kids are using social media all the time. So instead, just get them to do this stuff for you and you can both make money together. Start a father and son or mother and daughter business, right? So that's the power of this. If you are entertainment, so a lot of you know that I'm a big Marvel fan. As you can see, my Captain America shield back there. So this film did 1.2 billion in the box office. Why and how? Because it basically target people that love action movies now, right? So this is Benedict Wong. He's in a film called Avengers Endgame, Doctor Strange, and he's a good friend of mine. So he actually found me on Instagram, contacted me, and we sat down and, was talking about property investment. So I just want you to and he was in a film, the first one, Infinity War, with Robert Downey Jr., with Benedict Cumberbatch, right? So that's how films are using this. What if you're a restaurant? Look at this, food and drink. Target all the people that like specific foods. I can target Italian cuisine, Japanese cuisine. This company here has an Instagram page, and every day outside the shop, there's a half-an-hour queue outside the shop. It's incredible. This is the power of social media. All right, if you do e-commerce, you sell yoga clothes, 180 million searches for yoga clothes. All right, look, so when you do that, you start showing up in people's news feeds as a sponsored ad, right? So it shows to your buyers. They click, they fill the details in, they inquire, they browse, and now they become a buyer. How many of you love this strategy? Give me a yes. Give me a yes if you love this strategy, right? So that's how I got over 10 million people that follow me on this. It's insane, right? And that's how this video got 5.1 million views. That's why I've got over 2 million people and verified on Facebook now, right? This is the strategy that you use. And now if you go to my page, you have to become a supporter. So now people pay me money to follow me on social media. How many think that's great? Like if you have zero business you want to start, let me ask you an honest question. How many of you spend a lot of time on social media? Type in yes. Type in yes if you spend a lot of time on social media. Type in yes, right? So a lot of you do. Now, doesn't it make sense? If you're spending time on social media, shouldn't social media be paying you money every single month? So people pay me $27 a month or $5 a month or $7 a month to basically consume my content, right? They click become a supporter, right? In this case, on Facebook, you can charge whatever amount you want. But now you just like easiest way to monetize is just to just click become a supporter. They pay money to follow you. Everyone can afford a latte, right? So the question people always ask me, how fast can you replace your income? So this strategy, those of you who joined me on my 3-day bootcamp, literally watch how fast you can become financially free. Watch this. So you can see, look, this is yesterday, right? This is yesterday, right? How many people are, all the sales that come in every single day, $27 a month, $27 a month, $27 a month. How insane is that, right? So it's just, I think my camera has disappeared off the slide. You guys want to put my camera back in? There you go. Thank you so much. So you can see here, look, do you know how many are in here? Like, you see how many people sign up every single day? This is $27 a month. Look, every single day people are signing up, right? It's crazy. Look, I can keep going on and on and on and on and on and on and on. So you can see this. It's absolutely insane, right? So in this one, right, there's actually, I think, 261 people signed up in that 1 week. So someone do the math for me. 261 times 27 equals how much, right? Equals how much? This is in 1 week, by the way, by using social media to promote it. Basically, in 1 week, I make $7,047 per month, so per week in sales. So times that by 4, every week I make around 28,000 passive income just by using some of these social media. How many of you would like to learn that, by the way? Give me a yes. Give me a yes. And I'm just showing you the proof here, right? So this is why you want to have a subscription platform. And this is why, how many in 7 days? 261. 261 times 27 a month, right? Equals 7,047 per month. This is what I want for all of you. One of my students, Mark, he said, if you want to grow your business and brand to earn more than this, then John is the guy you need to learn from. He's the real deal. 1 year after John's coaching, I did 1.5 million. Do you know, I taught Mark how to do this. He's a chef. And he said, John, how can I do a membership? I said, all you need to do is put your recipes into a video and then have a weekly video on your cooking recipes on how to lose weight. This guy basically made one Zoom session to his Facebook community. He had like 150,000 followers. And I taught him how to do that using the follower strategy I just shared with you. And in 45 minutes, he had, I think, like about 192 people paying him $7 a month, right? So this is how you can start earning income doing this, using recurring income, all right? He's got 149,000 people. And then I taught him how to do viral content. By the way, if you want to get more followers, use the engagement tab on Facebook. Because in engagement tab, every post that you post has a follow button so people can follow you directly from a post. That's how you do it, engagement tab. And then I told him how to do viral marketing. So a good friend of mine, Jay Shetty, told me that if you want your videos to go viral, you want to make sure that you have a strong title and also emotional content in that video. So Mark got 13,000 likes, 16,000 people shared it, 2.3 million views. This is the one video that basically blew his business up because he had so much, his phone wouldn't start ringing off the hook. This is what I want for you. All right. This is another one of my students, right? Grace. So Grace, when she came to me, she only had 238 followers. When I showed her the follower strategy, she now has 67,000 followers. Sorry, yeah. How cool is that? Just by using these strategies. Jade says, I'm an actual chef. Why am I just learning this? Because Jade, the world has changed since the lockdown, since everything crazy that happened, it's changed. We need to adapt to the market. It's not the most strongest or the most intelligent species that survive. It's the most adaptable. Excuse me. All right. One of my other students, Skip Archimedes. So you've probably heard Skip speak in some of these events. He's my student, right? So I taught him to do Facebook and to create a membership, right? So he does these yoga videos, posts them on Facebook, and sells his supplements, right? He makes hundreds of thousands of dollars on a subscription by selling supplements. How many think that's pretty insane, by the way, right? So if you have a physical product, you can also do this, all right? My friend Jay Shetty. How many of you heard of Jay Shetty, by the way? Type in yes if you heard of Jay Shetty, right? So Jay, does this work for nonprofit? Of course it does. Like imagine having a sustainable nonprofit that's always on recurring so you don't have to go and raise money all the time, right? It's insane that this strategy I'm telling you right now, you know, when Lisa and Dinah said, John, please teach your best strategies. That's what I'm giving you right now. And one of the best ways to promote your business is collaborations for other people. Just like I'm doing a collaboration right now with Jay Shetty, right? Look at that. 100,000 views in 19 hours. Okay. So there's a huge opportunity here for all of you right now. If you have no business, you basically do the social media for other people and people will pay you £1,000 per month to manage someone's social media. How insane is that? It's the easiest business model. You walk into a restaurant, you open up the Instagram profile, you say, your Instagram profile sucks. Well, don't say it like that. Say it nicely. And then you say to them, how would you like to get 10,000 followers in the next, 30 days, right? And you just do the strategy I just showed you. They'll pay you $1,000 a month for that. It's insane, right? So if you want to make 5,000 a month, you just need 5 clients. It's easy money. All you have to do is find business owners who want more customers, right? So Pam Ciel, one of my students, she did 1.3 million in 12 months of doing this. 1.3 million. How? This is before she met me, and this is after I finished with her. Right? No, not like that. Right? She's now a celebrity. She's now in the Reader's Digest on the radio. Do you know, it took me 15 years after spending millions of dollars to learn this stuff. Right? So look how much money I've spent learning this stuff. And when, Lisa and Dinah said to me, John, please, don't make people have to spend millions of dollars to learn it. Just basically put everything into a learnable fashion, and here it is. So just do exactly what I tell you to do, and you'll make a lot of money from Facebook just by doing what I just told you, right? By the way, I do have a course on Facebook, right? Teaching you step by step how to do everything, how to get 10,000 followers really fast. How many of you like to get this for free? Type in yes. Type in yes. Jackie says it takes money to make money. It takes working smart to make money, right? You can actually make money. Like I can basically go to somebody and say, let's say I have no money right now. I can go to somebody and say, hey, I'll manage your social media for you. So you put sweat equity in, which is why knowledge is more important, right? So at the end of this, I will pick one person. I'll give you this course for free, right? Okay, part 3, Instagram. So how do we use Instagram? So the way we do Instagram, we have to use the follower strategy, right? So do you know on Instagram right now, a brand new setting that's come out is you can follow people or you can favorite people. If you go to your Instagram, at the top, it'll say Instagram. If you click on it, it'll say follow somebody or favorites. You can add people to your favorites now. So the right way to do follower strategy. So if you go to my account, type in John Lee, you can click on that. And then at the top, it'll say a blue, so this is my only account that I use the verified account. At the top, you'll see like a little bell icon. If you click the bell icon, turn on all notifications, right? To set it to all, right? All because you follow someone doesn't mean that you're going to see their followers. So that's the right way and correct way to do the follow strategy. You have to turn on notifications. Influencer strategy. Basically, you can have a lot of followers now, right? And people can pay you money to make posts. And again, another easy way to make money. So I was just with a lot of creators out in Dubai. Do you know they make 6 figures just from making posts on social media without doing anything else? They fly to a nice location, take a nice picture, post it, and tag a brand in there. So a lot of people are doing what we call influencer marketing, which is how all of you make posts on social media anyway, but you're not getting paid for it, right? So I'll show you that in a second. Bio link. We can now put bio links in our post to promote our business. The collaboration strategy. This is how I got over 1 million followers on Instagram. How do you want to know how I did this? Type in yes. Type in yes, right? Check this out. So step 1, find an account that has over 1 million followers. Step 2, send them a message and create content so they post your content Step 3, get them to tag you in the post. That's it. This is a free strategy. You don't pay any money for this. If all you did is that, you would gain thousands of followers. This guy posted my post to 1.1 million followers. I got 3,500 followers, bang, overnight for free. This guy did the same. I got another 2,500 followers. This person did the same to the 1.1 million followers. They posted my video. They tagged me in the post, and I gained like a couple of thousand followers for free overnight, right? So now you can actually put a bio link in there. So if you check this, I can put a link there, right? So at the bottom, you can see a link to my Forbes article. If you've never read around Forbes article, by the way, if you've never come across before, just go to Google, type in John Lee Forbes. You'll see my Forbes article there. Look at my story. My story hit 100,000 people. One of the best ways to monetize right now is to have a story. And do you know now the software where I can automate things? Let me give you an example. Okay, screen grab this right now. So go on your phone, screen grab this, and tag me on Instagram at John_Lee_official. What happens is it will send you a gift, right? So if you want to gamify, you see where I've got at Natalie J Weddings. Basically, you can program using a software called Instachamp. Anyone that tags you to gamify your posts. So let's say, all 5,000 people tag me right now. 5,000 people, your followers are going to see the post, right? Also tag Real Success as well in there. So 5,000, if you just have 1,000 friends, that's 5 million people that see me, right? And those people then come and then follow me. That's how you do gamification posts. That's a brand new thing that's happening right now on Instagram. That's why you want to get people to also tag you in the post. And you can do swipe ups now. You can put a link in your post, right? So basically, I put a link, 100,000 people see it. I do a swipe up. Now you don't need 10,000 followers to put a link. I put a link in there. They go to my page. They pay £500 to £1,000 for my courses. That's how I produce multi-million-pound companies just by doing this strategy. How cool is that? Right? A story. We're doing a story moniker. Look at this. Jay Shetty has 9,000 people watching him. That's why he's a New York Times bestselling author. When you go and buy his book, he said, hey, go buy my book. And the people buy it. It's insane. Right? Look at this one. She does Pilates. Again, 9,000 people are watching. She does these exercises and people watch her. She sells all her leggings, her mats, her yoga mats, everything. It's insane. Right? So this is why it's so important to learn this stuff. Right? Danielle, 20,000 per post. Right? Julia, 10,000 per post. You've got Amy Song, 9,000 per post. Right? You've got Huda Kattan, 18,000 per post. Right? Kardashians, 500,000 per post. Cristiano Ronaldo charges $1 million per post. Right? They tag Nike football. So he'll have a Nike shoe. Nike pays $1 million. He tags Nike, and now everyone goes to Nike and gains lots of followers for free. Is this pretty amazing, by the way? Yes or no? Yes or no? Right? So look at this. I charge £10,000 per post. Right? I got this company, it reached 500,000 people. 33,000 people liked it. I got 8,688 profile visits. And basically, they go to the shop to go and buy it and order a suit. How cool is that? Right? This is why people are doing influence marketing, even on Clubhouse. Right? How many of you are part of Clubhouse, by the way? Type in Clubhouse if you're on Clubhouse or heard of Clubhouse. Right? By the way, Clubhouse is one of the companies that I invested in. Right? So thank you for using it. Right? So look, I joined Clubhouse on the 20th. I got over 400,000 followers, and I joined Clubhouse on the 27th of December. So literally in a very short space of time, Clubhouse, Clubhouse, right? It's a free it's an audio platform where you get leads for free, right? So I can start an audio room now in Clubhouse. I can talk, no one can see me, and I can gain thousands of followers really quick, right? It's amazing. I never realized by tagging you again followers. Exactly, right? So it's just a powerful strategy. Look at this. I run a Clubhouse room. I have 45,000 people listening to me live. Imagine I go live on Clubhouse. I have 45,000 people. I say, hey, if you're interested in buying my book, go to Amazon and type in John Lee Business Hack Book. That's how I sell thousands of copies of my book. Are you guys understanding this? By the way, Clubhouse is for Android, it's for Apple, and it's free to download. It's available to everybody. Go and download it and basically promote your business on there. It's free, right? So this is the power of this. Look at this. Every time I run a room, I have 8,000 people, 9,000 people, 3,000 people, 6,000 people, 12,000 people, 9,000 people, 4,000 people, 3,000 people, 7,000. Roz says, I don't understand. Basically, Roz, this is a way to get free advertising, to have thousands of leads for free. When you use Clubhouse, you get thousands of leads for free. Because when you start a room, people listen to you. Does this make sense? Make sense? Type in yes. This is too good to be true. No, and I'm showing you the stats here. Look at the stats. A lot of you have never heard of it before. That's why, you know, Lisa and Diana had me come on to teach you this stuff, right? Look at this. When you get big, you also get invited to big parties. Like this is me and John Legend, right? This is me and Chris Tucker. This is me and Naomi Campbell. This is me and Lewis Hamilton, right? This is me and Orlando Bloom. You know, the person who personally introduced me to Orlando Bloom was Leonardo DiCaprio. By the way, just so you know, Clubhouse, Elon Musk used Clubhouse. He was on Clubhouse. Mark Zuckerberg used Clubhouse. Oprah used Clubhouse. So if it's good enough for these people, it's definitely good enough for you, right? So, and by the way, in the back, the guy with the hat, that guy's name's Tom Hardy. It's not every day you get photobombed by Tom Hardy, but Leonardo DiCaprio is the person who personally introduced me to Orlando Bloom, which I thought was pretty crazy, right? Marcus is no one Campbell, John, I'm jealous. She's an amazing human being. All the things she's doing with the fashion and the charity work she's doing. Even Stallone, you know, this guy had to sell his dog just so he could live. Isn't that insane? Right? Gary Vee uses Clubhouse. Exactly. All the big players do. So if you're not on Clubhouse, you're losing out. Now, some people say, well, John, it's okay for you. You have 6 million people that follow you on social media. No one's going to pay me to make a post. Wrong. There's a new concept called micro-influencer. Basically, anyone who has over 1,000 followers can now get paid $50 to $200 per post. Let me say that again. $50 to $200 per post. Sly bought his dog back. He did, but he paid like triple the price, which is quite insane. So here's the key to this, right? If you download tribegroup.co, you link it to your Instagram, and now you can charge between $100 and $200 per post, right? Because all the people now are looking for people like you with 1,000 followers to promote their products and services, right? Again, one of my students, Elham Payfu, made $100,000 in 6 months doing this. It's insane. By the way, I have over 2.5 million people that follow me on Instagram. If you check my reels, they get hundreds of thousands of views. If you check my videos, they all get hundreds of thousands of views. And I'll tell you one big hack right at the end of this. But if you're interested, I do have an Instagram course. It's $607. By the way, how many of you, just out of interest, how many of you would invest $607 for an Instagram course to gain 1 million followers in the next 12 months? Type in yes. Type in yes. Or even 100,000 followers, right? So what I'm going to do is I want to pick one person at the end, and you're going to get this for free, okay? So make sure you stay to the end. Now, part 4 is LinkedIn profits. So those of you that do B2B, business to business, this is perfect for you. So really good strategy is in-mail ads, right? So you can basically message people who have a specific job title. I'll show you that in a second. Text ads, sponsored ads, right? Massive list acquisition. Did you know you could export all your contacts on LinkedIn to a list, right? So there's lots of things you can do there. So in LinkedIn, you can basically place an ad when someone logs in like this. So a new update on LinkedIn, make sure you switch your account from a normal account to a creator account. Turn on creator mode. If you turn on creator mode, you can gain a lot of followers really fast. LinkedIn now is pushing a lot of organic reach because a lot of people are using all the other platforms and neglecting LinkedIn. They're now turning into a fully fledged social media platform now. So now you can gain followers now on LinkedIn, which I think is pretty amazing. Sorry about that. Right. So I just think that we definitely need to start doing a lot of this stuff because, right, on LinkedIn, you can, by the way, how many of you do B2B? Type in B2B. Type in B if you do B2B. Look at this. I can target people, right, to visit my website who have send a message, but the message is basically to do with job experience. So LinkedIn is the only platform that can target other people's social media followings, right, in terms of the job title, right? So let's say I know let's say I've got Richard Branson. I can basically target all the people with a Richard Branson title of a CEO, for example, right? So look at this, CEO. Look at this. This is insane, right? There are 150,000 CEOs in the United Kingdom, 150,000. The moment I click this button, launch campaign, 150,000 people are going to see my message. Only CEOs. How many think this is really powerful, by the way? Give me a yes if you think it's really powerful. It's actually insane that we are targeting out. Data is the new currency. Data is the new currency, right? So one of my students said, I learned so much from John Lee. I made 150,000 in the first year, right? How? Because he's an events company. He always said to me, John, I struggle to get to the event managers. Like they'll never, reply to my message. But when he used LinkedIn, every event manager of a company got his message and hired him for the wedding, for the weddings, for the shows, for the lighting, for the event setup, for the AV. It's insane. So he said to me, John, I don't want to show my face on camera. I said, you don't have to. Show your work on camera. And he did. Now, look at this. One Russian couple saw his wedding. Terry says, oh, my God, I'm just too overwhelmed with all this. Terry, I want to give you my best content, all the best strategies, because I want you all to make money really fast. By the way, how many of you are getting a lot of value from this, by the way? Give me a yes if you're getting a lot of strategies, a lot of value from this. Right? I'd love for you to screen grab me, tag me on Twitter, and let me know, or tag me through Real Success Summit, and then tell me some of the biggest aha moments, because when you document something, you remember it more, right? Yes, so much value. Okay, so you can put your work, and then people see your work, they contact you, you make money. Simple as that. By the way, I do have a course on this, right? It's a LinkedIn mastery course. It's $973. I will give this to one person, right? I'm getting a lot of confusion. I don't understand social media. I really want to. Ross, it's really simple. When you go on Oprah, millions of people see you, and millions of people then want to buy your products and services. But because you can't get on Oprah, or you haven't been on Oprah, I'm showing you the next best thing to get millions of people to see you using the social media strategy I'm telling you right now. So that's how you do it. So the blueprint is we go from YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. All right, we send the traffic to the shop. Right, we can use Google as well. We can also use TikTok. TikTok also has a lot of free organic reach now. And we drive that to our shop, and that's how we monetize. But the key to this, because it's social media, we can automate it. We can set it and forget it. So there's lots of ways to automate it. And my goal for you is to make at least just 50 sales at $100 to make an extra 5,000. You only need 2 sales a day. How many of you think by using all the things I've told you, you can just make 2 sales a day? Type in yes. Type in yes. Right? Yeah, so Linda, Desha, Charles, Elaine, Monica, right? A lot of you. So that's why you can also use Clubhouse as well. So the 4-part secret I just mentioned to you is, YouTube's video monetization, right? Using Facebook's dark post, don't post to your friends, post to your buyers. Using Instagram's inbuilt features that I just shared with you, and also LinkedIn profit strategy, right? So why do people never make it? Well, because they're trading time for money. Right? They work hard for money. When money's not working hard for them. Some of you even told me it sounds too good to be true. Because if you think you can't do it, you're right. If you think you can do it, you're right. You just need to try. Do exactly what I tell you to do, and you'll make money. Right? That's my promise to you. I've been doing this for 15 years. So I've tested this out, and I know this works. If I could log into my bank account and show you now, you'll see that even today, like we have thousands of dollars that just come in. Right? Look at this. A lot of you don't have any specialized knowledge, right? You see, a lot of people are using social media as a consumer. We want to use social media as a creator, because the consumers spend money, creators make money, right? And a lot of this stuff's not taught in school. So what's your BS? What does BS stand for? No, not bullshit. Belief systems, right? What is your belief systems? They say, well, John, I don't have the time. If you don't have the time, you got to make the time. Well, John, I don't have the money. If you don't have the money, you got to find the money. Right? There's never a lack of money. There's only a lack of creativity. There's never a lack of resources. There's only a lack of resourcefulness. A lot of people say, John, I don't know how. Look, everyone write this word down, learn. Everyone type this out. L-E-A-R-N. Come on. L-E-A-R-N. Right? If you write the word learn and you take off the L, what does it spell? It spells what? earn. You must learn before you earn. That means I see a lot of people when they're not earning, it's because they're not learning. Simple as that, right? Your business can only grow to as big as you can grow, right? And so, a lot of you say, John, I already know this stuff already. If you already know this, but you're not getting the results, you don't know it, right? If you know it, but you don't do it, you still don't know it. So, and also people just don't know when to start. When's the best time to start, right? No, not now, 10 years ago. When's the next best time? No, not now, yesterday. So you couldn't even be in a better time of what I'm telling you right now, where the whole creator economy is blowing up right now. How do I know? I went into an electrical store, right? It used to be called Dixon's, it's called something else now, where they sell cameras and things like that. Do you know they have a whole section dedicated to creators now? I was like, this is insane. This is like, I'm so glad that you are here learning this now, because there's no better time than now to do this. How many of you agree? Type and agree, right? So there's 4 things you need. Number 1, you have to have specialized knowledge, the how-to. Number 2, you have to have the right implementation to do this. Number 3, you have to have a strategy and a plan to do this. And number 4, you have to have your why. You heard Paul before, and you heard a lot of the amazing speakers, that a lot of us do this because we want to make impact. When I made my first million in real estate at 27, I said, you know what? Why don't people know this? Like, some of you said to me, John, I've been a chef all this time. Why am I only learning this now? And you're not the first person, Jen, to say that. I have so many people that say that to me, which is my big why. My dream was always to build a school. And a couple of years ago, my dream came true. We built our first school around a place called Kakamega in Kenya. And this school now houses 343 orphans learning all the things you guys are learning now. When India got locked down, we raised all this money. We did an event, and we got all these food bags. And when the first lockdown happened, we managed to feed a lot of families, out in India. I got this message, and when I got this message, said, thank you, John Lee. This really brought a tear to my eye, because what I realized is that everything we do is not just about the money. Yeah, money is important, but you know what's more important? Impact. You want what's more important? Making a difference with that. How many of you agree with that? Type in yes. Type in yes if you agree with that. I know you all relate to this. So now we want the growth of not just the hard business people. We want to become heart-centered entrepreneurs. And that's what I really want to create. My daughter, she's growing up fast, and I really want to become, I want to improve my leadership skills to teach my daughter. Do you know now when we go shopping, I never pay for things on my card anymore. I give my daughter cash, and she'll pay with things for cash, because when the cashier gives the cash back, she understands money. So one of the things I want to do is revolutionize the education system, right? Because I truly believe that the definition of hell on earth is meeting the person that you could have been. And isn't it true that we have so much potential, but yet we don't live life at 1,000%? Most of us live life at 50%, So, I truly believe that life is by design. You make your life how you want it. So now every year, quite often now, actually, we travel business class, first class, 5-star hotels. I stay in some of the best restaurants. And, Asian people so if you just go full screen for a second, Asian people, we are emotionally constipated, right? Like I said to my mom, like, what's your dream? And she said, well, son, I just want you to be, no, mom. Forget about me. What is your dream? And she said, well, I guess I'd love to quite travel the world. And that became my why. I just want my parents to be proud of me. I remember and I'm very blessed now to be able to fly around the world, business class, first class, 5-star hotels. I remember the first time I took my mom on first class. Here's what she goes, zzz, zzz, zzz. She starts playing with this. I said, Mom, stop being a newbie. 2 seconds later, she takes her phone out and starts doing this, right? Taking selfies like this. I'm like, Mom, stop being a newbie, right? And so we're about half an hour into the journey, and I look over at my mom, and she's still playing with all the gadgets. She's got a little drink. She's drinking a drink, and the sun's setting in the background. You see the clouds, you see the sun on her face, and for a split second, she looks up at me, and she smiles. Do you know, in that moment, she didn't have to say anything. But I knew that she was proud of her son. And I tell you that not to impress you, but to know that what we do is not for us. It's for the next generation. That's why I'm here today. I've been in back-to-back events today. I ran a full event, I did another event, and literally right now it's like, I know we're on different time zones. It's quite late for me presenting this, but why? Because my purpose, I've truly found my purpose. And that is to revolutionize the education system by teaching you how to do this stuff. By teaching you will be the best example for your kids. Let's go back into slides and I'll show you this thing, right? So I remember when I took my mom had this big grin on her face. And do you know where we flew to? We flew to Niagara Falls, Canada. We went to Niagara Falls. And because my mom keeps singing what's that Celine Dion song? My heart will go on. You know that song? So she kept saying, Mom, you know what? Let me just take you to see Celine Dion. And we did. And all the way, so we flew to see Celine Dion in concert in Vegas. And I tell you, that was the highlight of my life. The best 30 grand I ever spent. Because when we make money, we don't just buy things. We create magical moments. And that's why you want to create money. That's why you want to have wealth. Right? So now I truly believe that now I design a life how I like it, how I want it. I mean, seriously, wouldn't you much rather be on a beach right now, making money and making an impact, typing yes, right? So this is what you want. So for me, my question to all of you is like, what's your why? Like, who you're going to learn from, right? Who's going to be your mentor, right? And people say, well, John, can you be my mentor? Unfortunately, I don't do one-to-one mentoring anymore, right? When I did, I charge £15,000 a day. I do, my consult fee is $5,000 an hour. My live physical events in the UK, I would charge £2,000 for in-person training. My online courses are £500 to £1,000. But this is the first time that I have presented for Real Success. And, Dinah has heard me on Clubhouse. I connected with Lisa. A lot of my friends who you've seen on this platform are all personal friends of mine, people like Rob and Dara and all these people. Paul and I actually started in the same speaker training over 15 years ago. And I was saying this to Lisa and Diana, and it's amazing. You get to learn from all the amazing speakers as well. So, because it's the first time, I really want to do something very special for you and also very exclusive for you that I've never done anywhere else. So if you like to get something special, type in special, and I'll do something very special for you. And I'll tell you why I'm doing this, by the way. First of all, I spent 15 years learning this and I made a lot of mistakes. Also, I'm looking for business partners. I want to train people up so I can invest in the company because, I like to invest, in private equity. I've invested in I've invested in one of the biggest NFT platforms in the world. Last year, I co-invested in a crypto platform, which now has a $20 billion valuation. So now I thought, what if I could invest in creators? What if I could invest in businesses? And that's where a lot of VCs are starting to turn, which is why I decided and agreed to do this. So a lot of people are doing it the wrong way. And also, I just want to help people shortcut the entire process. So my mission, as I mentioned, is to revolutionize and to empower the next generation of entrepreneurs. And by helping you do that, I indirectly achieve that goal. And that's why I decided to create the Social Media Business Bootcamp. This is a 3-day virtual bootcamp. And, when I offer these boot camps, I would normally charge around $2,776. So this is a 3-day boot camp with me personally. I'll give you the dates in a second. In fact, I'll put the dates into the chat box in a second. But people say, well, John, what do I learn then? Well, I'm going to show you how to use social media to get more followers, how to replace your income, how to get more leads and sales, how to really build a strong online brand. I mean, nowadays it's all about brand building, isn't it? Right? So we got to build a brand, but we first create demand. Also, those of you who've never created an online business before, that's where most of the people are doing the side hustles, right? If you can replace it, right? How do we create a system, an autopilot to work from anywhere in the world on a beach? Imagine drinking your pina colada and you're making money and making an impact. Also, recurring income. That video I showed you with 261 people signed up to my membership in 1 week. Because the effort it takes you to sell something once, it's the same effort it takes for you to sell something once and get paid over and over and over again. And also, my goal is to help you hit $1 million. I'll give you the exact plan on how to do that. And also I'll show you how to do this step by step, even if you have zero experience, even if you're a complete beginner, right? And the goal is to be able to generate sales at will. So there's 4 components that I teach, and I teach this live on Zoom. You see my face, my slides, you'll see my whiteboard, you'll see everything, right? So I'll give you the first component. Number 1 is digital income, where we cover 10 profitable business models. If you don't already have a business, you can pick one of these. If you don't have any products, we talk about 10 passive income products as well. So you can basically choose that. I'm even going to show you a piece of software that you can use to get research and demand, meaning you're going to know exactly how much money you're going to make before you even start. And again, the goal is to help you hit that $1 million plan, 7 figures. Okay. And lead magnets is really powerful. So instead of people having to knock on your door, right, everyone's knocking on your door, right? So that's component number 1. Component number 2 is cash on demand. So how do we build digital assets? You know, NFTs are big now. You know, the digital currencies, cryptos, but how do we build digital assets that people can pay for? How do we create high quality videos? How do you create leveraging profitable webinars? I have a lot of webinars. One of my webinars run 35,000 times a year. I'm going to show you exactly how we do that. I'm going to show you how to build a community and a tribe, right? I'm also going to show you how I build a list of 250,000 people. Let me tell you, this is really important. Listen up. Data is a new currency. If my Facebook dies, lost 2 million people. If Clubhouse dies, lost 600,000 people. If Instagram dies, lost 2.5 million people. So the key here, you need to extract the data. I now have a database now of almost 250,000 people. At any one time, I can send an email or text message and bang, goes out to 250,000 people. If just 1,000 people buy a product at $1,000, I make $1 million. This is why you need to learn this specific strategy. It will make you a lot of money in the long run. Okay. Sorry, my camera's gone a bit out of focus. Give me a second. There we go. Oh, that's weird. I'm a bit blurred now. Hold on a sec. Why is it doing that? All right. Anyway, so I am back. So component number 3 is social media monetization, right? So I'm going to show you how to use Facebook the right way to make money. I'm going to show you how to use Instagram to get real followers, right? How to get 100,000 followers on Instagram. I'm going to show you how to use YouTube to get free exposure. I'm going to show you how to get 4 million views a year without having any followers or subscribers. A lot of you say, John, how is that even possible? I'll prove it to you in the bootcamp. The content marketing strategy. How do you put content that get millions of views as well? And also, how do you get on the first page of Google in 24 hours, right? Component number 4 is using the sales machine, right? So how do you use LinkedIn, right? How do you use, how do you build out an automated, you set it, forget it? How do you use the 7-11 method? It takes 7 to 11 attempts for people to buy your products and services, right? The boomerang marketing strategy. If you want to sell something here, you want to sell something before it, and that's what increases the sales. It took me 15 years to figure that out. And also income automation. You see this picture? This picture was taken in Bali with my daughter. You know, I did a launch. My phone went zzz, 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 zzz. Why? Because every time I make a sale, it vibrates, right? Because I remember watching the sunset with my daughter in Bali and just thinking, you know what? All those years that I've worked to build this lifestyle, because ultimately, isn't that what life is about? To live life on your own terms. It was the most magical moment for me, because the biggest problem that a lot of people regret is when they're building businesses, they don't spend time with their family. By doing what I tell you to do, you'll have the flexibility, you'll have the time, and you'll have the lifestyle to be able to do all those things I'm telling you to do, right? So the social media business bootcamp, we covered digital income, cash on demand, social media income, sales machine automation. Total value for this is $2,776 USD. Okay. Also, Diana and Lisa and Real Summer asked me to do something very, very special for you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you 5 bonuses for enrolling today, worth $4,865. This is real value. It's what I sell it for, right? So let me tell you what it is. So I have a Facebook course that's $851 US. It's going to teach you how to use Facebook, find targeted buyers, use Facebook ads, how to get leads for cheap. And you probably noticed that the ad cost has gone up on Facebook. So how do we get the ad cost down? And then how do you use the Facebook supporter platform? Do you remember I said I'm going to give this to one person for free? Do you remember? You know what? I'm going to do even better than that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give this course to every single person on this training right now, completely free of charge, who booked the bootcamp, right? for every single person. So you need to book the bootcamp, and then I'll give you this course completely free of charge. How insane is that? That's my first bonus for you. My second bonus is my YouTube course. This is $1,200. So I'm going to teach you how to get thousands of views. It's going to teach you how to get on the first page of YouTube. It's going to teach you how to target your competitors' videos. And it's also going to teach you how to get leads for free. That's the big thing here, because it's the second biggest search engine. Everyone uses it, right? And also get massive brand exposure. So again, I said one person will get this for free. Here's what I'm going to do, right? What I'm going to do is, if you book the bootcamp, I will give you this completely free of charge, completely free, which is insane. Patricia says, how do I get John Lee to see I'm interested in getting his offer, right? So bonus number 3 is an Instagram course, right? So there's $607. It's going to teach you the right way to get real followers, not fake ones, real ones who engage, how to generate inquiries and leads, how to get more engagement, video viral hacks. Like one of the best strategies I'm using right now, one of my videos hit 500,000 people using 1-second videos. So I've hacked Instagram's algorithms. I know exactly how it works. Also using Instagram stories to make sales as well, right? And also, how do you get someone who's got 1 million followers to promote you for free? So I said one person will get this for free. In fact, what I'm going to do, every single person who books the bootcamp right now will get this course for free. All right. Bonus number 4 is LinkedIn. So LinkedIn is going to teach how to target high-level targeting, video viral marketing. How do you connect with anyone you like? How do you get instant partnerships? And also, how do you do collaborations? Because collaboration is the new domination, right? So it's $973. What I'll do is, every single person that books the bootcamp now, I will give you this LinkedIn course for free, and you'll be able to access this immediately, all right? Bonus number 5. Again, because this is the first time I've done this, I really want to do something very special, is investment. So when you make money from your business and social media, how do you invest it and multiply it? So this course is going to teach you how to multiply your money, how to make your money work hard for you, how to invest in income producing assets, how to get higher ROI, and how to become financially free. So I'm a property investor. So I invest in real estate. In 2019, I did an IPO, took my company public. Last year, I co-invested in a company which now has $20 billion valuation. I invested in companies like Clubhouse. There's some big things. So we take that money that we earn, we put that into investments which multiply. So that's what this course is going to teach you. What I'll do is, it's $1,200 for this. If you book the bootcamp now, every single person that books the bootcamp now, I'll give you this completely free of charge. All right. So the incredible offer I put together for you is to spend 3 days with me online. We go for about 7 to 8 hours each day. It's me teaching. I don't have any other speakers that teach. It's me that teaches the bootcamp because I want to invest in some companies. We cover digital income, cash in demand, social media income, sales machine automation. You'll get the Facebook profits course. You'll get the YouTube course. You'll get the Instagram course. You'll get the LinkedIn course. You'll get the investment profits course. Total value for this. Blessing says, I'm interested. Robert says, okay, I'm sold. I'm in. Total value for this is $7,641. But because it's the first time that I'm presenting, for Real Success Summit and the Real Success Network, I want to make it really affordable at just $997 US, right? $997 US. So this is my gift for all of you, because the first time we also charge tax on that because we're a UK company. So we have to charge tax, 20% tax on top of that as well. People will say to me, well, if all this did was just replace your salary, would it be worth it? If all this did was just generate more customers that you can handle, would it be worth it? Right? If you just got an extra 3 or 4 sales, it would pay for the entire 997, right? What if all this did was just set up a business from anywhere in the world? Or what if you just get thousands of followers to follow you? Would it be worth it? Right? Or you just build a strong online brand that everybody recognizes. Would it be worth it? Well, it's definitely worth it for one of my students, Charles. This guy made $1 million in 12 months. $1 million in 12 months. And literally, he sent me, if you don't believe me, he sent me a screen grab of a bank account. He said, broke $1 million in the bank. Thanks, bro, for everything. I put, it's a pleasure. You're a good student. Look at over $1 million in his bank account. But do you know what? I want to do something even better for you because Charles paid me $75,000 US for one-to-one mentoring. So I want to do something even better for you. I want to do something crazy because this is by the way, I do not offer this anywhere else. Literally what you're going to get now is an really exclusive offer. right? For all of you, because this is the first time I've done this for real success. So how many of you do something crazy for you? Type in crazy. Type in crazy. I mean, you got to be fast. You got to be fast. As soon as I do this, it's going to be sold out straight away, right? Crazy. So Baker, Regina, Flavia, Anne, Dawn, Jade, Norman, Risha, Charles, Deborah, Valerie, Tina, Karen, Laurie, Anita. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. What I'll do is, if you book now, before I end this training, I've got like 15 minutes left. Before I end this training, I'm going to do a real success exclude. This really is an exclusive offer. If you see me offer this anywhere else, you'll see that it's way more expensive. What I'll do is, if you book now, I'll make it really affordable at just $297 US. Book now. Go to this URL, www.realsummits.com/JL. It's insane. This is I never offered this at this price before. Those of you attending Rob's event, I sell this for £1,000, right? So this really is a real offer. You can only get it with Real Summits because it's the first time I've spoken for them. So get it now, realsummits.com/JL. What I'm also going to do is give you 100% money back guarantee. 100% money back guarantee, because a lot of you have never heard me speak before. So I'll give you 100% money back guarantee, so it's safe for you. How am I going to do that? If you don't make at least 10 times your investment 1 year after the program, and you've proven to me that you've taken action, I'll give you all your money back. I'll give you all your money back. How insane is that, right? So there's 100% money back guarantee, okay? So if you don't make at least 10 times your investment, what I'll do is basically I'll give you all your money back. I don't mind it because I know my stuff really does work. Go to realsummits.com/JL and book your ticket now at a ridiculously reduced price, because this is the first time I'm presenting this for Real Success Summits. What I'm also going to do as well, if you refer 2 people to the bootcamp, I'll also give you 100% of your course. You see, I've got $497 there. I normally charge that for somebody else, and I do $997 with another promoter, right? So make sure you do that. If you refer 2 people to the bootcamp, I'll also give you 100% of your course fee back as well. Okay. What I'm also going to do as well, I'm going to give you 3 fast action bonuses. This is insane, right? And this is crazy. And as soon as I say this is going to be sold out. So if you want to get in, right, I'm going to give you 3 fast action bonuses that are valued, and it's only for the first 30 people that book now, right? The value of this is $12,703. Right? I know it's insane, right? Desiree, this is insane. I want to do something crazy because it's the first time I'm doing this for Real Success Network. So if you're in, type in I'm in right now. Type in I'm in because you're going to get this. Type in I'm in. So I want to see how many of you are coming in, right? So Gregory is in, right? Candice is in. Natasha is in, right? Type in I'm in if you're in on this. Cedric is in. Teresa's in. Jennifer O is in. Carla is in. Flavia is in. The first 30 people that go to realsummits.com/JL. We put the link in the chat box as well, right? I'm going to give you a one-to-one group mentoring session with me personally. Let me say that again. A one-to-one group mentoring session with me personally. That's insane. You get one-to-one with me in a group setting. I can't do it with everybody. We have thousands and thousands of people. But I think what Dina was telling, like 45,000 people registered for this training. That's why you see so many comments coming in, right? So you'll get a one-to-one group mentoring session with me personally. How's it going to work? You're going to attend the bootcamp for 3 days. I'll give you 3 months to implement what I've taught you. And then we jump on a Zoom session where you get direct access to me one-on-one in a small group of 30 people, right? Which is insane. Okay. So make sure that you bought that for that's why I can't do it for everybody. We have thousands and thousands of people registered for this, right? I cannot do it with everybody. It would take me too long. And my time just won't allow it. That's why I can only do it for the first 30 people, right? So Michael is in, Linda is in, Tanya's in, Dr. Cheryl is in. Sharon says, I just registered. Okay. Bonus number 2 is a 10,000 followers course on Facebook. If you grow through this course, before you even attend, you'll have 10,000 followers on Facebook. You'll have 10,000 followers on Facebook, right? So I just want to say that every single one of you right now, you want to make sure that if you go through this program, you'll get 10,000 followers before you even attend. Imagine 10,000 followers, just say 1% or 100 people buy. something at $100 from the 10,000 followers, you make 10 grand. It's worth the entire investment for this, which I think is insane, right? First 30 people will get this course. Also, fast action bonus number 3 is a content viral marketing course. Do you know my videos that get millions of views? This one teaches you how to do it. So it's normally $1,000. First 30 people get this. Leanne said, I've bought, I'm just in. Anita says, thanks, John. Adriana says, registered. Michael says, I'm in. Dr. Cheryl is in. Jennifer is in. Charmaine is in. The place are going really quick. Make sure you book now. This is one of my students, Jimmy Chu. He said, John Lee's my mentor, teach me a lot of things. So Othala is in as well. Akesha is in. Lebry is in. Carl Allen is in. Right? So Jimmy Chu, he's a very famous shoe designer. When I was in Malaysia, I got a personal phone call from Jimmy Chu to say, you know what? Can you come and teach me the social media stuff? So if it's good enough for Jimmy Chu, the very famous fashion shoe designer, it's good enough for you. Right? And people say, well, John, I'm not sure if this is for me. If you're a complete beginner or an expert, Jolie's just come in. Congratulations. Welcome on board. If you want to get results fast, if you want to get more leads and sales, if you want to get more time freedom, location freedom, financial freedom, then this is absolutely for you. All right. If you sell a product or a service, if you want more followers, if you post content, but you get no engagement, if you're a speaker, author, content creator, coach, this is absolutely for you. If you want results once and for all, I'm telling you, you have to do this program. And it will definitely make you passive income, because it definitely makes me passive income. You just need to do exactly what I tell you to do. All right. Follow the steps. Don't be cute. Don't be smart. Do exactly what I tell you to do, and you'll get results. So the incredible offer I put together for you is to spend 3 days with me. We cover digital income, cash on demand, social media income, sales machine, automation. You get the 5 bonuses: the Facebook course, YouTube course, Instagram course, LinkedIn course, investment profits. You'll get that straight away as soon as you register. We'll send an email to you with all the login details. The first 30 people that come in, Shakira is in as well. You'll get a one-to-one group mentoring session with me personally, right? You'll get the 10,000 followers course, and you'll also get the content marketing course. Total value for this. This is the real value, by the way, right? 16,000. You get everything we've just talked about for just $297. I do not sell this course anywhere else at this insane price. It really is insane. I mean, I'm telling you now that this is like, it's just insane, right? If you go on any one of my platforms, any one of my other trainings, it's a lot more expensive, and I sell in pounds because I'm from the UK. But because this is with Real Success, this is really an introductory price, because, you know, I want to do well for Real Success community to get the results. So if you click on that, you go to the page, go to realsummits.com/JL, click on the button and enroll, and then we'll send you everything straight away as well. Okay. When's the bootcamp dates? And we'll put the dates into the chat box. So if someone can put the dates in there, that would be amazing. So, I mean, we have one every quarter anyway. So if you can't make it, you can always attend the next one. But if you book now, you'll get all the bonuses, right? But I will warn you, though, that the prices will be going up. So if you try and book after this boot camp, you will have to pay the full price. I'm not kidding when I say, if you've seen me on Rob Moore's boot camp, it's £997 for this exact training, right? But because this is the first one, Jan says I've booked, right? Because this is the first one for Real Success Summit, I just really want to do good for the community. Some of the questions, Jen has now booked. Congratulations. Deborah Lee is booked as well. We have the same last name. Beth is booked. If you booked, just type in booked so I can give you a shout out. If you're in, just type in I'm in. Again, I can only do this for the first 30 people. Janice is booked. Angela is booked. Dasha is booked. A lot of you have booked. Kojo is booked. Gregory is booked. Jackie is booked. Remember, there's a 100% money back guarantee on this as well. Some of the questions I get asked is, John, what if I don't have a business? If you don't have a business, I give you 10 business models. You just choose one, right? I don't sell products. Is this course right for me? Yes. You either sell your own products, or I teach how to create, or you can use this strategy to sell other people's products. Deborah is in. Cassia is booked. Coretta is booked. Jennifer is booked. Frank is booked. Doug is booked as well. It's the 3 days workshop live. It's a virtual live on Zoom. I do present it live on Zoom. I'm not good with computers. Will I be able to implement this on the course? The answer is yes. If you can copy, paste, drag and drop, you qualify. I feel I'm not good with social media. I feel I'm too old for this. My oldest student is 75 years old. His name's Richard Tan. He's based in Singapore. Elaine is booked. Charmaine is booked. Frank is booked. Mahoney was booked as well. So make sure you get the place are going really quick, guys. You can't see the comments here, but I've seen all the comments coming in. I have a business, but I'm not getting enough customers. Will this help? The answer is absolutely yes. It will help you. I feel I'm too busy with my business. Will this course help me? Yeah, absolutely. It definitely will. Right. I feel that I don't want to show my face on social media. Will this work for me? Yes. I'll show you a way to use your face and without using your face. Right. Rashida is booked. We got a lot of you. I tried to book, but okay. So I think too many people are going because we have thousands and thousands of people that registered for this bootcamp. Sorry, for this training that we're on right now. So because so many people are going right now, it's jamming the system. It's kind of like when concert tickets open the tickets and then it opens up and everyone goes try and book. So just go to realsummits.com/JL, wait a few minutes, refresh the page and try again, right? Or if it still doesn't go through, maybe your bank may have blocked it because it might be international payment. So just call the bank and say, hey, I'm trying to book. Can you let the payment go through? They'll say yes. Then just do it again and it should go through. I work in a full-time job. How will I have time to do this on the side? You only need 1 hour a day to do this, right? What if I can't make the event? So if you can't make the event, do you all have the dates? Yes. I don't know if the team, can you put the dates in, or I can mention the dates live if you want me to do that? You just put the dates in. So we have one coming up next month. So the end of next month, it will be there. So if you can't make that one, so Janice has just put the dates in there. So that's the dates. You can all see that. Yeah. So yeah, just make sure you go to that. So yes, it's the end of next month. Okay. How many hours is it going to be every day? It's going to be 7 to 8 hours a day. 7 to 8 hours a day. Right. And we do it at very good time zones for you as well to accommodate, the US. So if you can't make the event, don't worry. If you book a ticket now, we'll give you an open ticket to attend any one of the events that we conduct this year. So, but book now so you get this price. Otherwise, you have to pay £1,000. I can't afford this course right now. What can you do? Okay, listen. How many of you really want to do this, but you need some kind of payment option to do this? Like just type in PP. Pooja is booked. Congratulations. Karen Moore is booked as well. So if you like a payment option, so Desiree, Sharon, Fawn, Sandra, Fahan, Monica, Mavis, Desley, Mary, right? I'm telling you right now, this will change your life. That's my promise. It's my promise. Anyway, I'm giving you 100% money back guarantee. So if it doesn't work, I'll just give you the money back, right? So if you want a payment option, we have an email address, and that you can also email in a second as well. So just make sure that I don't know if team, is there a payment option link as well that people can pay over a number of installments? Or what they can do, they can email in if they can do that as well. So yeah, not sure about that. Some people say, well, John, I don't have any followers right now. And also, by the way, just this here, I can't afford this. Look, 297 divided by 365, it works out at 81 cents a day. 81 cents a day, right? So a lot of you can afford 81 cents. It's like a bottle of water a day, right? 297 divided by 3 days, it works out $99 a day. Learning from my 15 years of experience, right? So I just really want a lot of you to really get this and to learn this as well. So again, if you can't, some of you saying you can't make those times. Well, we do run events at different timings. So if you can't make the timings for that, then we have another one with different timings as well. So don't worry about that. A lot of you put payment options as well. Just make sure you email Real Success Summits and just say that you like to have a payment option for John's program. I don't have any social medias and followers right now. help@realsuccess.net. help@realsuccess. By the way, please do not email my other companies like Wealth Dragons. Do not email them. Do not email JL.club. If you want anything to do with this training today, only email Real Success Summits. All right? Only email Real Success Summits. Do not try and contact me on Instagram or Facebook or through my other emails or through my Wealth Dragons companies, because it's got nothing to do with that. This is only for this. If you want to get in touch with me, go through Real Success Summits, okay? I don't have a social media following. That's exactly why I need to do the program, right? I feel physical courses is right for me. Yes, it is right for you. Like you can sell supplements. I have completely new to this. Will this work for me? Yes, it absolutely will. Do you offer payment options? We do. You do have to email help at realsuccess.net. Help at realsuccess.net. Screen grab this, please. Screen grab this. This is the only email you can contact me through. Don't try and contact me through another email. This is the only email you can contact me through. Help at realsuccess.net. Okay. So listen, the incredible offer I put together for you is you're going to get the 3-day bootcamp with me. You'll get the digital income, cash on demand, social media income. You'll get the Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn mastering course. You'll get the first 30 people. I think a couple of spaces left for that. You'll get the group coaching. You'll get the 10,000 followers course. You'll get the content marketing course. Total value is 16,000. You get everything as a one-time offer, exclusive for Real Success Summits at just $297. So go to realsummits.com/JL. Do that now before I end this training. Also, some of you asking for a recording. If you can't make the event, I'll record the entire event and I'll give you what we call segmented recordings of that, right? So then you can attend anytime you want. So yeah, that's me done. Thank you so much for listening. Hope you got a lot of value from that. Finished on time.
Fantastic, John. That was absolutely brilliant. Guys, go ahead and put some love into the chat for the one and only John Lee. And also, if you're on the fence right now, I know John has covered all the different situations you might be in, different questions. But if you've got a question that you want to get John to answer right now, go ahead and put that in. VIPs, I encourage you to put those questions in. Melissa says, love you 3,000, John. So a bit of
Marvel fan, yeah. Love it.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
How long do they have the recordings for after attending if they attend the event or if they can't make it?
So I don't send out the full recordings because people abuse it. They upload it to YouTube and then basically my work's gone. So what I do is I do segmented recordings of the bootcamp, like summaries of it. I send it to them. And next time we have the bootcamp, they can attend anytime they want. So we have an open ticket for them to attend. And you know what I'll do? I've never done this before. Honestly, I've never done this before. What I'll do is this. If you book a ticket now, I will let you resit the bootcamp anytime you want. So you'll get, because when people attend, Sarge, they have to pay again. Because every time I run the bootcamp, there's always new updates on social media, right? So there's always new updates. So if you book a ticket now, I will give you a lifetime ticket to attend this particular bootcamp. Only this one, right? So that's insane. Because I always have new updates on membership. So social media changes a lot. So by the way, I've never done that before. This really is, and it's hand on heart, cross my heart. This is an exclusive. I've never done this before. So make sure you book a ticket now. realsummits.com/JL.
All right. Fantastic. Okay. And just checking if there are any other questions that are coming in. My program system. Looking, guys, go ahead and put your question. Lots of love coming through. So I'm trying to sift between all the love coming in. I think one of the questions has come up, but you have addressed it. So maybe we could spend a little bit more time on that. Is that somebody's in a situation where they're saying, John, I'd love to do this. Money is just too tight right now. What do I do? How do I do this? You borrowed money from your uncle. That was the first thing that you told us, is that, you talked about lack of resources and resourcefulness and so on. And you made that decision to go and find the money. I want to speak into that a little bit more, so that the people who are on the fence, not really have the cash right now, how would they be able to go about that?
Such people, well, first thing is, if you're a business owner, this is free because it's tax deductible, right? So it's a tax write-off. So you should do it anyway. If you have a team of people, I have a lot of people that say to me, oh, John, I've got a team. I don't want to do this myself. They send their entire team to me to train them for them, right? So if you have a team of people, send me your team. I will train them for you, put them through the boot camp and watch how your business will soar. It's just incredible, Sarge. I mean, like sometimes we have to do whatever. That's why I wanted to make it affordable, because honestly, this boot camp is £997. Pounds. That's like $1,300. But because it's the first time doing this with Real Success, I made it really affordable, $297, because it's the first time I've been invited to do a keynote for your community, right? So I want to make it no-brainer. For $297, you get the even just the courses. By the way, give us some time. So we have a lot of you that registered. We'll send you an email tomorrow. If you haven't, send an email to help@realsummit.net, and then they'll be able to sort of categorize you there of when you came in, and we'll send you the details. But just the Facebook course alone is worth. I sell that just for the Facebook course, the YouTube domination. Like I'm telling you, it's incredible. So we got to do whatever it takes. I know a lot of you have already made investments, but the best investment is in yourself. Do you know, when I started in business, I lost about 4.2 million. I moved back in with my mum. I said to myself, do I want to do this again? And I thought to myself, should I really start to go back to a job, or should I become an entrepreneur again? You know what? Within a year, I was a multimillionaire again. Why? They can take away your money, your cars, and one thing they can never take away, Sarge, is what's in here. This is why you should take all your money that instead of buying liabilities, buying cars, buying bags, watches, put it into this. Your business can only grow to as big as you can grow.
I think it's like if you had to ask for stocks and share advice, we're like, oh, that company, if you invest in it right now, you're going to get 100% return on it. What would you do? Would you invest a little bit of money, or would you invest everything? Would you continuously invest? And I think that's what you're just explaining now is to people, that you are that company, you are that vehicle to be invested in that's going to continuously grow. You have complete control over that. There was a cool question that came up. Will you help people to select what a niche or other types of products if they don't have anything at the moment?
You know what? Day one, I'll talk about how do we actually find the niches, find the products, find the demand. Day two, I'll talk about how do we systemize and automate it and use social media. And day three is all about social media, building a brand, building a following. Do you know one thing I'm going to do that no one does? I'm going to log into my accounts. I'm going to show people exactly how much money I make. No one does that. I'm going to say, this strategy made me this much. Here's my account. This strategy made me this much. Here's my account. When I did this, level 1, level 2, level 3, this is how much money I made. I'm willing, I'm full transparency, because I want people to know that who they're learning from are people that, like myself, I really do this. There's so many fake gurus out there, and I'm so glad you've got all that, because I know the people who have been on this as your speakers. I know every single one of them, and they are the real deal. So Real Success has done a really good job bringing the best people with a proven track record. That's what I want to do for your community, because I want to teach the strategy, I'll prove the strategy, and then you will execute the strategy and you'll get the results. You might not get my level of results just at the start, but if you get a fraction of what I do, I think people will be very well off, Saj.
And it works the other way as well. They might even surpass you with what you teach them.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I have a lot of students who, one of my students, Mark, he did about 12 million, which hasn't surpassed me, but he's just listed his company on the NASDAQ. So that has surpassed me. Right. So I'm like, wow, so I listed my company not on NASDAQ. So he did. So, that's just great to see my students doing well. I have my artist student who's a painter. Right. And then she now, she had, breast cancer. And last year, she was just her life was very different. She was a failing artist who didn't know how to monetize. I taught her how to put her paintings onto Instagram. She now makes between 5,000 to 10,000 a month on autopilot. It's insane. I love, that's why I continue to do what I do, because people like that I'll invest money into. So listen, honestly, you need to trust the process. If you've never heard of me, go to Google, type in Social Media Business Bootcamp reviews, and you'll see my Trustpilot is a 4.8 star rating, almost 5 stars. Right? Look at all the comments on there. You never come across my content, go on Instagram, type in John Lee, go to YouTube, type in John, look at my content, find me on Clubhouse. I'm one of the top accounts in the world on Clubhouse in less than a year. So my stuff really does work. And I really want to pass everything I've learned onto you in 3 days. So head over to realsummits.com/JR. I promise you, it'll be the best investment you ever made.
Oh, brilliant. We have somebody posted in there. I can't see the name. If you could just scroll the VIP chat just a little bit down, Lua or Craig.
Oh, someone's asking about payment options, Sarge. Do they just email help@realsuccess.net to get a payment option?
Yeah, they're looking into at the moment. The team is discussing that. They can just email us, and then we'll be able to inform them what the next steps would be. I think it was Japlin. I'm not 100% sure. Mlu. Anyways, they said they don't have the money. They stop. Japlin, Alan. I didn't have it, but I think it's worth it. So I booked. If you did, it's impossible. If you did it, it's possible for me too. So that was just speaking into what you said about people going out there and being resourceful. But John, it has been, as Les, our next speaker, so a lot of people are chomping at the bit, would say it's been a pleasing pleasure to have you with us on the summit. And we look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you, brother. Thank you so much for having me. Have an amazing night. Bye for now. Thank you.
Cool. All right, Candace.
Wow,
what do you have,
he's
girl?
amazing. Geez, I'm so happy that John's been on our stages. He's so incredible. And this is my field, this is my industry, and I know that John's the real deal. So I'm excited. I'm going to do the course. My goodness, why not? Why not? You never stop learning.
Oh, no, don't say that. I was going to do it, and I was going to recommend you, and I was going to make the affiliate feedback.
No, Saj, because it's my field. That's what I'm going to do with you. So just accept my offer. Accept my offer and be nice. Okay. I'm the branding guru. You come to me.
All right. Guys, we're gonna one more time, realsummits.com/JL. Get in with an absolute legend in the industry. You saw those images, you see the branding, you see the connections. And what I love is that John talked about how many people found him on social media to help them, highly accomplished people. So you want to head over to realsummits.com/JL. If you're struggling with anything, please reach out to our team at help@realsuccess.net. The team are standing by. We're going to take that slide down in 3, 2, 1. All right, we're about to move on to our next speaker. Is joining us for the third time this weekend, and the poll is up there. It's 94% of the room, or what, 92%. It says has listened to the great man Les Brown before. I'm going to hand over to the ring bearer herself. I'll We're still looking for the person, Les. You said I need to tell somebody that the ring is on the way, but nobody's claimed it. So I don't know what to do. I tried my best, Les. So,
I don't think Les can hear us, Saj. I think he's
I can hear you now.
Oh, you can. There you are, Les. There you are.
Yeah, that kind of scared me there for a moment.
No, you good.
I was saying that I've been saying the whole day, Les says the ring is on its way, but nobody's claiming anything. Nobody wants to sign a package. So I don't know.
Yes, it is. Let the record show. And it's very special. It's an eye-catcher.
For the small amount of people that have never listened to you before, Les's lives are going to be radically changed. Candace, tell us a little bit more about our next speaker, the incredible Les Brown.
Thank you, Saj. Les Brown is the #1 motivational speaker in the world. He has inspired people from all walks of life. His unique way of storytelling will leave you laughing, crying, and motivated to change your life. He lives by the motto, you have greatness within you. And here to unlock the greatness within all of us is the one and only Les Brown.
Thank you so very much. You're radiantly beautiful. Stevie Wonder could see this. I'm so excited about sharing some thoughts with you. I want you to write this down. Mastering your voice makes you a powerhouse. Mastering your voice makes you a powerhouse. I want you to think about the goals that you want to achieve. And I just saw my very good friend, John Lee, and he has an incredible program. And then after I'm through, my guru's son, James McNeil, he's phenomenal as well. And what this all fits into, that you have a voice. And when I think about my life and where I've been and places that I've been able to travel to and audiences that I've been able to speak to around the world, corporations that I've done training for, AT&T, Procter & Gamble, McDonald's Corporation, General Electric, IBM, Xerox, we've developed a program. I want you to write this down. That does several things. Number one, it strengthens your level of confidence in yourself. That a lot of people, they back away from even investing in themselves to develop their ability to present and to communicate, when that's your number one power as an entrepreneur. Warren Buffett, when he graduated from Harvard University, the first thing that Warren Buffett did was he invested in himself for a communications course. And so your ability to negotiate, your ability to attract trusted partners and people who have an interest in the things that you're doing, and your knowledge, the things that you know and how you're able to present those things, that it depends upon your ability to be able to speak and to present and to achieve a level of trust. People today, they're asking 3 questions when you're presenting. Who are you? What do you have? And why should I care? And so this program, Mastering Your Voice, is designed to do that. Now, why is that important? Well, that's important because the people want to know, who am I dealing with? People do business with people they know, like, and trust. And the ability to say that succinctly so people will get into you and begin to listen to you with a heightened level of commitment, because of the fact that I want you to write this down. You connect with them. You can't correct unless you connect. And so in telling your story, you are able to connect with an audience. And that gives you the opportunity to influence, to impact them, to motivate and inspire them. So today, more than ever, the majority of money that will be generated through commerce will be virtually. That people still, for the most part, they're not going to just go out and be in big crowds. No, there will be some exceptions, but the majority of people, like myself and like you're watching right now, they will be doing it virtually. And so the ability to do that and to make the impact and to hold the audience. Now, this is the distraction economy. Why? It's hard, it's noisy out there to get the attention of people and to hold that attention. And this is something else. I'm giving you several things that you want to be aware of that allows you to be a dominant factor in your niche, in the area where you are, in your sales, or the impact that you want to make, or a point that you want to be able to achieve with an audience. So number one is the ability to speak with conviction. That you want to, it's one thing to be heard. It's something else when you are felt. That's different. And so when you have a presentation that you're giving and something that you feel strongly about, as something that as you are talking to the audience, that they don't just hear you, but they experience how you feel about what it is that you're talking about, that's major with an audience. Many people, they just get in front of the computer and start talking, or get on the stage and just start talking. There's a difference between talking and speaking and presenting. And so we're talking about right now your presentation power, your ability to master your voice. And so the program that we've developed, it teaches you how to control your voice, how to make the emphasis that you want to make, how to begin to hold the attention of the audience, and how to begin to impact them at a deeper level. Give you a point and give you an example. And I want you to write this down. Create special moments in your presentation. And what I mean by that, you create a moment in your presentation, and there will be several, that creates an opening where the audience will make an imaginative leap and they come into your story and they take on your story like it's their story. Case in point. And this is something else I want to do this before I do this demonstration. Never make a point without a story, and never tell a story without a point. Never make a point without a story, and never tell a story without a point. So let me demonstrate to you what I mean. And you're going to get, as we introduce this program to you, we drill deep into the program that will help you to enhance and take your ability to communicate and master your voice on steroids to the next level. Ladies and gentlemen, we all have moments in our lives when something can happen to you and it just turns your world upside down. I remember when I went into a classroom, a gentleman by the name of Mr. Leroy Washington, and he asked me to do something. And I told him I couldn't do it. And he insisted. And the other students started laughing. And they called me DT, the dumb twin. I have a twin brother. And so he asked me, what does DT mean? They said the dumb twin. And I said, I am, sir. And he came from behind his desk and he looked at me. He said, don't you ever say that again. Someone's opinion of you does not have to become your reality. Do you hear me? I said, yes, sir. Yes, sir. On one hand, I was humiliated, but on the other hand, I was liberated because he looked at me with the eyes of Goethe, who said, look at a man the way that he is, he only becomes worse. But look at him as if he were what he could be, then he becomes what he should be. Have you ever had the experience of people bullying you or telling you what you can't do? If you understand that, then you can appreciate this study by MIT. MIT said, if I tell you you could not do something, somebody else has to come along and say, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it, 17 times to neutralize that one time. So words are powerful. That's why my favorite book says that death and life is in the tongue. It doesn't say life and death is in the tongue. It says death and life is in the tongue because we speak more death than we do life. Now, let me step back. Now, what I did, there were the 3 moments in there. 1, when I spoke in his voice. 2, when I reacted to what was being said. And 3, giving instructions on why what I'm saying is important for you to listen to. And I backed it up with a statistic, an MIT statistic, so that you do not dismiss people saying negative things to you. You begin to take into account. My mother used to say, sticks and stones can break your bones, and words can never hurt you. That's not true. Words can hurt, and they do deeply. And so it's very important that we become mindful of what's said to us, and not only what people call you, but what you answer to. That's important. And so mastering your voice is very important in terms of making impact, and also, and I want you to write this down, establishing credibility. I had the opportunity to do a presentation before the Ohio House of Representatives. I used to be a state legislator. And the reason that I was able to win, and 3 attorneys ran against the incumbent, Bob Kopp, and lost, was because of the fact that I did what many of you are going to do. I invested in myself to learn how to use my voice in this new arena. I wanted to be a policy maker. I wanted to be able to make impact in my community. And so I ran for the Ohio legislature from the 29th House District. And so the ability, when you raise your hand and say, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from the 29th House District, we recognize you. And when you stand up and everybody's looking at you, you better bring it. I remember I was a rookie and I raised my hand, a guy named Art Wilkowski from Toledo, Ohio. And Art was a fierce debater. I was new. I didn't know. I had a yes, I can't attitude, but a no, I can't aptitude. I challenged him on some legislation and everybody sat back and said, whoa, no, he didn't go up in there. Boy, when he got through with me, and there are people in the galleries watching, oh, I was so humiliated. I limped back to my office. However, I want you to write this down. Anything that's worth doing is worth doing badly. It's worth doing right if you know how to do it. But if you don't know how to do it badly until you get it right. And so what I did, I decided I don't care about his reputation as being a dominant debater in the House of Representatives. I started going to his committee meetings and watching him. I became familiar with his position, and I learned how to argue on both sides of the bill. And then when it came time to debate the bill on the House floor, I'd raise my hand again. And each time that he and I went head to head, it became more challenging and more difficult for him. And I'll never forget, I'd introduce some legislation. And this legislation prevented utility companies in Columbus, Ohio, and the state of Ohio from terminating somebody's utility bills on a Friday because people can't contact you over the weekend and they can freeze to death. And so this was a major piece of legislation that I wanted to introduce, but Art had another piece of legislation that he wanted. And he raised his hand. He wanted to get this for his constituents. And I needed his vote on my legislation that he said he wasn't going to vote on. I said, okay, no problem. When it got time for his legislation, I raised my hand. Mr. Speaker, gentleman from the 29th House District. Yes, sir, I'd like to speak on this legislation. And the reason he started trembling is because I must have showed up at his meetings about 10 to 15 different times, and I watched him. I was doing my homework. Let me share something with you. It is very important when you know how to express yourself, you will get the respect of people. They won't dismiss you, and you can get a lot done. You can create partnerships. And so when I raised my hand to challenge him on that legislation, he said, Mr. Speaker, may I speak to the gentleman for 15 minutes? Can we just take a time where we can talk 15 minutes together? And I said, Mr. Speaker, no, we can handle this now. And it's very important to be coachable. And a gentleman to my right, C.J. McLean, he was a veteran. He said, listen, young boy, he said, if you can get a man's attention by tapping him on the shoulder, why knock him in the mouth? He's going to have to fight you even if he doesn't want to. And he might get in a lucky punch. He said, talk to him. You might be able to work something out on this legislation or a future piece of legislation. And so I said, okay, I put my anger in my pocket because I wanted to pay him back for humiliating me on the floor of representatives, and the galleries were full. So it was a learning moment for me. And we talked, and sure enough, we were able to work something out, and we became very good strategic partners with something. And so I let him pass on that. But the reason that he respected me and wanted to talk to me on the side, because he knew I took the time to learn his stuff. I didn't need no lobbyists to come in and argue in behalf of the legislation. I could argue it myself. And so when you look at your business, when you look at your products, you look at your knowledge and your abilities to do things, establishing credibility and creating that trust factor with your customer, with your audience, that's major. Now more than ever before, because it's very noisy out here, as I shared with you. Here's something else. Not only is it important that you speak with conviction and that you study so that you have the versatility and flexibility to speak on any topic at any particular time and speak extemporaneously. And this program is going to help you to think on your feet by giving you a track to run on. But the other thing is create an experience. When I decided to come into this space, I cannot tell you the number of people who told me, you are wasting your time. There are over 3,000 speakers in the National Speakers Association. And there are a lot of celebrities, athletes, and actors. You're nobody. You won't be able to be heard. And so one of the things that I strongly believe, that I'm not going to say no and reject myself. I'm going to go for it. And so what I did was I invested in myself, just like some of you are going to do. And because I wanted to learn, I wanted to know what I didn't know. Most people never invest in themselves because they think they know it all. I never forget my high school theme. And it was, you never find out how much you know until you find out how little you know. There's a process. When you look at politicians, they're speaking, they don't just jump up and speak. They are trained. They are trained, especially here in the States, how to lie with a straight face and tell you, don't believe your lying eyes. I mean to tell you, lying is a new normal in the United States. So if you want to be heard, you're a person of integrity, you got something that you believe in, it's not enough for you to believe in it. You got to be able to sell it. You got to be able to bring it and create a committed listening. And so the way to do that is to speak from your heart. And in this program, Mastering Your Voice, we teach you how to speak from your heart. Now, why is that important? When you speak, your goal is to be strategic. One, to expand a person's vision of themselves beyond their circumstances and how they see themselves in that space, in that moment. The other thing is to touch their heart, because we are emotional people. And so you want to have a heart-centered experience with the audience where they not just hear you, but as I mentioned earlier, that they can feel you. And this program teaches you how to do that. And the other thing is to ignite a spirit of courage so that people who hear you will have the courage to make a new decision to take their lives in another direction than what it was when you started speaking, because how people live their lives is a result of the story they believe about themselves. So when you speak, the goal is strategically is to interrupt their story so that they begin to look with new eyes and listen with a committed listening to what it is that you're saying. And that's on a stage or before a computer, just like as I'm speaking to you right now, creating the experience. Oliver Wendell Holmes said that once a man or woman's mind has been expanded with an idea, concept, or experience, it can never be satisfied to going back to where it was. And so using your story, using an example, using an event to allow people to begin to question themselves. And this is major in presenting. And this is something that we drill deep on in the program of Mastering Your Voice. Creating the thirst for what it is that you want. There's a saying, you can take a horse to the water, but you can't make him drink. However, If you know how to master your voice and tell your story, you are able to create a thirst where people want to follow your direction, where they want to do what it is that you're suggesting, that they want to be engaged in what it is that you're doing. And that's now a major issue of being able to be heard and to be felt, that your presentation is experienced. Now, here's something else. Have what I call info nuggets. This is very important. Write this down. Info nuggets. Well, what's that, Les? Well, info nuggets, where these are, see, the best speakers make the fewest words go the farthest. So have some things that you say that will stay with people. Case in point. You know, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at your life, look at things right now, things have changed. And this is a time that people are looking for something that resonates with them. So I want you to write this down. Do you? Do you? See, most people, we've been programmed to fail. We've been programmed to think in terms of a job, the journey of the broke. No, we know that there's no such thing as job security now. And the people that are going to be in charge of their financial future, they're doing things that resonates with them. Do you? Take the time to find out, what is it that fills your heart? What is it that when you do this, that you don't even worry about how long it's going to take you, or how much time is involved in the process, because you enjoy it. When you spend 40 to 60 hours a week doing something that's not you, that's stressful. But if it's doing something that's you, that's passionate. That's a passion. It's something that's your calling. A calling is something that you love so much you do it for nothing, but you do it so well that people will pay you to do it. Come on, somebody. And so when you are able to create an experience and able, I want you to write this down, increase the value of what it is that you're bringing to the audience. So you want to educate them. You want to give them some techniques and some strategies and a skill set that's appropriate for this place where we are. And then you back it up with a quote. But Einstein had a point. He said, the thinking that has brought me this far has created some problems that this thinking can't solve. And so he realized he had to upgrade his knowledge. But not only that, you have to upgrade your relationships, that you have to surround yourself with some people that know things that you don't know, that have resources, access, they're behind some doors that you want to get into. And so you got to look at your relationships and ask, are these relationships, is this an asset to me at this point? Or is this relationship a liability? So evaluating the relationships, iron sharpening iron. You earn within $2,000 to $3,000 of your closest friends. Now, let me pause right here. By using quotes, by using examples and stories, now there's another step that I love to do with an audience, and what it does is it allows you to begin to signal to this audience that you're speaking to, either in front of a computer or if you're doing it live. Who's in charge? Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk to you about mastering your voice. Shake someone's hand on your right and left, look them in the eyes, and even if you're not with anybody, just repeat after me, please. Your voice has value. Yes, your voice has value. Why are you giving them directions, Les? So they'll know I'm coming with some other things of value. They're very important, and I want you to write them down. So I don't want you to miss this. For instance, live your life the way you want to leave your life. I want you to write that down, because most people are living a life that's not them. It's a misplaced life. You want to leave your life the way you live your life. So when you do you, when you're doing something that you've taken the time to think about something as you begin to look at and experiment it with a variety of things, and you finally found your sweet spot, life takes on a whole new meaning. You have a lot of fun, and it's not work. Work is when you rather be doing something else. It's something that you look forward to. When you're doing something that you don't need an alarm clock. Think about that. You have an attitude. You get up ready to attack the day. Come on, somebody. Well, here's something else. Don't take yourself too seriously. If you have a good time with yourself, and if you enjoy yourself, the audience, they're going to enjoy you too. And so I cannot tell you the number of speaking engagements that I've gotten that people say, don't forget to laugh. I said, why? They said, because we like your laughter. You just make us laugh when you laugh. Okay. I mean, come on. And I'm enjoying myself. If you enjoy your presentation, and if you believe and own what you are talking about, you want to own it, you want to believe it, and you want to master it. I study still. I'm 77. I got up early this morning to read. I study still. I don't take anything for granted. I'm still preparing. And so this time, the people that are going to be dominant in the space where they are people who can present themselves with conviction and courage and being creative, how they tell the story about their business, about themselves, about their product, about their knowledge. That those are the people that are going to get the contracts. Those are the people that will get those big sales. I'm just laughing. When I had to speak for this major pharmaceutical company, and I had all these doctors lined up, and they were all prepared to do their presentations, and they didn't consider me. I was a nobody. I didn't have any PowerPoint presentation. All I had was me, and I went in the room, and it's amazing what really got the contract for me, apart from my being able to present. I went in, I was ready to do my presentation. They asked me, Mr. Brown, where's your PowerPoint presentation? I said, I am the PowerPoint. And I said that not arrogantly, but I wanted them to know, I know what I'm going to bring here. I know what you're looking for. I've done my communications intelligence, and I'm ready to entertain whatever questions you might have. And the guy who was in the center, who was orchestrating everything, he just looked down. He never looked up at me. When I said I was the PowerPoint, he grunted and started laughing. And I gave my presentation, and I got to the end of it. I said, thank you very much. Are there any questions? And they said, no. And so I turned to walk out, and the guy said, the chairman, he said, Mr. Brown, may I ask you a question, please? I said, yes, be more than happy to entertain your question. He said, do you remember me? I said, no. He said, I'm just playing with you. I know you would not remember me, because the last time you saw me, I was 5 years old. My mother recognized you in the airport, and she introduced me to you. She said, he's very positive. You want to listen to him. This is who your mother listens to when you're in the car. And you got down on your knees rather than look down at me. You got down on your knees and you said to me, come closer. Wow, ma'am, I see greatness in his eyes. Oh my God. Yes. Oh, he's going to make you so proud. I feel honored to meet you, sir. And when I walked away, I do a little jiggle with my legs. And he said, Mama, did you see that? She said, yes, he's like a big kid. He said, I never forgot that. And my mother would always remind me when I would mess up or get in trouble. Mr. Brown said, you have greatness in you. I want to pause right here. Who you are when you're not holding the microphone is more important than when you're holding the microphone. People are watching you. From the time if you are speaking professionally and you travel, when you are picked up at the airport, they pick you up in baggage claim, you get in that car and they're driving you, guess what? They're listening to your conversation. I was with a speaker that I was training and he's using all type of profanity. I said, hey man, watch your conversation, come on. And he just ignored the driver. See, when they let you out of the car, you know what happens? They're gonna call the office and say, we just dropped him off. And then they're gonna ask, what was he like? Or what were they like? They listen to the conversations. And so you have to hold yourself to a higher standard. And so he didn't get that. He's a rookie. And I'm saying, no, don't do this in this car. Watch your language. Let's wait till we get to the hotel. You've got a dispute going on, handle it there privately. You praise in public, you criticize in private. You see that infomercial that I just did? You praise in public, you criticize in private. That's something that's worth writing down. You see what I'm talking about? The best speakers make the fewest words go the farthest. And so when you are using stories, using quotes and statistics and examples to back up something that you're saying, and we go through it in an in-depth way in the program, Master Your Voice, what it does is it allows you to not only create connection with this audience, but to be able to influence and impact them and motivate and inspire them because of the strategic way in which you are communicating. Come on, somebody. Well, I tickled myself. Stop it. Okay, I'll be good. You can tell I didn't take my medication today. Here's something else. When you are telling a story, don't just tell the story, experience the story. There are people who they'll just put the story out there, and because they've done it over and over and over again, they just run through it. No, that audience, they're hearing it for the first time, and you might be tired of it, but that audience, they want to hear it like you're telling it for the first time. And even if they've heard it before, they want you to tell it like you always tell it. Have you ever gone to a concert? Notice the opening that I'm creating in the presentation with this question. Have you ever gone to a concert and you were waiting for a certain song and the artist decided to sing the song, but they decided to do something creative and different with it? I don't like that. Give me what I paid for. I heard you sing it in a certain way. That's what I want. My former wife, Gladys Knight, when she would sing Midnight Train to Georgia, she sung it the same way that's on the record. That's what I like. Don't come up in here and decide you're going to do something else with it and improvise. And so when I tell the story about becoming a disc jockey, I tell it like I'm telling it for the first time. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll never forget, I was at the radio station and Rockin' Roger had been drinking too much. And there I was looking at him through the control room window, young, ready, and hungry. I was saying, drink, rock, drink, drink, rock. I'd go and get him some more if he'd asked me to. And so I tell the story, I get in it. And I want you to write this down. Experience the story and give it fresh, like it's for the first time. I remember asking my mother, Mama, she had arthritis, and I had no idea when she would ask me to rub her ankles. And I would say, Mama, tell me a story. She said, Leslie, I've told you so many stories. I said, well, tell me a story again. And the reason why I had her to tell me again is because she told it the same way. I had no idea that one day I would be a speaker and using the strategies from what I learned from my mother and telling a story and telling it like you told it the first time that you told it. And so when you are looking at how do I begin to engage this audience, you also want to get them physically engaged in your story and ask them some questions, but make sure the questions are always positive. And the questions will always make them look good. Don't ask them to agree to something that does not make them look good or feel good. Ladies and gentlemen, how many of you know when you look at your life, look at your goals and dreams, that there are moments in your life you've looked at yourself and say, hey, I can't believe I'm doing that. That you surprise yourself. If you know what I'm talking about, hold your head up. All right, come on. I know I'm not the only one. I just had no idea that I can do this. I surprised myself. For years, I told myself, Les Brown, you can't do that. You don't have a college education. Les Brown, you can't do that. You were labeled educable mentally retarded and put back from the 5th grade to the 4th grade. Les Brown, you can't do that. You've never made work for major corporations. And how can you compete against people who have PhDs and MBAs and credentials and experience that you don't have? Have you ever thought about doing something and you talk yourself out of it? There's an African proverb that says, if there's no enemy within, the enemy outside can do us no harm. Notice how I backed it up with that quote? Well, I go deeper in the program, but these are the things that as you wrap your message in quotes and stories and using your voice and your facial expression, particularly when you are seated in front of a computer and using your eyes, and so people have limited view of seeing you. Your ability to come through that camera, your ability to talk to an auditorium full of people and all they got is just half your body. You got to bring it. As I often say, you got to get the butter from the duck. What does that mean? I don't know. Just something that crazy people say. And so when you look at what is it that can make my presentation more powerful, and that's when what we do is we walk through the things that most people miss out on because they have not been properly trained or they've been trained incorrectly. I mean, the Dale Carnegie course is a great course, and they teach something that I'm vehemently opposed to. They teach, tell them what you're going to tell them, and then tell them what you told them. No, here's what I believe, and here's what I've trained more successful speakers than anybody on the planet, and people who have used this program, Mastering Your Voice. I say, never let what you want to say get in the way of what your audience needs to hear. Do your homework. Find out who they are. What is it that keeps them up at night? What's stressing them out? What's the unspoken conversation? What is the third-party validation of why they're bringing you in? And we're going to provide a needs assessment for you. We'll provide a needs assessment so that when you read that, it gives you an advantage of speaking to where they are. You know what side of the bread the butter is on. And so you position it at the top of your presentation. So let me give you an example. I'm so glad to be talking to you about how to master your voice. And in this place where we are now, doing virtual speaking and training, that's the new order. We've gone from brick and mortar to click and order. And part of the process, as you look at yourself, look at your goals, I want you to write this down. Focus on what's most important. See, there are many people, jack of all trades and master of none. You want to focus on, how do I take this platform and use this effectively in my business? What are the ways that, even though my team, they're separated geographically, how can I use this platform and focus on helping them have the experience of being unified and in the same room? What are the things that I can incorporate in my presentation that will create that level of connectedness and intimacy and be able to bring the experience to them at a heightened level? So by raising those questions and getting people to think, that's major right now, more than ever. Getting people to hear you, getting people to feel you when you do your presentation. Here's something else. As you look at your goals, look at the things that you want to achieve with an audience, in small groups on stage or seated in front of the computer. It's very important that you have a heart-centered message. That's something that when people hear it, and they might have it, I would say, at a different level of experience than other people in the audience, and there are different audiences inside of each audience, and you want to unify those audiences. Some people are separated by the income they make, by the position that they have, by their education, the departments that they're in. You want to speak in a way that you can take those audiences inside of the audience and unify them. And that's the value of doing your homework, of doing the research, so that if there's somebody that comes on camera and they perhaps have some watermelon in their pocket, where you are able to detect that, but you won't bust them out. You won't even call attention to it. You just keep going and you pray for them. Saj, how are you, buddy?
I'm never going to live. They've been calling me watermelon the whole time. So
That's right. We ain't gonna let you get away with that. You know, Stephen say, call him out again.
But Les, you know what? I will repeat that story till the day I die. That is my Les Brown story.
Yes. Yes. But I want to just make this last point on mastering your voice. People need hope and encouragement. A gentleman did something here in the United States. He had his staff, and it was in the news, 900 people get on a Zoom call, and he fired them. Okay. Do you know how many people that are nervous who get knots in their stomachs before opening up their text messages or their emails or get on a Zoom call because they don't know what's coming? When you master your voice, it gives you the ability, and this is important, it was for me, to earn walk-away money. What do you mean by that? When you master your voice, when you know who you are, when you can speak with confidence, when you're able to impact the bottom line, when you're able to build strategic relationships, when you can present yourself, your ideas, increase sales, build a powerful team, bring out your leadership ability to take people to another level, take them to a place in themselves that they can't go by themselves. You write your own ticket. You write your own ticket. You're in charge of your destiny. And so you're not trembling if there's some major change that's about to take place, saying, Oh, we're going in another direction. Fantastic. See you. Wouldn't want to be you, because when you can communicate, if you can sell, if you can build good relationships, you control your destiny when you're able to master your voice. This program allows you to do that. I'm through speaking. Yes, Ash.
Oh, fantastic. All right, cool, guys. Let me know in the chat how many of you want to become a speaker. Go ahead and put an S in the chat if you want to become a speaker. Let me know. I can see that now. Lots of S's coming up onto the chat right now. All right, cool. You guys can make me full screen for the next part, and we'll bring Les back on shortly. Fantastic. So lots of people are saying yes. A lot of people want to become speakers. Now, if I pose another question to you, if you could choose any country in the world to speak in, what would that country be? It doesn't have to be in the country that you're in. It could be anywhere around the world. If you had to be invited to speak in any country in the world and you could choose that, which countries? We have Barbados, we have USA, we have, well, Europe is not a country, it's a continent. We've got Italy, we've got UK, we've got India, we've got Switzerland, United States, all over the world, no limits, England, Nigeria, South Africa, South Korea, USA, Jamaica. So each and every one of you guys now have thought to yourself, hey, I want to become a speaker. I have aspirations of sharing the stages all over the world, and I want to speak in different countries. Now, what I want you guys to do is I want you guys to play along with me for only 4 minutes or two. I want you to close your eyes for a second, and I want you to imagine that you have just gotten home from that country that you have just spoken at. You've come home, you've got your suitcases, you just stepped out of the plane, it was first class, you're back in the coziness of your home, you put down your suitcase, your bags, all that stuff, and you go to your computer and you open your computer just to check if there are any emails while you were on the plane. And you see an email that says, "Real success, we'd love to meet." And you're intrigued. And you click on that email and you open and it says, "Dear whoever it is, Louise, CO, Gail, Sheena, hi, my name is, I represent Real Success, and we love what you have been doing in your speaking career. We have noticed all the talks, we've followed you and seen how many lives you have changed as a speaker, and we would love to invite you onto our platform. We've got a new event. Maybe this is the year 2025. And we're going to have Mel Robbins, Les Brown, Deepak Chopra, Robin Sharma, Eric Thomas, Tony Robbins. And we'd love for you to join us as a speaker. Let me know in one word how you would feel if that had to happen to you. Let me know in one word how it would. I'm not choking up now because I could just imagine, because I'm so close to this. Honored, humbled, grateful, elated, fulfilled. Now, I've got another question for you, and you can answer yes or no. If you had to be taught by somebody to step onto the world stage, would it make sense that you would need to be taught by the greatest speaker who has ever lived? Let me know in the chat. In order to become one of the speakers on the greatest stages in the world, you would need to be taught by one of the greatest speakers who's ever lived. Tons of yeses are coming through right now. Now, what I'm going to do for you, and we're only going to be a few minutes, guys, if we can bring up my presentation, that would be cool. So Les has been talking about mastering your voice, and this is a program that Les has put together, and Les has taught thousands of students all over the world to master their voice. And in this program, this 7-lesson online course, Les is going to teach you the power of storytelling. How do you unearth that power, that story from inside of you? How do you share it? How do you inspire other people? Lesson number 2, the power of your message. Understanding what Les said. It's not about the message that you want to tell to yourself that makes you feel good. It's about the audience and the message that moves them. Lesson number 3, the power of winning over your audience. You know, it's the worst thing in the world when you walk on the stage and people are just staring at you. And when you walk off, there's no applause. Now, Les has never walked off the stage without people on their feet maybe throwing their underwear at him saying, I love you, Les. He's going to teach you how to win over your audience. Lesson number 4, the power of preparation. Preparing to fail, well, failure to prepare is preparing to fail. Les, Depop, all the speakers in the world, they prepare. They meticulously plan their talks so that they can get a result. Lesson number 5, the power of effective communication. It is no coincidence that Les has got one of the most illustrious speaking careers because he's so effective in the way that he communicates with people. His tone, his pitch, his speed, his pace, everything is meticulous. Lesson number 3, the business of speaking. Remember he talked about walk away money, being able to walk away from the deal because you've got a business that's running, because you've got the confidence in your voice. Walk away from any deal because you are so secure, because you've got a proper speaking business. And lesson number 7, the power of marketing yourself. We just saw John Lee a few minutes ago, and Les is going to show you how he became a phenom, how his books, his courses, his tapes became marketed to so many people around all over the world. And he's going to show you exactly how to do that. And the 7-part course, the total value of this, if you had to find this somewhere, if you had to go to Les's team and ask them, I want to learn how to master my voice and I want to learn with Les, they're going to say, okay, cool. Here's an invoice, $5,000. But because Les loves the Real Success community, and as I told you earlier today, you're never going to find these kind of prices anywhere in the world. Today only, we're going to knock down that $4,997 price. I'm going to give it to you only for $297. For $297, you're going to be able to access arguably the best speaker in the entire planet in the 7-lesson online course. You can do it at your own pace and walk away with that first step in making that dream a reality. You guys posted in the chat that you related, you're humbled, you're fulfilled. This is the first step in getting to that point. realsummits.com/voice. The link is in the chat. Take that first step. The only thing about reducing this price to $297 is that we can only accept 50 people. It is for the first 50 people. Marked down for $4,997 to $297. Learn how to master your voice with the greatest speaker of all time. Power of storytelling, power of your message, winning over your audience, the power of preparation, effective communication, the business of speaking, and how to market yourself. realsummits.com/voice. Get in right now with Les Brown. And one day I look forward to myself and Candace welcoming you on to the stage. But it all starts with taking that first step. And that first step is getting in right now with Les. 50 people only. I can see on my screen on the right-hand side, tons of people are rushing through that to that page right now to get in with Les. Les, you've created students, tens of thousands of students who have gone on to become some of the best speakers on the planet.
Yes, and the reason that my speakers have been successful is because it's not just about providing information. If information could change people, everybody would be skinny, rich, and happy. It's about being entertaining, about having confidence and ownership of what you're presenting, and believing it yourself, and creating an experience where the audience can relate to you and listen to you and act on the things that you say.
Incredible. Candace, we always say this because, we started around the similar time, but, if we had to look for a mentor and if we had to ask Les to mentor us at that time, he would have been like, okay, cool. $50,000. You can actually find that online. $50,000. You'll find that price to work with Les. We would have killed to have this product back in the day.
You know what the thing is, though? Like, I think for a lot of people in the environment they're in, or in the situation and mindset they're currently in, they look at $297 as a lot of money. And I don't blame them. I'm not looking down on anyone's financial situation. But the thing is, if you don't find a way to afford something that's going to get you out of that financial state, then when do you expect it to change, right? Like, we don't question when we have to pay for high school. We don't have to question when we pay for college. We don't question when we have to like apply for a position in a company. But whenever we sell these kind of courses, it actually makes me a little bit sad when people don't invest in themselves, because we know the value. I mean, Les Brown's track record speaks for itself. He doesn't need to convince anyone. But for me, truly, it's just mastering your voice is not just about getting on the best stages, which is amazing, but it's also about negotiating. It's about, are you going to speak to your colleagues well? Are you going to be able to run a company? Are you going to be able to communicate well? Like, it actually covers your whole life. And so many people don't have that skill set. And it is something that can change the trajectory of their destiny. And so for me, I get very passionate about this because I get so sad and a little bit upset. I'm like, just do it, because it can change your life.
I want to inject here that people will learn how to do podcasts and come across and be very convincing. But Ed Foreman, the first seminar I went to, it was $2,600. And I told him I couldn't afford it. He said, if you can't afford it, you can't afford not to do it. And he was right. But the other piece that he said, don't think about how much it costs. He said, I've made $10 million doing this. He said, think about what will it cost you if you don't do it. And getting information from someone like me and what I have achieved with my voice and stories and the information that's in my course. If I had not been willing, Candace, to invest in myself, I would not have been able to call the attention of King World Productions, and they paid me $5 million to do the Les Brown show. I would not have been able to do several specials for public television where I've made millions of dollars. I would not have been able to speak for AT&T, Procter & Gamble, McDonald's Corporation, IBM, Xerox, had I not been willing to invest in myself. And really, the truth of the matter is, money is not the issue. There's never a shortage of money, just a shortage of thinking. That's it. And unwillingness to stretch and be the message as well as the messenger. That this is a time that you have to be resourceful, that you have to get the tools that you need that will allow you to become successful and dominant in what you do. And you've got to make certain things non-negotiable. You cannot be an entrepreneur and expect to win, expect to do market takeaways, expect to increase your sales or motivate and inspire your team if you don't know how to communicate effectively. So it's never the money. If you tell somebody, hey, look here, for $297, you can get investing in that person, $297 or a McDonald's franchise, I'll get them. Why? Because it take me 5 years to get my money back from a McDonald's franchise. But I could earn over $100,000 to $200,000 this year from that person because of what I know. And I'm sharing with people what I know, what I've done. There are a lot of people, they make their money off training speakers. I make my money speaking and training speakers. I know how to do it. And I'm a trainer too. I just got it.